Merely several hundred kilometers from Tianyuan City, a gigantic creature burst forth from the earth, tearing apart mountains as it emerged. Its massive size was comparable to a mountain range. Surrounding its body, clouds of steam as hot as blazing fire billowed, spreading for kilometers in every direction. Any vegetation touched by these clouds swiftly withered and ignited into orange flames that burned until all was reduced to ashes. Where the colossal creature spread, the land began to desiccate, with reddish-brown fissures appearing and expanding over time. Wisps of red mist drifted between heaven and earth, having started to increase in volume unnoticed. Within the enormous maw of the Calamity Beast, giant serpent, akin to the size of a ship's bridge, stood several individuals from the Orochi and Black Crow clans of the legendary realm, with hands clasped behind their backs. From the giant serpent's perspective as it surveyed below, they watched as every obstacle was effortlessly crushed to smithereens. An Orochi clan elder suddenly burst into a loud cackle. Heh, 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 heh. Target Tianyuan City, charge at full speed. Their goal had always been the human city of Tianyuan, not some human genius or legendary warrior. Humans have a fatal weakness, which is the core city of their territory. If one can break through the human city and destroy the Lord's altar, the entire miracle territory can be dismantled from its roots. Everyone knew this weakness. The strategy once employed by the Fang of the Jackal Wolf was to make a surprise attack, a vicious raid assaulting Tianyuan City. But they failed. The Jackal men underestimated the defensive capabilities of Tianyuan City, but the Orochi clan would not make the same mistake. Humans have formidable firepower, many types of enchantment defenses, and there may also be ace cards like the Heavenly Fire Thunder Dragon, but all of this is meaningless before the great weapon bestowed by our masters. The great weapon had three characteristics: a massive size over a kilometer, energy reserves hundreds of times greater than peers, and most importantly, an invincible defense. The scales of the Calamity Beast, giant serpent, can withstand the strongest human attacks, while other human firepower left not even a mark on the great weapon. This is the Calamity Beast, giant serpent. The Orochi clan's individuals in the legendary realm had already tested it. Even if the attack did not come from beneath the earth but directly from the Orochi clan, the elder believed that Tianyuan City could not possibly stop the advance of the giant serpent. The high priest is getting old. The next high priest should logically be him. While an Orochi clan elder fantasized about the future, the battle armor general at the observation base had also received news of the appearance of the Disaster Beast. The Disaster Beast was unbelievably massive, and the slightest action from it could easily impact the surrounding dozens of miles. The scouting teams he had dispatched naturally discovered this almost immediately and sent back video evidence. The battle armor general was completely certain that this was a Disaster Beast. He had seen them, not just once, but when he did see them, it was in one of the great war zones, or even inside the Red Mist land. The battle armor general had also personally engaged in combat with disaster beasts and was acutely aware of their terrifying nature. Disaster beasts are mostly active war weapons and are also a unique form of life. The maximum single-point destructive power of most disaster beasts is not much stronger than a legendary Earth Realm's full-force strike. However, disaster beasts possess a far more substantial volume and area destruction capabilities, leaving the legendary realm far behind. If not directly engaging a disaster beast, the legendary realm might be able to survive in its presence, but only just survive, without any capacity to fight back, not even in the slightest. It's very difficult for an ordinary person to swat a fly, nearly impossible. For a fly to stop, or even kill, an ordinary person is even more fanciful. Compared to a disaster beast, there is hardly any difference between the legendary Earth Realm and a fly. The battle armor general's brow furrowed, his thoughts racing. Even if he took action himself, he would be far from capable of intercepting this disaster beast, let alone the fact that the Calamity Beast, giant serpent, was only a few hundred kilometers away from Tianyuan City, not thousands or tens of thousands. Forget him. Even the individuals of the Soul Realm could not directly intercept a disaster beast. It's difficult for the Soul Realm to injure a disaster beast with such vast energy reserves and immensely robust physique. Only those who have mastered concept maneuvers in the legendary skill realm could rapidly inflict heavy damage on a disaster beast. In the face of a concept maneuver, all living beings are equal, regardless of whether their resistance to physical attacks, to energy, or to elements is strong or weak. Whether this disaster beast can be stopped now depends on whether Tianyuan City has any special measures, such as the means to transfer, restrict, or encircle. The energy consumption of a disaster beast in action is extremely vast. It cannot sustain this indefinitely. After all, Tianyuan City is the stronghold known for creating miracles, possessing quite a few ace measures. They can probably delay it for a while, right? The Lord of the Battle Armor was also quite uncertain. But there was nothing he could do. At most, he could intervene when Tianyuan City was breached, assisting Lord Tianyuan in retreating. Beyond that, Lord Tianyuan would have to depend on himself. Even as a general, I'm still too powerless, atop a mountain near Tianyuan City. Duke Gold stared blankly at the billowing clouds in the distance and at the terrifying giant serpent towering above them for quite some time. This is a disaster beast. He had seen such disaster beasts when he was with the Starfall Holy Hall Knight Order during their expansions. But how could such a disaster beast appear on a secluded island? Such a disaster beast was certainly not something a regional monster overlord should rightly possess. What kind of enemy is Tianyuan City facing? By this time, Duke Gold had lost all interest in discerning the balance of power between Tianyuan City and the monster overlord. He could only hope that Tianyuan City would hold out, at least hold out a bit longer. Otherwise, the next time this calamity beast, giant serpent appeared, it could very well be in their Shen Luo domain, right in front of his own house. Since Tianyuan City can contend with the overlord of this domain, presumably, they have the ability to deal with calamity beasts, right? As he spoke, his voice trailed off into a murmur. Black Crow Clan. It was also at the moment the disaster beast surfaced that the Black Crow High Priest understood the movement of the calamity beast, giant serpent. Since when did the Orochi clan become so sneaky? To think they even have the capability to hide a calamity beast and only reveal it outside of Tianyuan City. Could it be that humanity will simply be flattened by the calamity beast? It can't be that simple. It really wasn't that simple. The calamity beast, giant serpent, was surely a treasure given to the Orochi clan by that respected Orochi lord on a moment's notice. But even so, if Tianyuan City fell just like that, the Black Crow High Priest would still feel shortchanged. He too had the ability to ask Lord for temporary powers, he just didn't have the ability to make Lord come in person. At this moment, the Black Crow High Priest, Duke Gold, and the Battle Armor General were in vague agreement. Let's hope humanity holds out a little longer. Is this a disaster beast? In Tianyuan City, at the command center's conference room. Images after images were projected, showing the figures of Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Lulu, and others. The atmosphere in the conference room was a bit tense, but not oppressive. Mu Yuan was seeing a disaster beast for the first time, but he had long been familiarized with many through the materials and video footage provided by the Pioneer Group. He was no stranger to disaster beasts. He knew their characteristics very clearly. Difficult to block, difficult to destroy, is that it? Let's test it out, whether your body is made of hardened steel, or if my swords are sharper. Mu Yuan looked around at everyone. Dead Bone did not volunteer proactively. It had seen the strategic plans, and the appearance of the disaster beast was one of the many scenarios Lord had anticipated. This was not unexpected. It meant that everything was still within Lord's control. Steady, I 1/2, I, by 3/4. This indeed fell within the 108 emergencies Mr. Mu had envisioned. Since he was all too aware of such a renowned weapon as a disaster beast, how could he not have taken precautions? And as it happened, he had some means on hand to counter the disaster beast. Begin with Tactic 13B. Yes, sir, 30 seconds had passed since the disaster beast emerged. On the road where the disaster beast advanced was one of Tianyuan City's already designated positions for sniping the monster tide. Chen Shuang and Han Shuang, the Lords of Frost, were leading a group of lords, Winter Woman, and others who were waiting in that place. Below their mountain, monsters had already surged past. The creatures could be seen farther in the distance, resembling an incoming tide. Even further away was the terrifying disaster beast, enshrouded in billowing hot mist. Wherever it passed, some of the creatures were engulfed in the mist and were ground to pieces. Lord has given the order to give this giant serpent a blast of wind. Ah geez, our first battle is too tough, QAQ. Stop whining and focus on the mission. Already on Ida Fortress, a energy injection is complete. Fortress B energy injection complete. C. D. Array amplification is starting. Army Spirit Embryo Resonance. Large-scale magic, Cold Tide Funeral. Go. Qing Shuang pointed into the distance, and the ice elemental power from the skies and earth converged upon 4 temporary snow country fortresses. In unison with the techniques used by the Winter Woman and the Lords of Frost, they created a vast flow of frosty white colder than a mountain snow avalanche. The white torrent roared down, effortlessly freezing the monsters at the foot of the mountain solid. The frozen creatures shattered to pieces in the icy wind. The chilling torrent continued forwards. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the frozen monsters, his domain scattering around him, filled with vast energy. This was a legendary realm being hiding within the monster tide. But even as a legendary being, he hastily flew to the sides of the cold tide, unwilling to linger or clash with this soul-penetrating chill. The cold tide paid no mind to this legendary being and continued its relentless advance. Qing Shuang and the others had no power to control this massive cold wave. Being able to cast it was already their limit. The cold tide collided with the scorching mist, blasting open an even more billowy white fog. After a brief standoff, the cold tide overtook the vaporous mist in a relentless push, rapidly surging over and enveloping the disaster beast, Giant Serpent's massive body. Within the swirling mist, the disaster beast, Giant Serpent became a frozen sculpture, a giant serpent. Clouds billowed as the giant serpent, encased in ice, came to a halt. Qing Shuang, holding an object resembling a telescope, peered through the clouds. Seems like it's frozen solid, but, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Within the frost mist, the thick layers of ice covering the giant serpent cracked, and it began to move again, increasingly faster. As expected, Qing Shuang and the rest hurried down the mountain. The next moment, Huma high in the sky, the firmament seemed to blaze red as it covered several miles around. An invisible, horrifying coercion swept across, clearing the clouds and revealing the giant serpent, still covered with a significant amount of frost. It's Tianyuan City's trump card, the Heavenly Fire Thunder Dragon. Tianyuan City really did have such a trump card up their sleeve. On the deck of the giant serpent, an elder from the Orochi clan narrowed his eyes. The giant serpent stopped moving once more, its menacing mouth quickly closing, its enormous serpentine body lowering, coiling round and round. 9 thunder flame dragons, shimmering with scorching flames and the brilliance of thunderbolts, plummeted from the high heavens. The ground collapsed, forming mountains that rose up only to shatter in the endless light and heat. A vast cloud of smoke mushroomed skyward, with streaks of thunderous fire flickering as visible shockwaves expanded outward, repeatedly sweeping across the land. After a brief moment, as the smoke and fire gradually dissipated, the enormous body of the giant serpent began to emerge. The calamity beast, Giant Serpent's scales were badly damaged, half of its body riddled with gashes as if it were a charred and electrocuted dead snake. For an ordinary creature, such injuries would indeed be severe, but this was a calamity beast. A calamity beast born for war, sowing disaster. In the blink of an eye, the dead skin on the calamity beast started to fall off, with scales regrowing one by one. The calamity beast gradually came back to life, its massive jaws opening slightly. Daylight streamed in. Lord Orochi's elder looked out at the view beyond and burst into loud laughter. "We are unscathed. This is the mighty weapon, Lord Orochi." The giant serpent began to move. Its defensive strength even astonished Mr. Mew. The name of the calamity beast is no exaggeration. The fall of the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon was both a probia mu yuan needed more precise information on the Calamity Beast and a stalling tactic. They had already delayed the Calamity Beast for a while. Now, arriving at the battlefield was Tianyuan City's top general, Duo Lai. Duo Lai flew into the area, where energy was still rampant and shockwaves had yet to subside. Its ever-changing badge transformed from wings into a staff, held in hand. To defeat the big boss and guard Tianyuan City, this general is duty-bound. It started with a basic attack to test the waters. A scorching sun erupted within the mist, bombarding the Calamity Beast, Giant Serpent. More terrible light and heat exploded, and the violent shockwaves burst forth. However, the Calamity Beast, Giant Serpent merely flicked its head. Duo Lai's basic A, imbued with boundless energy comparable to the ultimate strike of an ordinary legend, couldn't even push the Giant Serpent back half a step. The Giant Serpent was just too massive. Its mere presence on the land meant a subtle alteration of the geology. Seeing no effect from the initial strike, Duo Lai was not discouraged. During that brief moment of the basic A, it had simultaneously maneuvered and placed a space-tearing seal into the surrounding environment. With Duo Lai at the center, two space fissures spread out like whips, rapidly extending to either side. The elder of the Orochi clan caught a glimpse of the two spatial fissures. A sudden apprehension sprang in his chest. Don't panic, even if it's spatial fissures, they are merely stronger cutting forces. Such fissures are dangerous for us, but to the mighty weapon, the Giant Serpent, they still mean Nothea. Ripa the Elder felt as if he heard something tearing.
Is it a hallucination? Ripa, the weapon that was the Giant Serpent, jolted suddenly, causing the distracted Elder to stagger.
Ripa, the trembling of the weapon grew more intense. What's happening? Unseen by those within its mouth, Duo Lai had already flown to the Giant Serpent's critical spot. The two spatial fissure whips, now stretching hundreds of meters, whipped directly towards this vital location. The hard scales, which had withstood the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, were effortlessly torn apart like cloth. The spatial fissures continued forward, practically unimpeded. This was certainly not just the power of space. The cutting force brought about by the shattered space was terrifying. The slightest carelessness in the legendary realm could easily slice an entire body to pieces. But if it were only spatial power, it could cut, yet cutting would not come easily. Like hacking at pork with a blunt knife. Duo Lai's energy was immense, tens of times greater than beings of its level, but not enough to overpower a creature of the Calamity Beast size. But the space torn open by General Duo Lai's space-tearing seal was not a common spatial rift. It also possessed the conceptual power of cracking and tearing. In the face of conceptual power, the Calamity Beast, Giant Serpent, was at most just a thicker entity. The sensation of tearing apart the Disaster Beast and tearing apart a goblin felt much the same. The above was General Duo Lai's description. The enormous Giant Serpent was bisected by the space-tearing whip like fissures as thin as threads, and its bisected body began to plummet with a thunderous crash. Its flesh writhed but could not recover an inch. This was a conceptual wound. It was not only its body that was cleaved in two. The entire Disaster Beast's operational and internal circulatory systems were also simultaneously severed and torn apart. Amidst the spreading gunpowder smoke and dust, the Disaster Beast struggled but could no longer rise. Several elders from the legendary realm of the Orochi clan crawled out of the serpent's mouth, and just as they took flight, they were met with General Duo Lai's fiercely shining eyes. Letting this general catch you all now. This time, I'll take the credit for the first victory. Space continued to crack. The crease spread like a large net, enveloping the four corners of the sky. As the Disaster Beast remained motionless in the dust for the first minute, the Battle Armor General, Duke Gold, and Black Crow High Priest clenched their fists. When the Disaster Beast remained motionless in the dust for several minutes, the Battle Armor General, Duke Gold, and Black Crow High Priest slightly relaxed. As the Disaster Beast remained motionless for over 10 minutes. When the Disaster Beast remained motionless for half an hour. The Battle Armor General and Duke Gold murmured, "Did Tianyuan City stop the Disaster Beast?" The Black Crow High Priest's eyes widened, as a sense of ill omen suddenly rose in his heart. Tianyuan City was powerful, but it seemed too powerful. It couldn't be this powerful, right? What's wrong with the great weapon, the giant serpent? Move, quickly start moving. Don't tell me the High Priest's curse has actually come true? Inside the Orochi clan, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Unable to contact the frontline elders, the High Priest of the Orochi wasn't quite sure what had happened. But he was very clear that the great weapon, the giant serpent, had stopped. Whether it was trapped or something else, this was very bad news. The giant serpent couldn't even get close to Tianyuan City. No, from its emergence to being stopped, to being immobilized, it only took 30 seconds. Was the giant serpent only imposing for 30 seconds? Could it be that this was a fake great weapon? The High Priest had no time to mourn the calamity weapon, the giant serpent. He had to bite the bullet and pray as he reported to Lord Orochi. At the same time, outside the Orochi clan's headquarters, a rolling black fog transformed into a carpet that blanketed the earth. The chill wind coming in gusts seemed like rows of soldiers guarding both sides. A figure clad in a black cloak approached from the edge of the sky atop the black fog. He held high the wailing death. The sounds of lamenting bells echoed throughout the land. A massive black gate opened behind the newcomer, adorned with mysterious patterns and hundreds of meters tall, with black mist continuously pouring out of it as if it led to Nether Hell. The synchronized footsteps came from the gate of the Netherworld. Countless dead marched forth. Dead Bone held up swords, upon which the land of the dead was projected. Benga. Like shattering glass, Dead Bone knocked open the gates of the Orochi clan. Behind them, the army of the dead swarmed in. Over a month ago, Dead Bone had led numerous Lords of Death remains, with the combined might of the territories of the dead, to smash open the gates of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, revealing the secret realm. But now, Dead Bone was without any Lords of Death remains by his side. He merely summoned the projection of the land of the dead and easily flung open the gates of the Orochi clan. Space continually fractured, spreading out directly for tens of kilometers to both sides. In the adjacent areas, large chunks of land crumbled, and structures rooted upon them, such as python statues and serpentine fang arrow towers, also crashed down, shattering. Further away, a segment of the Serpent River, teeming with countless pythons, collapsed. Numerous snakes were dumped into the gaping fissures of space. Soon, the cracked space began healing rapidly under the influence of the heaven and earth rules, leaving only the greatly widened, utterly shattered gates of the Orochi behind. Beyond the gates lay devastation and ruin, the land missing a vast swath as if it were gouged out. Countless undead beings surged like two black rivers from beside Dead Bone, crashing into the Overlord main base wrapped in a faint red mist. The Orochi responded incredibly quickly. They had seen numerous legends fall in the previous wars, but their losses were ultimately not as colossal as those of Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Within their main base, 10 individuals of legendary realm remained seated. Even more legends close to the main base rushed back swiftly. During this time of war, the preheated serpentine war machinery also activated quickly. Booma! The ground suddenly swelled upward. A colossal serpent head burrowed out from the earth like a fish leaping from water, soaring high into the air. Upon reaching a height of over 100 meters, it plummeted towards the just entered undead tide, landing heavily upon them. Booma! Many of the undead were sent flying by the 100-meter-long war serpent, some scattering parts in midair and others crushed under the colossal serpent's body. The edge of war machinery displayed its full power in the great battle. In the distance, some serpentine statues' eyes glowed, shooting out light petrifying everything. Shrill hisses grew from distant to near. Elite monsters congregated behind legendary creatures flying in from afar. Beneath the red mist, the monsters roared, their crimson eyes filled with fury. They rolled forward like a maroon tide, tearing apart anything that dared challenge them. However, even the monster power, which reigned supreme in numbers, seemed not to match the scale of the black tide. Two massive waves clashed fiercely, and at the very front, countless undead and monsters were torn apart, their remains flung high into the air. The bloodthirsty monsters were indifferent, their crimson eyes unceasingly slashing with the weapons in their hands. The undead beings cared even less, even with missing limbs and cleaved by 18 blades, as long as the soul flame in their heads could still emit a hint of light, they would fight to the last moment. Most of these undead were mid to low tier, transformed in one great battle after another. But even if they were just mid to low tier undead, when a skeleton soldier, left with only one trembling arm, hoisted a rusty battle axe and struck it upon the white scales of the 100-meter-long serpent machinery. The battle axe cleaved through the scales, leaving a distinctly mottled trace. Within, threads of quiet annihilation seeped in. A wisp of annihilation might be negligible, but hundreds, thousands of wisps accumulated quickly led to the serpent machinery being covered in scars, uttering 2 cries before losing its life force. How? How did the machinery become lifeless? These undead don't have many strong ones among them. How could they quiet annihilate our highest level war machinery? The floating Orochi legend couldn't make sense of it. Under normal circumstances, with just skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and ghouls no matter how tenfold or hundredfold in number, they couldn't affect this level of war machinery unless these undead possessed a joint killing move. Obviously, these undead had none, simply charging and slashing in the most straightforward manner. Perhaps after hacking hundreds or thousands of times, one after another, the vast war machines were consecutively quiet annihilated. Does that make sense? The Orochi legend had no time to ponder before seeing a colossal frost giant dragon flying towards him, its mouth brewing a glimmering blue dragon breath. His face turned grim, high-ranking undead. His domain surged forward, and the vast power of heaven and earth gathered around him, forming into 200-meter-long brown pythons, coiling and dancing around his body. Pythons, dragon breath, frost clashed midair, scattering ripples that easily swept away or froze many of the undead and monsters. Suddenly, a sensation of death surged along his spine to the crown of his head. The Orochi legend jerked reflexively, commanding the 2 giant pythons to retreat for defense. But he was still too late. A ghastly light tore through his domain, striking him like a blade cleaving through waves, ripping his armor and sending darkness straight into his soul. The Orochi legend's consciousness blurred, and the 2 giant pythons could no longer hold together, crumbling from midair. The shadow behind him closed in, its claws tearing the void, blasting him onto the ground. The shadow took the form of a dragon, outlining claws, wings, and the head with horns, yet its specific appearance was unclear. This was a shadow dragon, another high-ranking undead. Within the pit, the Orochi legend gazed at the azure sky. Unbeknownst to him, he was the last surviving Orochi legend in the vicinity. A figure walked up to him, a black cape fluttering. The consciousness of the Orochi legend lingered on this scene before extinguishing entirely. The battlefield was in chaos. Dead bone seemed to be enveloped in nothingness. Neither the undead, monsters, energy, or anything else would fall upon this place. It pulled the bone spear from the legendary creature it had pierced. The Orochi legend, now devoid of life, gradually turned gray and black. Seconds later, it began convulsively trembling. Then after a few breaths, it stood up and walked over to Dead Bone, dipping its head slightly. Dead Bone nodded faintly. It then raised a hand, and an immense cloud of black smoke billowed out, covering the surrounding land. In a moment, the corpses on the ground began to shake, congregated, and reformed. One by one, undead stood up, returning to the fold. And from the corpses of monsters, countless new undead were born, joining the legion of the deceased. After the battle, the number of the undead army increased by thousands. And, the count of legends had risen by 6. By now, it was not long since the gate of the Orochi clan had been knocked open. Within the core territory of the Orochi, the high priest still knelt before the god statues, reverently addressing them. Suddenly, a piercing boom grew from distant to near. His brow furrowed. The sanctuary is supposed to be a place of peace. He also understood that if an enemy had the power to blast open the great doors, their strength was not weak and they would not be easily eradicated. In fact, he had already dispatched all but himself from among the legends. All kinds of weapons, secret weapons, had already been unlocked. Should the enemy dare to penetrate deeply into their Orochi territory, he would ensure they found no way back. What exactly is happening? A legendary realm elder who had returned in a panic, panting, his body visibly beginning to decay. It's an undead tide. So what if it's an undead tide? We of the Orochi have 9 elders, over 20 giant weapons, as well as Snake Forest, Python River, petrified statues, and many other defensive weapons, so what can an undead tide do to us? The reporting elder of the legendary realm fell silent. A bad premonition suddenly blossomed in the high priest, who after a long silence, asked, "Where are the other elders? I saw Elder Kaishi fall from the sky into the undead tide and he could not rise again. There are high-ranking undead in the tide, shadow dragons, frost giant dragons, ghost dragons, and legendary realm vampires, abominations, skeletons, specters, too many to count. It's not that we're too weak, the enemy is just too fierce." The elder said, "The undead tide is about to strike at our heartland." The high priest. So little time has passed. The high priest again asked, "What about our snake forest?" The elder. The undead tide surged into the snake forest, seeming endless. In no time, the entire forest went completely desolate, bursting apart. The high priest asked once more, "And the Python River?" The elder. The Python River has become a river of death, with only countless python corpses floating. The high priest still couldn't help asking, "What about the Petria?" Boom-a, an ear-splitting sound seemed to explode next to his ear. In the distance, majestic and ferocious bone dragons roared through the sky, scattering dragon breath that devoured everything. The sky and the earth, as far as the eye could see, was covered by a black tide. Black fog rolled in, seemingly ready to submerge even the red mist.
At that moment, on the majestic, lifelike Orochi god statues, a pair of indifferent eyes slowly opened.
The Undyata, the Orochi servant mused, weren't the undead exited the stage a long time ago? The lords of the present era could recruit some undead troop types, but they couldn't possibly trigger a real undead tide. He found it strange, but wasn't too concerned. Upon his descent, everything would be over. The Orochi servant had already made preparations for the descent. After the obliteration weapon Orochi's halberd was broken, he needed to take personal action to achieve his strategic goal. Once he descended, everything would naturally have nowhere to hide. It's just that this branch of the Orochi clan was too pathetic. Afterwards, he would have to find a new spokesperson. The Orochi servant thought to himself. From atop the statue, strands of terrifying aura began to spread, then swiftly rose, like a whirlwind sweeping through the entire Orochi's secret realm, even reaching beyond the shattered gates and spanning dozens of kilometers into the outside world. The earth trembled and the sky seemed to collapse as it continued to press down. Between heaven and earth, the scattered and lively elemental particles also gradually quieted down. The servant of the fallen god. Dead Bone gazed into the distance, where it could already see a vast shadow. It hadn't anticipated that this figure would be all too familiar. It had dealt with the Orochi servant 3 times. The first time was in the Snake Man tribe, the second time in the dungeon, the third time within the Tianyuan territory. It was also surprised by such fate. The true form of the fallen god's servant is very powerful, far surpassing the legendary Earth realm. When the fallen god's servant descends in an ordinary tribe, depending on the materials used for the statues, the incarnated form is between the 2nd and 4th orders. Even if it's a perfect incarnation, it is at most at the 4th order limit, though its size far exceeds that of a normal 4 order. Dead Bone recalled the information it had seen, beginning to ponder. But now, the force of the Orochi feels overwhelming, as if it truly traverses realms. This is clearly not a normal descent. In the regions adjacent to the Red Mist Land, the fallen god's servant also uses the form of a god soul descent, exerting at least 50% of the original's combat power. And such an incarnation of the fallen god's servant, even if faced by the Tai-Zan Alliance's great warzone commanders, would have to be serious and cautious. It had seen such news while following the City Lord Forum discussions. The renowned Tai-Zan strongman, Lord of Han Yu City, ventured into the Red Mist Land and struck a fallen god's servant in the eye. Even such a powerful figure had only managed to wound the servant's eye. With this in mind, Dead Bone's expression turned solemn, as if facing a formidable enemy. The sweeping awe coming from afar brought back memories of when it first encountered the servant's descent in the Snake Man tribe. Indeed, it's terrifying enough to send shivers down one's spine. Dead Bone gathered momentum. Above the surging undead tide, the black mist grew denser, and the rudimentary form of an army spirit appeared and rapidly solidified, completing itself. In the blink of an eye, a complete soul of the Skeleton Legion resonated among the present undead. At this time, commanders like Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, as well as the numerous Lords of Death Remains and Skeleton Generals, were not present. The only troop hero present was Dead Bone itself. But lo, it alone was an army, it alone was a nation. The Undead Legion possessed the Legion skill, Tide of the Primordial, the trait, Immortal Bone, as well as the Legion final skill, Emperor's One Sword, which a complete Legion in reality could not have. Dead Bone had already tried using the Emperor's One Sword. Facing a formidable enemy, it held nothing back. Legion final skills require continual buildup of momentum, but only when the momentum has built up to a certain extent can the transcendent resonance be performed. It murmured. But were final skills such inconvenient things? The soul of the Legion had just manifested, and the invisible momentum rose like a towering wave. At that moment, the Orochi servant arrived with utmost speed, crossing domains. The body of the Orochi, hundreds of meters long, stretched across this heaven and earth, slowly unfolding. Its form was sleek and elegant, achieving a harmonious fit with the heavens and earth in its own way, only, its eyes depicted a comical O_O, one big and one small, disrupting its otherwise perfect poise. On second glance, it seemed less in accord with the heavens and earth. The Orochi servant didn't disperse its domain, but there was an oppressive force, more terrifying than any domain, rolling in. Countless undead not protected by the army spirit fell to the ground while charging forward, tumbling down, unable to rise again. The soul flames within their skulls had been extinguished. This was the might of a servant. Such an arrival is truly an arrival. It's not easy to come out. This time, I will surely hunt voraciously for some blood meals and deliver another painful blow to Taizan. But the urgent matter at hand is. It turned its gaze towards Dead Bone. It frowned slightly. This figure, this aura, it felt vaguely familiar. The Orochi servant quickly denied it. It had never interacted with powerful undead before. On the ground, the people of the Orochi clan were cheering, kneeling in worship. In the high sky, the majestic Orochi was roaming, and as it roamed, the four corners of the world became more tangible. The entire heaven and earth seemed to solidify, consolidating everything within it. It was also at this moment that Dead Bone made its move with its sword. Emperor's One Sword. Disregarding space, shattering space, imparting to the enemy the ultimate death with one sword. This sword also possessed conceptual abilities. In terms of quantity, it was much more than that of Wither King Bone. The concept of death. The Emperor's One Sword was granted to only one target of death. This sword could only affect a single entity but was not limited to a person or an object, or some concepts. Wailing death struck down. The target it hit was not the distant Orochi but the conceptual link between the arriving Orochi and its true self. Cut, invisible, silent, formless. The black sword fell as if nothing had happened. But the Orochi servant suddenly realized that the link between this divine soul incarnation and its true self had died. It should have been able to remain active in the outer world for several days until its allotted time ran out and the arriving body perished, at which point this fragment of the god soul would return to its true self. But now, the connection was dead. Its arriving body began to perish, its power flowing away as if a gate had been opened. What has happened? What has happened? The Orochi servant had no understanding of what a conceptual link was, nor what it meant for a concept to die. It roared and lunged forward, but its form dissipated mid-air, scattering across the world like countless willow catkins. A shining god soul fragment emerged, attempting to escape into space to return to its true self. But suddenly, it could no longer find the coordinates to return to, the connection completely severed. The glittering fragment spun helplessly in midair until it was obliterated by Dead Bone's powerful 9 consecutive slashes. Above the undead tide, the soul of the Legion had already shattered. The undead continued to charge forward, engulfing the Orochi clan's heartland. Above the tide, Dead Bone still gazed at where the Orochi servant had perished, using various methods to scan the surrounding territory dozens of times, until now, when it finally heaved a sigh of relief. It had exhausted all its strength and finally repelled the formidable foe. It pondered. With the great force of Emperor's one sword, it was not impossible to slay the Orochi servant in one stroke, bestowing death upon it. Dead Bone was 90% confident. But 90% was still too little, and it didn't understand enough about the servant. It couldn't take the risk, it had to choose a 100% secure approach. And the linking concept of the Orochi servant that had just arrived was somewhat clear in Dead Bone's eyes. It couldn't help but go for it, it wouldn't be right otherwise. Tianyuan City. The fog lifted, and the day outside the city was still calm and peaceful. It had been several days since Dead Bone repelled the Orochi servants and prematurely ended the war. After the fall of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, the entire Overlord Core, servant god statues were also purified by Dead Bone after the war. However, aside from Orochi's clan, Blood Snake Encase and Black Crow clan saw the situation becoming grim and fled into the wilderness. Dead Bone rushed towards the Black Crow clan. Duo Lai, leading several division generals, flew towards Bloodsnake Encase. By the time they blasted open the Secret Realm's gate and crossed the multiple defensive lines within the Overlord main base, they discovered there was no longer a legendary realm inside, just a group of elite monsters still stationed there, wondering where their legendary boss had gone when Duo Lai arrived. These monsters actually flee without notice, leaving is fine, but they also destroyed the inside's god statues and blood pond. I really must remember this grudge. By Duo Lai. Perhaps the enemy retained a glimmer of hope or intended to save the secret realm to buy time. But the monster legends didn't completely destroy the entire secret realm. Apart from the devastated core of filth, the base was also left with some secondary blood ponds or ordinary servant statues. Duo Lai and the others purified them one by one. After that, they exterminated the monsters that should be exterminated and scavenged the spoils of war that should be scavenged. This post-war plundering was even more thorough than that of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. They had ample time and didn't have to worry about a monster overlord launching a surprise attack. Important areas like Tianyuan City, Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, and the third mining outpost no longer had to be concerned about the fleeing monster legends launching a counterattack. Lord Shepherd himself was stationed there. Isloa also patrolled back and forth in the Mage Tower. And if the monster legends tried to return, Mu Yuan would be even more eager for it. There are still about a dozen monster legends that have fled into the wilderness. If these legends are hell-bent on assassination or sneak attacks, they will be troublesome for our mining outposts, exploring teams, and transport convoys outside Tianyuan City. It was just a moderate inconvenience at best. He couldn't annihilate the monster overlord forces, but the Overlord would still launch attacks time and again. Now, without their main base and the core of filth, the Orochi and Blood Snake clans no longer had the right to be called regional overlords, nor the ability to use calamity beasts and servant incarnations with such extraordinary methods. No need to worry in the short term. In the long term? Tianyuan City was still improving, with new legends emerging at any moment. In a while, the remnants of these two forces wouldn't even count as trouble. After annihilating Fang of the Jackal Wolf, slaying the Blood Tree King, and eradicating Orochi's and Black Crow's clans, the Blood Snake also fled in a crushing defeat. Having been in Eternal World for over a year, my Tianyuan territory has finally somewhat found a stable foothold. The situation is settled. The situation is settled. Since the defeat of the Calamity Beasts, the monster overlord has not been able to launch an effective attack, said Lord Tianyuan. Indeed, if the Calamity Beasts have perished in mid-journey, how could the monster overlord dare to continue the assault? The battle armor general sighed endlessly. He had pondered that Lord Tianyuan had the means to tackle the calamity beasts. The foremost lord of the new generation, how could he be merely a name without substance? In the past, there were also illustrious lords in new generations, but their reputation was mostly built up by group efforts behind them. These lords, certainly they too were quite excellent but not excellent enough, and sometimes, if they encountered some accident or disaster, they would not recover or even perish. The name of Tianyuan was not forged through reputation building or outsiders' praise. It was earned through actual combat. As a general of the Logistics Development Department, having come from a top territory, the battle armor general certainly knew many of Tianyuan's military achievements that ordinary professionals and lords did not know. Sweeping through the Dragon Court dispute, eclipsing the 6 new stars. Eradicating the nest of filth through the red fog disaster moon. Glorious victory in the border territories, surviving with stability through the fusion change. Especially during the fusion change, the calamities that Tianyuan territory faced could be described as a catastrophe. Any other lord, not to mention a new generation lord, but even the most outstanding in a few generations of lords might not have been able to persevere. The slightest mistake would have led to destruction. After Langsing merged into the eternal world, the possible retreat of lords back to Langsing during the disaster no longer existed. Tianyuan territory survived. It lived not only under the watch of the overlord power but also continued to develop rapidly. This alone proved that the name of Tianyuan was not fraudulent in the slightest. If the Tianyuan territory had more public victories, their reputation in the ordinary world would be far greater than it is now. Although I suspected that Lord Tianyuan had the capability to deal with calamity beasts, I never imagined it would be so easy, or rather, so direct, he said. The massive, terrifying calamity beasts didn't even reach Tianyuan City before collapsing midway. Calamity beasts? Can Tianyuan City even obliterate calamity beasts? Atop the mountain peak, Duke Gold had no time to feel fear or shudder before he saw the calamity beast. Giant serpent collapsed thunderously amidst the dust in the distance. It was as if this wasn't a calamity beast at all, but an ant that could be easily crushed to death. Tai Zan, the lord of Tianyuan City, who on earth was he? The overlord power has retreated. Tianyuan City has suppressed this domain's monster power. From now on, we probably don't have to worry about the invasion of monster overlords from other domains into the western coasts of our Shenluo domain, but Tianyuan City was too powerful. Who would want an exceedingly powerful neighbor? No matter what, Tianyuan City still has to deal with the domain's overlord, and the impact on our western coast of Shenluo domain won't be too big. The Duke contemplated in secret. Now he dared not seek any benefits from Lord Tianyuan's hands. Even in normal trade, he had to give a small concession. After all, Tianyuan City was a powerful nation, wasn't it? But such a strong territory only has a small city and a rudimentary stronghold on the surface. This Lord Tianyuan is really good at playing the pig to eat the tiger, the Duke mused. Could he be fishing? If it weren't for the monster overlord attack, I might have really been hooked, he added, a hint of fear in his voice. Luckily, Lord Tianyuan was so cunning. Tianyuan City's looting of the 3 overlords' main bases continued for a full 3 days and 2 nights. Duo Light traveled to 3 places, relying on the virtually infinite dimensional pocket within its belly, to strip the overlord's secret realm of all its battle loot, even going so far as to dig 3 feet into the ground to dismantle and carry away the slightly higher quality walls and floors of the buildings. Only by doing so could it somewhat mend its own wounded soul, having failed to purify the nexus of corruption. Duo Lai was happy, but it was hard on Isloa, who was in charge of valuing the loot. It took her a whole 2.5 hours just to appraise this pile of battle loot, which contained a large amount of miscellaneous items. The total value is roughly over 40,000 soul crystals. However, among them, there are only a little more than 3,000 real soul crystals. The rest are remnant souls, materials, tools, and equipment, she reported. This valuation only includes common items and rare-level materials, but does not take into account high-value items like rare-level remnant souls and certain blueprints, she clarified. The most valuable among the spoils were the remnant souls dropped by elite monsters and the equipment stripped from their bodies. A single monster overlord main base provided a gift of nearly 10,000 soul crystals in value. The monster waves provided a gift worth over 10,000 soul crystals. Compared to the previous major battles, the biggest difference in this one was Tianyuan City didn't suffer major losses. This 40,000 in regular income was almost pure profit. However, this income of over 40,000 soul crystals is based on market prices. In reality, to liquidate all these spoils, caravans would have to make countless trips, and the value would shrink somewhat, she noted. But the profits were far from just these. Mu Yuan opened his panel and scrolled back to previous notification records. Notice, your hero, Duo Lai, has purified a nexus of corruption. Notice, your hero, Dead Bone, has purified a nexus of corruption. Notice, you've obtained. Mu Yuan filtered the notifications, skipping over the rare level purification gifts, looking only at the ones emitting a blue glow. There were a total of 8 items. Remnant Soul, Snake Man Leader, Excellence 1 star. Remnant Soul, Black Dragon Iron Guard, Excellence 3 star. Treasure, Night Pearl, can enhance the bearer's abilities in the dark. Treasure, Petrifying Eyes, wearing it, the wearer's eyes can emit rays that petrify everything. The petrification rays have a cooldown of 8 hours. Miracle Blueprints, Energy Well, Miracle Blueprints, Advanced Sentinel Tower. Treasured Tree, Ice Clear Fruit Tree, and Treasure, Soul of the Deceased War Flag, Epic.
Description: a flag that can gather undead units and absorb the breath of death from the world. When a strong being holds the soul of the deceased war flag, the probability of owning undead revival type and conversion type abilities increases significantly.
This epic treasure was the reward for Dead Bone purifying the root foundation of the Orochi's god statues. It was also particularly suitable for General Dead Bone's use. Its first ability could gather a large number of undead, allowing the undead units within it to self-recover. It was akin to a secret realm-class treasure exclusive to undead. Dead Bone himself could open the gate of the Netherworld and summon his direct lineage undead from Wraith's Sacred Mountain. But undead not native to Wraith's Sacred Mountain couldn't be summoned or dismissed at will by Dead Bone. Such was the nature of the Wraith's Sacred Mountain. Before the evolution of the Holy Mountain, only the native undead could live there for extended periods. Undead converted from the necrotic plague breath, however, could not. The second ability's probability increase was a perfect fit for Dead Bone. To ignite an undead wave, to accumulate billions upon billions in number, relying solely on Dead Bone was impossible. It had to be done through an army of the dead that grew like a snowball rolling down a hill. This epic item was naturally for Dead Bone's use. Finding a suitable treasure for Dead Bone had not been easy. Duo Lai wears the crown of sovereignty, Dead Bone holds the soul of the deceased war flag, and I carry the pure white feather. We all have epic treasures, he reflected. But the distance to equipping each division general with an epic treasure is still long and arduous, he admitted. Mu Yuan wasn't in a hurry, though. When his division generals stepped into the Third Order, Tianyuan territory lacked excellence equipment. Now that they were missing epic treasures, he was used to it. His house was simply poor. Yet, within the legendary realm, those able to own epic treasures were few and far between. Not having one was the norm. The Taishuan Covenant platform displayed one epic treasure after another for exchange, nearly all at astronomical prices, tempting yet untouchable. After the battle, Mu Yuan personally went to the third mining site to comfort the various races and forces, which had suffered no small amount of damage. He had been worried that small races like the cat people might get discouraged and quit, but he found the atmosphere at the third mining site far from bleak. We defeated the monsters, did you see that, Dad, Mom? In this battle, we fought alongside Tianyuan City, indiscriminately slaughtering the monsters, proving they're not invincible. We can survive in the eternal continent, our descendants will live better lives, fallen comrades, you can rest in peace, they proclaimed. Among the races, sacrifice was by no means a rare occurrence. Cat people and multi-armed, such small forces, were inherently unable to be self-sufficient and had to risk exploring the outside world periodically. Often, a familiar face would not return from such expeditions. Even the Featherman Force, which had isolated itself for decades, included many old Feathermen who had experienced the brutal war decades ago. At that time, even at their peak, the Feathermen had no power to strike back against the overlords. The gap in strength was so vast, it led to despair. The older generation of Feathermen had been frightened. But now, the old Feathermen suddenly realized that the monster overlords were not invincible. In fact, in front of the more powerful human forces of Tianyuan City, the overlord monsters seemed unable to withstand a single blow. We will expand, turn the wastelands into fertile grounds, eliminate all monsters without leaving a single one behind, and expel all the filth. I hope to open up a world where we are untroubled by the disaster of red mist, where we don't worry about when monsters will attack, where we can live carefree. Mu Yuan said with conviction. These words were not just for the Feathermen or the Cat People, but also for himself. The Eternal Continent had never been peaceful. Even a large nation like the Tai-Zan Alliance suffered from the blight of red mist. Every few decades or centuries, there would be major cataclysms that could wipe out tens of hundreds of thousands of territories, and even large nations could not ensure their survival. In ancient times, the Bright Empire, which spanned countless great domains and had billions of powerful beings, also collapsed in a great disaster. It was as if it was natural for the Eternal Continent to be plagued by disasters. This was a natural calamity. It was a set rule, but why couldn't it be broken? Cough cough, this dream is rather distant, as currently, Tianyuan City is still just a small fry compared to the entire Eternal Continent. But looking at the 10 Directions Island domain before us, Tianyuan City is indeed the sole and rightful overlord, the only overlord. They may well be called the Lord of the Great Domain. An island domain is still a domain. The great enemy has been defeated, and now, it's our time to expand our territories. After a brief silence, the army of Tianyuan City set out once again, surging towards the remaining monster tribes in the northern border. After annihilating the monster tribes, the legions transformed into exploratory teams. Inch by inch they explored and measured the land of the 10 Directions Island domain. The legendary monsters seemed to vanish, as no matter how he searched or tried to lure them, there was no sign of them. But the exploratory teams did uncover some miracle buildings and special precincts. In the north, atop a mountain perpetually blanketed with snow, ice-blue human-like beings frolicked, guarding a cold pool at the center. This was the recruitment building, Ice Spirit Cold Pool. And it was permanent. You have occupied the wild miracle building, Ice Spirit Cold Pool, and can recruit ice spirits every week. In the Orochi territories, a human-sized god statue was buried in dense grass, unremarkable. Hint. You have discovered the special building, Fertility Statue, a first-level sculpture of the goddess in charge of the earth and fertility. Occupying this god statue will grant the territory a bonus of crop growth speed plus 100%. In a certain place, an ancient temple sat between the mountains. The exploratory team defeated the occupying monster tribe and unearthed the temple. Alert! You have discovered a special structure, Blessing Temple, experience. In a certain place, ancient temples stood on the wilderness, but their glow was dim. When the exploratory team arrived, a group of wild monsters was bombarding and slashing at the temple. The exploratory team swiftly eliminated the surrounding monsters, leaving behind a squad to guard and notify the nearby lords. Alert! You have discovered a special structure, Spell Hall, damaged, and you can spend soul crystals to slowly repair this building. The vast great blood tree forest had gradually lost its blood-red color, and this eerie forest was slowly returning to normal. The exploratory team within this forest also discovered an odd and extraordinary precinct. The precinct was not large, covering an area of about 10 square kilometers. Here, without any external interference, plants grew at a visible speed. In just a few hours, they went through the entire process of germination, growth, flowering, fruiting, and withering. Among them, there were several rare level and excellence level medicinal herbs. Duo Lai recognized them. To not miss out on the treasures in the wild, It had gone through the headache-inducing materials and herb manuals, memorizing every single word. This is dragon soul grass, this is celestial fragrance fruit, this is bone erosion flower. With wide eyes, it clumsily but mostly correctly transplanted a dragon soul grass that was growing to its ripe state. But as soon as Duo Lai took the dragon soul grass out of that area, the treasured herb in its hand withered rapidly and didn't even leave behind any residue. Wait, hold on, why is this happening? Mu Yuan also arrived at this place, standing outside and looking in. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This might not be a complete medicinal herb. These herbs, or rather everything in this precinct, are part of this land. They cannot exist outside of it, not even picking a single fruit is possible. So, what use is this precinct? It appeared so special and mystical. There had to be a reason for its existence." Mu Yuan gazed at the precinct, gradually immersing himself in it. The growth and withering of each plant inside it carried the profound principles of nature. Suddenly, ding! Alert! Your troop type, Tree Demon Granny, has gained insights from observing the withering flourishing precinct, and the power of the Tree Demon Granny's growth-related skills has increased. Alert! The power of the Tree Demon Granny's withering-related skills has increased, and it has awakened the advanced skill, Vitality Absorption. Alert! Tree Demon Granny, upon observing the withering flourishing precinct, has improved its epic skill, I am the forest. Everything that perishes within the range of the forest will become a source of vitality for the trees to grow. It can also wither certain trees, transferring and concentrating their vitality. This place, indeed, was a treasure land. Lord Shepherd also awakened a few minor skills. The withering flourishing precinct is a world unto itself, subtly aligning with the natural evolution of nature, and the land holds a very high standard. Usually, it might take someone in the legendary skill realm to truly comprehend its mysteries. Legendary realm? Even for the Tree Demon Granny, it was nothing more than a glimpse at the surface. After unifying the island domain, the exploratory team's territory was still not widely explored. They had to be cautious of monster legendaries and adopt a steady strategy for exploration. Even so, they had reaped substantial rewards in just a few days. The Eternal Continent was indeed filled with treasures. As Tianyuan City feasted, the other powers could also drink their fill of the broth. Everyone had a bright future ahead. With 10 Directions Island domain facing no major crises now, next, I should get ready to move towards the Great War Zone. The dawn light outside the window was faint, and Lord Shepherd awoke in his own bedroom. Pulling back the curtains, he greeted a bright new day. These days, the quality of sleep has really been good. No longer do I have to worry about being jolted awake by an alarm while resting with my eyes closed. There were still dangers lurking in the wilderness. The remnants of the Orochi clan might cause trouble at any moment, but compared to the early days when Tianyuan City had no one in the legendary realm to stand guard, where they could only hide tremulously from the monster overlord, fearing that the city would be breached the moment they closed their eyes, now it was dozens of times more secure. Mu Yuan stretched out his hand, and particles of water elements from nature converged in front of him, forming a clear sphere of water suspended in midair. He plunged half his face into the sphere of water, then snapped his fingers lightly, and the whole sphere began to buzz and swirl as if it were a washing machine. Instantly, he was clean and refreshed, with not a trace of sleepiness left. A flick of Mu Yuan's fingers caused the sphere to retract and then shoot forward, whooshing into the washroom in the distance. He dried his face with wind and fire, then reached out to summon over the hanging dove white robe. Mu Yuan spread his arms wide, spun around twice in midair, and when he landed, he had donned his daily excellence grade robe. This was battle gear. Indeed, it had only been a few peaceful days. Otherwise, he would have been resting in his clothes, and the number of times he had come back to his bedroom for rest over the past few months were few and far between. I really am diligent. My achievements today are all thanks to my own hard work. Mu Yuan stepped out of the bedroom. This area behind the city lord's mansion was for rest, living, and entertainment, quiet and serene. The front half contained the offices. Between the front and back sections, an enchantment of silence was supposed to be erected, to ensure the living area was undisturbed. Mu Yuan didn't activate it. He was worried about missing some noise during his rest, which could lead to oversights. He walked along the well-lit corridor towards the front, and then down to the first floor was the dining hall of the city lord's mansion. The domestic maids had already served breakfast. They were dressed in traditional black and white dresses, but the hem of the skirts faintly shimmered with a metallic luster, edged with extendable blades. Mu Yuan remembered clearly that the back of this maid outfit could pull out a combined scythe, and it was also concealed with at least 2 or 3 short daggers. After all, he had personally reviewed the design and approval of this gear. A armed maid battle uniform. In the Eternal Continent, there indeed existed a troop type called Armed Maid, rated as a rare 2-star.
Islua had referenced the troop's standard gear and, building on that, designed an enhanced version.
Suddenly, a mental transmission came through. Mu Yuan connected. The assistant, Mo Li, on the other end said, "You have new documents, please process them in a timely manner. There are a total of 39. Ah, isn't it just after 4 o'clock? But since the documents ready for review had already been brought over, this only meant that his own assistant had started even earlier, toiling by lamplight. Fine. Mu Yuan glanced at the dining table, grabbed a few dragonfish crystal dumplings, picked up a plate of honey sauce phoenix claws and a box of fairy lotus pastries, and started eating as he walked toward the front area of the city lord's mansion. With a nutritious meal consumed, Mu Yuan naturally operated his mystery skill to absorb the nourishment. By the time he arrived at his office, he was almost fully digested. With morning cultivation finished, next was the grueling work time. Mu Yuan loaded the Islua template, and with a series of bangs, materialized 3 starlight avatars, each taking their place, and started processing the dizzying pile of documents with swift motions. "Lord, there's a matter of some importance here." Mo Li came over and said, "Lady Islua has tallied the currently discovered resource sites and has ultimately marked these 3 sites as the first batch for transfer. They are 1 small soul sand mine, 1 small grove of 6 color elemental fruits, and 1 beginner-level breakthrough material minefield. The Reconnaissance Corps discovered a medium-sized soul sand vein within a large tribe under Orochi's rule, half of its reserves still intact. However, Lady Islua judged that Tianyuan City is not yet capable of transferring a medium-sized soul sand mine, so it was set aside for now." Mu Yuan nodded slightly. He had naturally discussed this matter with Islua, Dead Bone, and others earlier. He had asked Islua to see if she could come up with a viable plan. Now it seemed there was no issue. Mind transfer refers to the method of using great power to transfer minds, relocating them within one's own territory. This method is not too uncommon. Many lords have used Ida, referring to hiring others for the transfer. The benefits of relocating minds close to their own cities are obvious. But as easy as it may sound, it's naturally not that simple. The basic requirement is possessing the power of heaven and earth, characteristic of the legendary realm, and on top of that, at least 3 or 4 legends must act together, along with corresponding plans and equipment. Such conditions are insurmountable for most lords. Their domains couldn't even nurture a single person in the legendary realm. Where would they get a team of legends to wield great power? But this was not a problem. Within the Tai-Zan Alliance, many large groups provided such mind transfer services to the outside world. If a lord lacks financial resources and is unable to afford the expensive service fees, that too is not a problem, as large groups compassionately offer loan services or financing services, with the cost offset by a portion of the mind's share. How utterly considerate, hee. Mu Yuan had already sent people to the secret realm to collect the current advertisements from various groups. Since many large groups offered this service, it didn't require spending alliance contribution points and could be paid for with ordinary money. Still, it was really not cheap. Red Lotus Group, a reputable large group with 60 years of history. Trusted credibility, starting at 12,000 soul crystal coins for a single migration service, including 4 legendary realm experts proficient in business, 1 superior earth vein migration secret method, 1 superior earth vein stability formation, and 3 superior materials, plus several rare and ordinary level auxiliary materials. Juxuan Group. XXX. XXX, starting at 12,000 soul crystal coins for a single migration service, including White Shark Group. White Shark Group sincerely serves lords of various domains with first-class credibility and reliable service. Starting at 10,000 soul crystal coins for a single migration service, including 4 legendary realm experts of over 2 kilometers, 1 superior level Great River, Heavenly Water, Giant Shark Earth Vein Migration Secret Method, 1 superior level Earth Vein Stability Formation, optional, and materials. Mienyan Group. Mienyan Group has operations in many areas and possesses a wealth of Earth Vein migration methods with first-class service. Order now and enjoy a 10% discount, with a single migration service starting at just 9,000 soul crystal coins, including Whitestone Group. Juhua Group. After browsing, Mu Yuan found that prices ranged from 8,800 to 12,000. The starting price here depended on the specific specifications of the vein. Typically, the cost of migrating a small soul sand mine was the starting price. But migrating a medium soul sand mine, or targeted services for resources like the elemental fruit forest, would require a higher price. Additionally, it depended on the specific location and distance. The industry standard seems to be that if the distance between the resource land and the domain exceeds 1,000 kilometers, an additional charge is required. Moreover, some groups' services aren't so widespread, limited to just 1 or 2 great domains, while others' operations span the entire Taizan. Red Lotus Group and Juxuan Group are among the largest groups in Taizan. Their operations cover the alliance and even extend to many countries and regions. Their migration service fees are also the highest.
White Shark Group is a newer and somewhat smaller major group, so their service fees are significantly less expensive. They're engaging in a price war.
However, Red Lotus and Juxuan groups are expensive for a reason. Firstly, their credibility is solid. Secondly, they own multiple Earth vein migration secret methods and various types of stability formations suitable for all kinds of environments. The legendary realm experts they dispatch are also stronger, and thus, the migration of a resource land is more secure. If a migration team's methods are limited and their auxiliary items are not suitable, the migration process may cause irreversible damage to the resource land, significantly lowering its output. White Shark Group's expertise might be more ordinary, and as for Mienyan Group, which is even cheaper than White Shark. Mu Yuan had heard that some groups set traps in contracts to swindle those lords who lacked the sophistication and the means to make a fuss, ultimately taking over their veins through various schemes. There had been frequent instances of lords' territories being undermined or taken over, let alone a mere vein. Being penny wise and pound foolish was not wise. All things considered, the cost of migrating a resource land starts over 10,000 soul crystals. Of course, a small soul sand mine, when fully mined, can yield tens of thousands of soul crystals. Even after deducting the manpower and resources for extraction, the migration of the vein is still worth it. This was the case for ordinary domains. For Tianyuan City, there was absolutely no need to migrate the several rich resource lands they previously occupied. These areas were not far from Tianyuan City. They had been able to defend them before, and even more so now. What he wanted to migrate were the mines and treasure forests located within the territories of the Northern Black Crow clan and Orochi clan. These resource lands were too far away, they were difficult to defend, and mining and transportation were also challenging. Migrating more resource lands might even improve the surrounding environment of Tianyuan City. Hiring people is out of the question. Tianyuan City is located in the Ten Directions Island domain, and the migration distance is tens of thousands of kilometers. Wouldn't this migration cost 2 or 3 tens of thousands of soul crystals? Besides, the distance might be too great for any group to accept the task. Moreover, Tianyuan City has plenty of legendary realm powerhouses. There's no need to let outsiders earn this money. Thinking this, Mu Yuan had Daisy, who was still in Panchi City, place an order with the local Juxuan Group representative and purchased 19 Mysteries Earth Vein Migration Secret Method, including 6 spell imprint stone tablets. 2 sets of 9 Mysteries Great Formations, 1 set of Azure Wood Great Formation, each containing 36 one-time foundation stones. A total of 3 sets of various auxiliary materials. Altogether, it cost more than 18,000 plus soul crystals. Expensive, truly expensive. The most costly part of the migration service should be the fee for the legendary experts, yet removing the legendary service still costs so much, and this is with a discount. The Zhuxuan group had their reasons. What they sold was a secret method, it was knowledge. There were many Earth Vein migration secret methods available for purchase within the Taizan Alliance, but the 9 Mysteries Earth Vein transference skills were top tier, suitable for many types of resource lands, making them a high-value proposition. The soul crystals and other items of equivalent value carried by Daisy's caravan totaled far less than 18,000 soul crystals. Mu Yuan had intended to send some through the secret realm, but the Zhuxuan group representative stated that it would be fine to make up the balance during the next visit. For other lords, we naturally operate on a cash and carry basis, but your lordship is the well-reputed Tianyuan. Our group naturally trusts Tianyuan. Mu Yuan suddenly felt that the 18,000 was well spent. A week later, Daisy led the caravan back to Tianyuan City, bringing back the complete set of mining vein relocation, as well as many materials scarce in the territory. Mu Yuan was the first to pick up the Tome of the Mystery skill for Earth Vein relocation and examined it. He meticulously went through it to ensure he had fully memorized and understood it. But this alone was not enough. He only understood the mystery skill in theory, but did not possess the skill required for it. Mu Yuan then picked up the spell engraving stels sealed within boxes. Each of these stels was individually packaged, and upon touching them, he felt the power of the enchantments they contained. There was also an attached note. After opening, please use the steel promptly. The method of use is to infuse spiritual power for comprehension. If not used within 3 days after opening, the power of the steel will dissipate, leading to failure in awakening skills, for which the Zhuxuan group assumes no responsibility. Remark: the skill awakening rate for the spell engraving steel at the legendary realm is 53%. If multiple stels are used consecutively without awakening a skill, the Zhuxuan group also assumes no responsibility. Mu Yuan had received a skill steel before. Skill stels aid in awakening a certain skill, and they can be used permanently. Although the spell engraving stels do not compare, being single-use items, they have one advantage. They are somewhat easier to comprehend. Mu Yuan picked up an engraving steel. Engraved upon it was a symbol, profound and inscrutable. At first glance, it looked like a 9, at second, a lot, and on the third glance, the character became completely unrecognizable, increasingly arcane and abstruse. He infused his spiritual power into it, resonating with the incredible force contained within. Immediately, I have comprehended, this lord has comprehended. Alert! You have comprehended the spell steel, awakening the advanced skill, 9 Mysteries Earth Vein Transference skill. He opened his eyes. In front of him, the magical power contained within the steel faded rapidly from the mysterious symbols until they vanished. Soon what he held in his hands was just an ordinary blank steel. Isloa, Dead Bone, and Duo Lai also each picked up a steel to use. A certain general did not disappoint, awakening a skill on the first try. Mu Yuan looked at Dead Bone. Without a word, Dead Bone understood what he was asking. No problem. The engraving of the spell requires specific materials as well as cultivation of a certain spell to great perfection. Bone can do it. Give Bone 3 days' time. Cough cough. Mu Yuan said, there's no need to rush it. He then looked at Isloa. Having cooperated for a long time, Isloa intuitively understood. No problem. With the 9 Mysteries mystery skill and our current team's combat power, it's sufficient to relocate an ordinary resource site. However, limited by our experience, our relocation process might not be perfect, and some loss is inevitable. I suggest we start with relocating a small-scale soul sand mine, and if the trial goes well, then we move on to the 6-color fruit grove. Mu Yuan understood. It was a test run. The soul sand mines were not particularly rare. In the 10 Directions Island domain, More than 20 micro and small-scale soul sand mines had been discovered. Even if one were to be ruined in the process, it wouldn't matter much. The six-color fruit grove, on the other hand, was much rarer. The fruits produced there could enhance the eater's affinity for a specific series of elements. It indeed was a fairly valuable treasure. The next day, in the north domain of the Ten Directions Island domain, Duo Lai, Isloa, Mu Yuan, and Dead Bone, Lulu, along with several others from the legendary realm, were all present.
The incarnation of tree demon Granny had also arrived.
This time, we focus on practice while staying alert to any possible attacks from the remnants of the monster overlord. If the enemy attacks, then eliminating the enemy becomes our top priority. For this reason, Uta, Sophia, Rakshasa, and Lien Yu, several inconspicuous yet potent fourth-order strongmen, also arrived at the scene. Duo Lai was the main force behind the relocation. General Duo, wearing the epic treasure crown of sovereignty, with the amplification from this relic, casually grasped and easily controlled the elements of heaven and earth within tens of thousands of miles, enclosing the small-scale soul sand mine firmly within his grasp. This way, Duo Lai alone possessed the great force needed to move the mining vein, and one person being in charge meant less damage to the mining vein compared to a group working together, theoretically a better solution. If one person could handle the energy expenditure. Isloa split into 13 forms, quickly arranging the stabilizing formation and auxiliary materials. After a short while, we can start now. Duo Lai was serious as he began to lift his hands in a gesture of support. His body was like a furnace, voraciously consuming the rolling energy of heaven and earth. Risia A. Buma A. The ground trembled, and gravel from the mountain that housed the vein cascaded down. Soon, alarming cracks spidered across the mountain. Immediately afterwards, the entire mountain crumbled with a thunderous collapse. Amid the shattered peaks, a vein bound by spells, mystery skills, and the power of heaven and earth shone lightly, slowly rising upwards. The vein seemed to alternate between tangible and intangible states as it steadily separated from the land. As it ascended, its glow flickered uncertainly. It looked as though it could collapse or be damaged at any moment. Lulu and Isloa stepped forward one after another to provide assistance from the side, but this only stabilized the vein slightly. Nonetheless, loss was difficult to avoid, at that moment. Buza A. Dead Bone made a move. A vast expanse of mountains, piled with white bones, spanned the sky above as if suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, simultaneously subduing the unstable vein. Half an hour later, with assistance from various sources, Duo Lai finally extracted the vein. This mystery skill and spell array are very profound. They don't involve concepts directly, yet they ingeniously imprison the very concept of the vein itself in order to preserve the integrity of the vein. Dead Bone mused. If his power was sufficient, could he directly extract the concept of the vein and move it in a few breaths? He believed it was feasible, but his own power was lacking, he was still too weak. After extracting the vein, the following work should have been much simpler. Mu Yuan originally thought so. The operation manual said as much. However, this small soul sand mine was just too far from Tianyuan City. When they had traversed 3,000 miles, both Lulu and Isloa had already expended more than half their energy. During this, Duo Lai bore the brunt of the pressure. Fortunately, Duo Lai not only had an energy reserve tens of times greater than his peers, but his recovery rate was unmatched in the legendary realm. He claimed he wasn't even out of breath. But while he could hold on, the spell array that confined and stabilized the vein was faltering. The radiance from the vein grew dimmer and was almost certain not to last until Tianyuan City. Dead Bone intervened once again. The journey to the site had taken them most of the day, but the return trip took a full 2 days and nights. By the time they reached the boundary of Tianyuan City, even Duo Lai admitted he was nearly at his limit. Boom! 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 Duo Lai, who was supporting the vein, seemed like a giant standing between heaven and earth, shaking the very world with his stride. What is that? A Featherman Nation's strongman visiting Tianyuan City gaped, such a display of great force. A gemstone duchy legend, having just arrived at Tianyuan City, contemplated from afar, is that the migration of a vein? Could the few figures carrying the vein be legends from Tianyuan City? I must take note of these legendary beings of Tianyuan City. The rumors say there are 3, but it seems there are far more. Duke Gold was still lingering in Tianyuan City. He glanced at the distant legend of the Gemstone family and let out a soft snort, feeling pleased with himself. Although Yu Gemstone Duchy made contact with Tianyuan City earlier, only I, Duke Gold, understand the true extent of Tianyuan City's power. It's much more than just a few legends. Tianyuan City had spent a full week to move the planned small soul sand mine and 6-color elemental fruit orchard resource sites. There remained an ore deposit producing various primary breakthrough materials that Mu Yuan didn't immediately relocate. He postponed the task. The process of moving resource sites with great power was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. It would be better to wait for more manpower and for people like Duo Lai to become stronger before proceeding. Someday, Tianyuan City would eventually take this step, so an initial trial wouldn't hurt. Looking at the situation, the range of relocation services undertaken by major groups is mostly within a few hundred to 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers. One reason is that the power of those in the legendary realm is limited, and secondly, if a lord discovers a mine deep in the wilderness and places an order with a major group, the group may not accept the mine due to the unknown environment and unclear safety factors. Mines deep in the wilderness could be subject to attacks from creatures in the monster legendary realm during the relocation. This involves hiring outsiders. If the lord has a surplus of strong fighters, they naturally can move mines however they want, even using magical techniques to refine and fuse several small veins, elevating them. Top-tier domains must be the kind with numerous veins and treasures everywhere, and cities like fairylands, right? Compared to that, Tianyuan City is just getting started. Mu Yuan thought. After the relocation of the veins was done, Dead Bone returned to the neighboring Great Domain. Only there could it find sufficient opportunities for development. 10 Directions Island Domain? There are only a dozen or so creatures from the monster legendary realm left here, while the number of undead legends transformed by Dead Bone far exceeded that. The trade caravan overseen by Daisy had set off again 4 days earlier. Duo Lai was still providing escort, ensuring safe passage through the frenzied area, but this time the caravan deployed 3 Dragonfish II airships. Daisy carried a large sum of cash and a batch of valuable rare-level remnant souls, ready to settle the final payment. Besides, she had to sell off one by one the spoils obtained by Tianyuan City from a recent campaign against Overlord powers. In fact, even using 3 Dragonfish II airships and dozens of space containers to load the goods, the amount they could carry was still less than 1/10 of the spoils. The volume of spoils was enormous, especially full of ordinary rank materials that took up a lot of space. And the loading capacity of space containers, in Mu Yuan's eyes, didn't account for much. If not for the fact that Duo Lai was a pillar of strength for Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan would have wanted Duo Lai to make the deliveries himself. His title of transport squadron leader wasn't for show. With the caravan's departure, there was also a change in personnel providing escort. Lien Yu stayed behind, Shi Lu took his place, and Mu Yuan dispatched Bone 4, Grass Twig, and several other core strengths of Tianyuan City to gain exposure to the world. The goods on this shipment were of considerable value, but the 6 legendary figures of Tianyuan City each had their responsibilities and tasks, so none could afford to go out. Strong fighters at the 4-order peak? Figures like Rakshasa and Uta were on the verge of stepping into the legendary realm at any moment and naturally couldn't leave. The caravan's regular peak combat power was Shi Lu. Shi Lu could barely hold his ground in a fight against the legendary realm. Mu Yuan didn't think this was secure enough, so he had Daisy bring a Seed of Tree's Destiny, condensed by Tree Demon Granny. This was essentially a one-time use epic item that could summon Tree Demon Granny, who was nearly at the peak of the legendary realm, unmatched in battle. Its downside was that the Seed of Tree's Destiny had a time limit. The power within it would slowly ebb away until it was exhausted. Mu Yuan opened his panel and listed all the 4-order division generals by level, one by one. Uta. 4-order limit, Rakshasa. 4th order peak. Sophia. 4th order peak. Sario. 4th order peak. Uda had polished his body to perfection 6 days ago, reaching the extreme realm of 4 order limit. His proficiency in the extreme training method was somewhat lacking, but his talent for reaping what you sow compensated for that. Moreover, Uda's tenacity and determination enabled him to refine his body with astonishing speed, faster than Rakshasa and the others who had reached the 4th order peak in the same period. During the vain relocation days, Uda ran carrying weights while standing on his head. Even after he had achieved perfection in the last few days, he did not slacken in his practice one bit. It's a pity, Uda just can't comprehend his domain. He has such strong light of will that even dead bone has marveled at it, and his physical strength surpasses many legends, but he simply has no domain. In the 3 essential elements of breaking through to the legendary realm, the most important is the domain. A domain allows one to condense one's power that has been refined to the extreme, and use it to assault the barriers of the legendary realm in a concentrated fashion. Without a domain, even if Uda's foundational power is strong, his power will still constantly dissipate, possibly wasting 90% of it. Of course, without a domain, Uda lacks the opportunity to hit that supremely harmonious, breakthrough-ready state that figures like Duo Lai and Dead Bone had reached when they were at their limit. Indeed, I could arrange a ritual to force Uda through an extreme sublimation. But doing so, even if Uda could break through, most of his potential would be squandered, an approach that is obviously undesirable. When others at the 4th order limit force their way through, they understand that the limit of their lifetime is at stake. Giving it a go isn't a loss, and if successful, it's a huge win. But Uda's limit is far beyond this. Even without discussing the epic rank, Mu Yuan believes Uda has talent. The talent to work hard, the talent to be desperate, the talent of will. Time and again, he has suffered severe injuries, and time and again, he has returned to the battlefield without a care. He only cared about being stronger, even by just a little more. He possessed a pure belief. As a lord, how could Mu Yuan not let Uda break through in his best condition? At worst, when the time comes, I'll evolve Uda into a legendary life. Based on my guess, newly born legendary lives all possess the legendary realm. Naturally, Uda should also be able to create a domain and step into the legendary with the most perfect stance. However, it would be most fitting for Uda to step into the legendary realm through his own strength. I believe that's what he would prefer too. Within Tianyuan City, nearly all the main division generals have their domains. Among the lower-ranked officers, there are also some who have created domains. Uda was not discouraged by this. It must be because I'm not diligent enough. There's nothing a battle can't solve. If there is, then bring on another 1,000, 10,000 battles. General Lu, come, let's go again. In the warrior arena, the battered Uda wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still burning with an ardent desire to fight as he looked towards Lu opposite of him. This combat spirit did not wane in the slightest. The radiance of his will was so condensed that it seemed to pierce the skies, visible to the naked eye. Seeing Uda gravely injured, Lu fell into silence for a moment before the willful golden light began to coil around his lance and shield. As you wish. The divine colossal shadow appeared, and the thrust of the spear, penetrating heaven and earth, plummeted down. In the warrior arena, the sounds of an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Within Tianyuan City's main division generals, only Uda and Sickle Moon had yet to possess a domain. Both were exceptionally strong combatants, with records of having directly slain monster legends. Mu Yuan, still vividly remembering Uda's case, paid even closer attention to Sickle Moon's epic 3-star evolution. Isloa and Sophia were also very concerned and had even given Sickle Moon 3 days and nights of guidance. Whether it was useful was uncertain. Mu Yuan only saw Sickle Moon staring with her clear, wide eyes and nodding continuously. Go ahead, remember what we said, and trust that you'll have no problem, Crow. Sophia waved to Sickle Moon. Sickle Moon. Ah, all right, no problem assuredly. Mu Yuan. Is this really okay? But at this point, all the guidance that could be given had been given, and whether Sickle Moon would succeed was now up to her. Sickle Moon entered the evolutionary ceremony venue, crouched down with hands on the ground, then lifted one hand and waved, roaring twice to show she was completely ready. She could have communicated telepathically, actually. This child doesn't seem too bright. Mu Yuan became even more worried. He sighed silently, then stretched out a hand, and with a distant point, the miraculous power of evolution descended. Under the miracle power, Sickle Moon turned into light. The brilliance was dazzling, and amethyst clouds filled the sky. The frosty pale moon hung high in the azure sky, casting down a curtain of pristine moonlight. After a while, the evolutionary radiance began to recede. Ding! Notice. Your troops, Sickle Moon, bathed in the miracle radiance, has transformed and evolved into an epic 3-star life. Notice. Sickle Moon has completed high-level skill, extreme training method, first 2 orders, during the evolutionary baptism. Notice. Sickle Moon, during the evolutionary baptism, has awakened the epic skill, Under the Moon Clearing. Under the Moon Clearing, description. Sickle Moon manifests a clear moon and enters it, briefly acquiring the concept of invincibility after entering the moon. Thereafter, Sickle Moon descends from the moon with endless moonlight as the blade, clearing the land under the moon, eliminating all elements, shattering space. During this skill's duration, all Moon Series abilities used by Sickle Moon will be greatly enhanced. Just by looking at the description, Sickle Moon's epic skill seems to embody a beauty that is simple, direct, and brutal. A beauty called numerical advantage. Sickle Moon lacked Uda's tenacity and certainly did not have a willpower radiance as strong as Uda's, yet, there were areas where she surpassed Uda. Her combat skills were not bad, and she possessed an extremely keen instinctive intuition for battle. Under the Moon Clearing is a simple-to-use, extremely lethal epic killing move that does require timely judgment. There is only one chance, and it is perfectly suited to the intuitive Sickle Moon. Mu Yuan was very satisfied with the skills Sickle Moon had awakened, but with the sprinkling of evolutionary radiance, he wanted more than just a satisfactory epic divine skill. He was waiting, he was anticipating. Notice. Sickle Moon has awakened the advanced skill, Moon Hide, during the evolutionary baptism. Under the moonlight, Sickle Moon can hide its figure, as if blending with the light. Notice. Sickle Moon has awakened the advanced skill, Moon Garment, during the evolutionary baptism. Sickle Moon absorbs the power of the moon to clothe itself in a moon-colored veil, which can effectively enhance its magic resistance and can also be used as equipment. Mu Yuan frowned slightly. Isloa, Sophia, and a few others stared into the distance. Suddenly, a bright moon appeared, not an epic phenomenon of evolution, for the phenomenon had vanished with the end of evolution. In the night sky, the bright moon hung high, casting down its clear moonlight. This moonlight under the night sky spread out ripples, as if weaving a beautiful and magnificent river under the moon. This was the Venue skill Sickle Moon had awakened early on. This time, this Venue skill finally transformed, the formless power spread out in all directions, shape-shifting into a moon-colored space that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Ding! Notice. Your troop, Sickle Moon, has created its own domain, Moon Color Domain. Mu Yuan sensed it from afar. This domain seemed fairly ordinary upon investigation. Its suppression and lethality were not strong, its greatest use being that it hangs a bright moon in midair. But no matter what, a domain is a domain. Sickle Moon, having awakened a domain, now possessed 2 of the 3 keys to enter the legendary realm, with only the easiest one remaining to be acquired. Now, among the main division generals, only Uda had yet to possess a domain. This must be because I haven't worked hard enough. I'll continue running inverted around Tianyuan City for another 3,000 laps. Sickle Moon was one of the earlier individuals in Tianyuan territory to reach the 4th order peak. After she created her domain, she could rank among the top 6 or 7 in Tianyuan City's legendary candidates. On the 3rd day after Sickle Moon's evolution, the 7th legendary realm existence in Tianyuan City was born. It was Rakshasa. On that day, Rakshasa dug out the last bit of his potential, refined his body to perfection, and naturally seized the opportunity to advance, stepping into the prepared breakthrough venue to become a legend on the spot. There was no time to celebrate Rakshasa's promotion, as the next to come was the 8th legendary realm of Tianyuan territory. That crow. Sophia. Sophia learned the extreme training method quite late. She had returned to the territory just before the defense battle of Tianyuan City and only truly mastered this special mystery skill during her evolution to epic 3 stars. But Sophia's rise to the 4th order peak was early, second only to the trio of Deadbone, Isloa, and Duolai. After the fusion with Langsing, she leveraged the benefits of upgrade fragments to climb to the peak swiftly. Boasting the 3 necessary elements, Sophia also promoted to legendary with an incredibly simple, relaxed, and flawless posture, and she left her unique mark in the breakthrough experiences of Tianyuan City's legends. With the birth of 2 new legends, Rakshasa and Sophia, the high-end power of Tianyuan City suddenly became much more abundant. After all, on a regular day, Deadbone was far in the outer realms, Isloa was a civil officer, Lulu was responsible for territorial defense, and Tree Demon Granny was a tree. None of them could leave their duties. The only one who could act as a mobile force was General Duolai. Now it was different. The newly broken through Rakshasa and Sophia both had the power to easily slay legendary creatures, even multiple legendary beings. They could each take on important missions alone. Even if they encountered the remnants of overlords or an ambush by a dozen or more legendary realm beings, there was no need to panic. There's no need to mention Sophia. Her combat power might be average, but her survival ability was maxed out. Rakshasa was an all-rounder, good at fighting, durable, and capable of tactically fleeing. The Tua Sophia continued tracking the remnants of the overlords, while Rakshasa picked up his old Mishina exploring the frenzied borderline to discover if there were more passages to other realms. It seemed that Tianyuan City had accumulated enough to enter a period of legendary abundance. Then one day, Mu Yuan received news that the 9th legendary realm was about to be born. However, this one was not in Tianyuan City, Twilight Dominion, Lakehaven City. Lakehaven Advanced College is located in the eastern suburbs of the main city, adjacent to the vast Lakehaven Lake. Although it is in the suburbs outside the inner city walls, this region is extremely valuable. After Lakehaven Academy's massive renovation and recruitment, real estate prices in this area have even doubled. Thus, many wealthy individuals are fretting about being too slow to secure a property. After all, this is Lakehaven Academy, where Dragon Gate ranking powerhouses and even legendary realm existences can be seen at any time. Genius is as common as dogs here, and powerhouses are everywhere. By buying a house and settling here, thereof-age descendants can directly enter the junior colleges affiliated with Lakehaven Academy for cultivation. If some great master passing by takes an interest in them, taking them to the advanced colleges for training is not impossible. Such lucky individuals have already appeared twice, which has made the riches even more eager. Putting all these aside, the environment around Lakehaven Academy is also exceptionally beautiful. To the east, there is a second-order forest, Calming Spirit Forest, and 2 streets away, a large number of rare plants known as Gathering Yuan flowers are planted. It is said that there are several soul sand veins buried beneath this city district. Living here can even extend one's life. Cultivating here, the efficiency is clearly much higher than in other places. Separated from this affluent district by only one main road is the #1 cultivation college in the Twilight Dominion, Tian's High Academy. The college gate is magnificent, and from the outside, one can see clouds and mist drifting within the college, fairy-like and illusory, unclear to see. In fact, that is indeed the case. Lakehaven Academy possesses an independent epic-level enchantment. It is said to be located in the suburb next to Lakehaven Lake in Tian City, but in reality, it is even more secluded than a secret realm, with outsiders required to undergo very strict scrutiny to enter or exit the college. Inside the college, the elemental particles of heaven and earth are much denser than in the outside world. There are top powerhouses who have used a large soul sandmine vein as a base to set up a formation that can amplify the entire college's cultivation benefits.
Here, one can also see rare forests everywhere, and even some treasures with extremely unique environments.
Similarly here, One can see excellence-level miracle buildings everywhere, and there are even epic-level cultivation buildings serving as the grand signboards of Lake Haven Academy. These are the welfare treatments that the college instructors and students can enjoy. Lake Haven Academy, inside a cultivation building. Numerous students and instructors rushed over and entered. Today is the day the top-level instructor, Hong Yi, teaches class. Top-level instructors do not have as heavy a teaching load as first, second, or third-order instructors, but they still have a regulation that they must hold a certain number of cultivation public lectures each month. They can hold more if they wish, but not less. The more classes held, the more students attend, and the academy has corresponding incentive mechanisms. Today is Hong Yi's third public lecture. I heard that this instructor Hong Yi's class is quite profound. But why do so many people still come? After the first open class ended, weren't many students complaining that Hong Yi was too profound and too concise? It's like jumping from 1+1 to high school mathematics. This made many students who came to listen to the lecture feel like they were listening to something beyond their comprehension. A green-hand student who has never attended a public lecture by instructor Hong Yi asked this. An older student sighed. The lessons of the master are indeed profound, but they also contain great secrets. We, the small fries, don't expect to understand everything, but as long as we can grasp even a tiny bit of it, it can be greatly beneficial. But isn't instructor Hong Yi mainly teaching illusion techniques?
The green-hand student asked again. The older student nodded and then shook his head. Instructor Hong Yi does focus on illusion technique, but her artistic conception, skills, and techniques are also extremely high. More importantly, in the last public lecture, instructor Hong Yi used the illusionary teaching skills, which allowed us to personally experience and learn in that situation.
Although what the master taught was still very profound, being in that illusion is in itself a rare experience. In the last public class, several students mentioned they had breakthroughs in their artistic conception after attending just one class.
Even more incredible is that, during the lesson, a green-hand student awakened a venue skill. We all speculate that this student is the epic talent spoken of in rumors, but even for an epic talent, it's not easy to comprehend venue skills at the second-order elite level.
Really? Is that possible? Awakening skills is extremely difficult. Usually, one can only gain insights by using skill styles or observing technique styles. Enhancing one's artistic conception is also a very difficult thing, and rumor has it that only by entering the hero duel arena can one's artistic conception surge forward rapidly. Now, they're breaking through after just one open class? The green-hand student found this a bit exaggerated and wondered if it was just some rumor started by a Hong Yi fan club. As he was thinking, someone in the distance exclaimed, "Steel Marsh instructor has arrived too." Steel Marsh instructor is a first-order instructor, right? He can't possibly also be coming to attend the class. What's so strange about that? In instructor Hong Yi's last and the one before last public lectures, quite a few instructors came to listen. Rather, it is precisely because instructor Hong Yi's content is so profound that it is more suitable for other instructors. But didn't I hear that some instructors privately said they felt like they were listening to gibberish in instructor Hong Yi's class too?
Wait, Hsa, it's the infinite heavenly wolf Red Shadow. Isn't he also a top-level instructor? He's actually here too.
Soon, hundreds of students and instructors who arrived at the cultivation building took their seats one by one. When the bell signaling the start of class rang, Hong Yi the worker arrived on time. Not a second early, nor a half-breath late. She glanced over the audience, noting that there were noticeably more attendees than the last time, but her expression remained unchanged. She didn't mince words and got straight to the lecture. Her main focus was on the construction of illusion techniques, covering topics from illusion to techniques, and from illusion scenes to venue skills. She held nothing back. There was no need to. Whatever she could teach, she would. It's not like she could only stay at this level forever. Besides, keeping secrets was such a hassle, having to consider what to share and what to withhold. Why would she bother with that? After discussing the theories and demonstrating some techniques and illusion skills, Hong Yi said, "Next, I will pull you into a training illusion. Do not resist." This method of illusion teaching was actually developed with the idea of reducing pressure. Teaching with illusion was so simple. Just set up a well-designed illusion, And she only needed to monitor it from the side, no need to lecture or demonstrate or anything. As for the operation of the illusion, in her underworld ghost market, she had hundreds of high-level power banks. There was no need for her, the ghost market master, to personally maintain it. Unexpectedly, this method of illusion teaching turned out to be extremely popular. No, that's not right. This is a teaching method I meticulously researched. I've truly poured my heart and soul into my work, tirelessly. I am indeed a genius, teehee. An hour later, Hong Yi dispersed the illusion power. The audience, including both students and instructors, who had been immersed in the training illusion scenery, gradually woke up. Some exclaimed, "It's truly marvelous." Others were lost in contemplation. But, it seems like I still don't understand, can't comprehend, can't grasp it. Instructor Hong Yi's illusion is just as profound. If only the great Hong Yi could explain as clearly as Professor Irene, that would be wonderful. Some awoke with a newfound enlightenment. I've done it, Taoist Master Mi has succeeded, ha ha ha. Another looked around after waking up. I think I've also grasped something. A nearby guide chimed in, right, me too. Somewhere in the venue, a small group of newbie students was gathered, numbering 20 or 30. They were all new talents recruited by Lakehaven Academy, each at least at the level of excellence, and either possessed outstanding abilities in certain areas or had exceptional comprehension skills. Among them, there were 2 epic prodigies. They were the core of the small group, stars held aloft by the others. They indeed had the capital to be arrogant and proud. Sometimes, they understood content that even leader-level instructors couldn't. They were top-class geniuses, 100% sure to step into the legendary realm. Moreover, they could become strongmen in the legendary realm and gradually climb to the world's peak. This is what they once thought. Later on, didn't they say we were top-class prodigies? Why can't we understand even this public lecture? I've also asked the great Hong Yi some questions, but I always feel like her eyes were saying, "Can't you ask something less childish?" Last time at Fangbai Tower Forest, instructors like Irene and Zhou Yi quickly grasped the mysteries within, while I spent a long time and still haven't fully understood. I seem so stupid, this isn't epic at all, sob. The newbie group's members opened their eyes, full of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What have I listened to? They looked towards the 2 exceptional prodigies. The first epic genius pondered for a while. This lesson was indeed a bit difficult, I only understood a little. The second epic genius rubbed his face. It's normal for you guys not to understand. Well, I've also only understood a bit, but it was a decent gain. He. Somewhere in the venue, Instructor Yun Wan and Instructor Sanghun, both second order, were also attending the lecture. Sanghun came to give support. How could he not come when big sister Hong Yi was lecturing? Yun Wan's face showed a trace of bitterness. I understood a little, but there's also 100 points I completely don't grasp. It's hard, so hard. How on earth did Hong Yi figure out such profound and esoteric applications of techniques? How can those 2 types of particles transform into each other? There's too much I don't understand. He turned to Sanghun. What exactly does your great Hong Yi practice? It feels like she embodies a myriad of techniques, as if she has absorbed the experience and insights of hundreds of strongmen. You Tianyuan territory folks have such a powerhouse, truly envy-inducing. Sanghun thought back for a moment. It's hard to say. After all, in their Tianyuan territory, Hong Yi didn't seem extraordinary at all. Several days later, Hong Yi's 4th public class saw an increase in attendance. Many 4th-order strongmen expressed that they had gleaned some insights during their training in illusions, reaping substantial benefits. Someone had a breakthrough in artistic conception. Someone carved a new path in their techniques. Someone significantly enhanced their mastery in illusion techniques. Someone. Well, I did too. Will you attend Hong Yi's next public class? Of course, we will be there. How could we miss such a profound course, right, guys? Yes, definitely, haha. Hong Yi's 5th public class. This time, a heavyweight guest arrived, a president of the legendary realm. Presidents attending classes to evaluate the quality of instruction isn't that uncommon, after all. Since Hong Yi is a top-level instructor, This is just part of the top-level treatment. After sitting down, the president gestured to Hong Yi to proceed as usual without minding him. Hong Yi didn't seem to pay him any heed either. Before long, the eagerly anticipated training segment in the illusion began. An intangible force descended. President Wang closed and opened his eyes, finding himself in a new world. He looked around in surprise, even though I didn't resist, to be pulled into this illusion without any warning. Instructor Hong Yi's mastery in illusion techniques is extraordinary indeed. This illusion is also very delicate, incredibly realistic. I can't spot any flaws for the moment. It seems that breaking through this illusion won't be an easy task. Impressive, truly impressive. Hong Yi's 6th public class. This time, the number of students and instructors who came to attend the class, unsurprisingly, increased yet again. And another president has come to audit the class. It's President Liu, wait, and also President Wang. Didn't President Wang just come last time? Why again? Both presidents are indeed diligent in their work. No wonder our Lakehaven Academy stands as the top institute in the Twilight Dominion. Hong Yi's 7th public class, today. Wait, where's the class? Isn't there supposed to be a class by Hong Yi today? Don't you know, Hong Yi recently took a leave of absence? A leave of absence? Ah, I see, Hong Yi must be preparing for promotion to the legendary realm. Indeed, with Hong Yi's realm and skill in techniques, it's about time for the legendary realm. Certainly, I have 1000% confidence in Hong Yi's breakthrough to the legendary realm. What I'm concerned about now is, when will Hong Yi complete the breakthrough and when will the classes resume? Deep within Lakehaven Academy, in the most top-level breakthrough dojo, Hong Yi was already making preparations for her advancement. Irene, Zhou Yi, Sanghun, and a few others were outside, standing guard. Several presidents within the academy were also paying attention to this breakthrough. Hong Yi has only taken a few days off. Is this appropriate, Principal Wang? Why didn't you approve a dozen more days? Breaking through to the legendary realm shouldn't be rushed. Hey, you've wronged me, old Liu. Hong Yi asked for only this many days off. She is dedicated to her work. Speaking of which, a president said, once instructor Hong Yi steps into the legendary realm, couldn't we justifiably attend her classes too? I've heard from old Liu and old Wang that Hong Yi's illusion dojo is quite wonderful. Another president, stroking his chin, said, yeah, that's a good point. Otherwise, them being legendary realm strongmen always attending a leader-level instructor's class does seem a bit embarrassing. At that point, Principal Wang suddenly said, after Hong Yi's promotion to the legendary realm, we will improve her benefits, but we can't raise them to the president level. Moreover, Hong Yi hails from Tianyuan territory, which hasn't been established for long. He paused, then added, will Hong Yi, who will have become a legendary, continue to stay at Lakehaven Academy? Several presidents. Damn, that's a good point. 2 days later, Hong Yi emerged from the breakthrough building, already a legend. Shadow Lord Hong Yi's esteemed name had already disappeared from the Dragon Gate ranking. It was not even a month since Hong Yi was first listed. Looking at this, the Shadow Lord must have stepped into the legendary realm, someone commented. The Dragon Gate ranking did not offer explanations for removing names, but it wasn't hard for everyone to guess why. This was a top 10 talent on the Dragon Gate ranking with limitless potential. Especially since the Shadow Lord hailed from the Tianyuan territory. In these months of constant competition, the Shadow Lord was the only one among the top 10 powerhouses not born from a top-tier domain. Many people were even more interested in Shadow Lord Hong Yi than the leader of the Dragon Gate ranking. Speaking of which, the Tianyuan territory where the Shadow Lord comes from has only been established for just over a year, right? Lord Tianyuan stepped into the eternal world and, in such a short time, has already nurtured a powerhouse of the legendary realm? What? Tianyuan is such a green-hand lord. Is it that the young one merged before stepping into the eternal world? Come, let this old man tell you about Tianyuan Guy's legendary deeds. Agedness Great Domain. In the main city, Billow City. A young lord upon hearing the distant discussions, his eyes sharpened, Tianyuan. He has already cultivated someone into the legendary realm. Damn it. I am indeed one step behind. The young lord was none other than Lord of Yushan, who had participated in the battle for the Dragon Court more than half a year ago. Lord of Yushan had an undefeated division general, the epic hero, Lord of Rushan. Back then, Lord of Rushan was surely among the highest ranked in the epic military types. However, nearly a year had passed and Lord of Rushan still lingered at the 4th order limit, just a bit short of the legendary realm. Lord of Yushan slapped his own face. If even Tianyuan, a young lord, has already cultivated someone into a legend, how can I be lazy? I can't just focus on Lord of Rushan. I have several 4th order peak strongmen under me who might also seize the chance to become a legend. Tianyuan is just cultivating many division generals evenly and making strong warriors emerge within his domain continuously, he thought. I'll emulate that. Longshan Pass, Great War Zone. Lord of Ba Long had always instructed his subordinates to pay attention to all news related to Tianyuan, and he was the first to know about the Shadow Lord's disappearance from the new issue of the Dragon Gate ranking. Worthy of Tianyuan indeed, he exclaimed. Has he already cultivated a legendary realm powerhouse? No, I think not just one. Tianyuan's strongest is probably that blue-haired hero. I bet he's nurtured at least 2, maybe even 3 legendary realm warriors. His heart's trusted general, the Qian dragon descendant, still had not made the breakthrough. Lord of Ba Long was not disheartened, for he was well aware of the gap between him and Tianyuan. A man must know his own limits. Now, with his Qian dragon descendant about to step into the legendary realm, the gap between him and Tianyuan Guy was not that vast. Just threefold, that's all. He had progressed, and that was a win. Lord Wuji approached from a distance, shrouded in mysterious ripples, his presence like a sword cutting through the sky. Upon hearing the news, his expression remained calm. I really want to face off against a legendary strongman from Tianyuan territory. After Hong Yi entered the legendary realm, Mu Yuan did not immediately bring her back to Tianyuan City. After all, Hong Yi had been on the job for less than a month. Work should be done from start to finish. The just advanced Hong Yi could also rapidly get familiar with the tactics, combat method, and cultivation techniques of the legendary realm using the facilities of Lakehaven Academy. Hong Yi was in no hurry to return now. Attending class and immediately getting to slack off in an illusion, with the audience giving rave reviews, it was simply marvelous. She had to apologize. She had misjudged the respected lord, who clearly understood her so well to have arranged this task for her. After a solid 2-month foundation work period, we can bring Hong Yi back. Then, she can choose to either stay and defend our territory or move on to the logistics department or the Great War Zone, Lord Shepard considered. Inside Lakehaven Academy, Irene, Zhou Yi, Sanghun, and other strongmen constantly polished their skills with the help of the Academy's facilities, their efficiency far surpassing those in the 4th order peak within Tianyuan City. Hearing from them about the miracle buildings, Mu Yuan found himself envying them. In Tianyuan City, with the absence of battles, division generals and elites could dedicate more time and energy to self-improvement. Gravity Practice Field Number 1, an isolated gravity chamber. The bleeping in the gravity chamber grew more urgent as the gravity index climbed higher and higher until it reached its peak. Space seemed to fall, like plunging into an abyss. In this dense space, a robust figure hung upside down, supporting his mountainous body with just his thumb. Even as sweat dripped down, he maintained a consistent rhythm of lifting and lowering himself. I've heard from Sario that Hong Yi has also reached the legendary realm. That makes 9 legendary realm strongmen in Tianyuan City now, he mused. Who will be the next to reach the legendary realm? Everyone is working so hard, including Sario, so how can I not push myself even further? Another 10,000 upside-down push-ups. In the afternoon, at Warrior Arena, facing Udo was Jun, his body radiating azure light, eyes shining with determination. Come on. Jun let out a resounding cry, flapping his wings and sending out gusts of blue divine wind. Within the wind, one could faintly hear the sighs of spirits. Uda neither dodged nor attacked preemptively, waiting until the wind god's sigh was almost upon him before abruptly throwing a punch. Boom. 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 The sigh of the wind god sliced through the combat will armament, leaving deep, bone-deep wounds on Uda's body. The artistic conception of wind, the concept's lethality relentlessly assailed him, yet he still stood ramrod straight, like a reef amid the waves. That night. Domain is a form of control over the world in all directions, a realm, a capability. Imagine, if you will, when you unleash the dragon god fist. The dragon's conception spreading throughout the heavens and earth. Mu Yuan uploaded into Uda's template. He charged, a martial figure of a dragon's shadow appeared behind him, but he did not throw his fist. Instead, he diffused his domain outwards. A domain spanning over 1,000 meters in diameter appeared, and the true essence of the dragon god fist seemed to merge into it. The giant dragon roared. The coercion of the dragon, the oppressive force of the dragon fist, descended on Uda from all directions. This is domain. A domain with powers I'm familiar with. Mu Yuan understood deeply that mere description and demonstration were far from enough. To allow Uda to gain insight, it was necessary to engage in physical combat. Only by teaching through the fist could one truly learn. He tore off the white robe he was wearing, revealing his muscular build. Enveloped by his domain and slightly suppressing his own strength to maintain a level similar to Uda's, he leapt into action. Ordinary continuous fist. Charge fist. Dragon god fist. The warrior arena shook continuously. Uda fell over and over again, yet each time he rose with an even higher fighting spirit. His eyes shone more brilliantly. He seemed tireless and impervious to pain. No sign of domain yet manifested around him. But Uda suddenly said, "I found the direction." The following day, still inside the warrior arena, Mu Yuan looked at Uda, who was brimming with fighting will and fully equipped for battle, and fell silent. Last night, Uda had said he had found his direction. He hadn't found the opportunity to create a domain. Instead, he had said that he could break through to the legendary realm and wished to take the chance. Are you really choosing to do this? This path? I've done some research, there's no precedent. Even if you break through to the legendary realm, you might lose a great deal of potential. He asked, although he probably could guess what Uda's answer would be. I will not regret it. Then let's begin. Uda's choice, though not entirely to Mu Yuan's liking, would still have his support. Isloas swiftly prepared and adjusted the arena. Lulu, Duolai, Rakshasa, Sophia, one by one legendary realm powerhouses, also arrived at the scene. The path Uda wished to take required a bit of assistance from everyone. The combat platform activated. Uda stepped onto the right side while on the left stood Sario in Bone 2, Bone 3. Uda fought fiercely against the three skeletal, "Come, let's battle." The frost giant dragon roared, frost and death enveloped the world. Bone 2 and Bone 3 worked together, their bone dance blossoming continuously in the combat field.
The fight lasted 30 seconds, and Uda emerged with minor injuries victorious.
His eyes blazed with even more fighting spirit. Without any rest in between, Uda soon faced his second opponent. This was his own request. 24 Order Peak Lords of Death Remains arrived at the scene. Their Death Remains territories resonated. They constructed a skeletal giant dozens of meters tall. Shrouded by dark mists, Uda shattered the clouds with a series of punches. His body bore additional injuries, and the fervor in his eyes burned even hotter. Uda's third opponent was Lian Yu. Lian Yu, bathed in the light of the crescent moon, transformed into a crescent moon giant wolf. Uda, too, violently broke free from his physical shackles. In this battle, it took Uda merely 10 seconds to win, but his body was drenched in blood, like a cracked porcelain figure. His energy waned, but his willingness to fight climbed higher still, the light in his eyes blazing intensely. Uda's fourth battle was against the legendary realm powerhouse, Sophia. Sophia lightly snapped her fingers, countless black crows surged out and converged to form a giant black bird over 10 meters tall. The black bird swooped to attack. Uda once again broke through his physical shackles, his shattered body covered with a black armor made of willpower. It took 16 seconds for Uda to blast Blackbird apart, but he knelt on one knee, his breath like a flickering candle in the wind. Uda's fighting spirit continued to climb. At this point, Laney and several sages of holy light finally took action. Golden radiance fell upon him, and Uda's shattered body began to heal. His injuries were severe, and even with the sages of holy light intervening, he couldn't possibly recover in a short amount of time. He would need at least a few days of recuperation. But Uda stood once more, his aura surged, his fighting spirit blazed fiercely. "General Rakshasa, I request battle." Uda's fifth battle, Rakshasa stepped forward. Rakshasa faced him with an evil body, exchanging blows in a brutal melee of fist to flesh. Or rather, it was a one-sided fight. Rakshasa's evil body was renowned for its physical prowess, not much inferior to Uda's at the same tier, not to mention, he was a full tier above. Uda released all his physical shackles. Uda held out for 20 seconds before being defeated. He wasn't despondent. Straining, he slowly stood up again. His will burned, his fighting spirit became an eternal armor, holding his battered body together. Uda's sixth battle was accompanied by Lulu. Just treated but without a moment's rest, Uda this time lasted a full 25 seconds before being defeated. However, he looked even more miserable, scarcely human, like a pile of smashed flesh. It was only because of the bloodlock rule at the warrior arena that Uda clung to life. Quickly stepping forward, Laney and the others unleashed a practiced rescue with holy light, and Uda stood up once more as if rejuvenated. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Come battle, battle again." Mu Yuan seemed to see his light of will. Small as a candle flame, it shone brightly like the sun. For Uda's seventh battle, Duo Lai made his move. Duo Lai hardly held back. The blazing sun rose, and the 9 Thunder Dragon roared. It furiously unleashed its power. In this battle, Uda actually held out for a full 30 seconds, before the warrior arena declared him bloodlocked death. He was still standing in the center of the arena, like a bloodied figure. Mu Yuan watched and took a deep breath. His body, his shell, was nearly dead, but his fighting spirit, his will, was so radiant that even the legendary realm fighters with their domains fully unleashed couldn't obscure the slightest bit of it. Suddenly, Uda's will began to sublime. When life and death struggles pushed his fighting spirit to the peak, ultimate sublimation could appear. But just that wasn't enough. This was merely the beginning.
Mu Yuan took out the only droplet of life in the Tianyuan territory from his storage ring and flicked it.
The droplet flew over thousands of meters of space, landing on Uda. Instantly, Uda's flame of life blossomed, granting him a new lease on life. Mu Yuan and the others retreated. The ground of the warrior arena began to transform into a breakthrough dojo, initiating the ritual. These were the efforts of the people of Tianyuan City. What came next was up to Uda alone. Go! Uda entered the ultimate sublimation state. The door of heaven appeared, a vast white column of light piercing the sky. Uda's ascension beam was extremely bright, more so than Isloa, Lulu, or others during their breakthrough, but it was too scattered. There was a great quantity of light but not enough pressure to form a single column reaching for the sky. In this way, even if Uda could burst through the door of heaven, the whole process wouldn't be perfect, and he couldn't fully realize his potential. Is this all there is? Uda, his eyes wide open, rage ablaze within them. Without a domain, can I really achieve nothing? I can't learn new skills, I'm always a step behind others, but I think, if simple skills are practiced 10,000 times, a million times, they can also shine brightly. Is that really so? Uda, you are talented in your perseverance. Believe in yourself. Believe in all the efforts you have made, your hard work will not fail you. Lord, Lulu, Duo Lai, Rakshasa, Sario. One figure after another flashed through his mind. He let out a hoarse growl from his throat. His light of will shone through his body. He had no domain, but at that moment, the diffused light of sublimation began to become concentrated and shone like a pillar. The light pillar shattered the barrier of heaven with a bang. The baptism of heaven and earth poured down. Uda, within the arena, rose into the air, the elements from all directions swarming toward him. It was an affirmation of his journey thus far. He He's become a legend, and without a doubt, this is a perfect breakthrough using the ultimate sublimation state without any waste. Mu Yuan's lips curled into a smile. The ultimate sublimation state could only last for a very short time, often just 1 or 200 seconds. During this process, the one being sublimated continuously burned their own energy, body, spirit, will, and life. The longer the breakthrough took, the more life power was consumed, and naturally, the narrower the path ahead became. Just now, Uda, with the willpower to ascend to the extreme peak and surpass everything, gathered the sublimation power and, with overwhelming, fierce, and absolute power advantage, blasted through the solid barriers and ascended to the legendary realm. He had blazed a new trail, one that shattered the realm with sheer force. Certainly, there's the advantage of being an epic 3 stars life form, but it is Uda's will to surpass everything that is fundamental to shattering the realm by force. The opening of this new path is almost a miracle, and it will be difficult for any who come after to replicate it. No matter what, the goal had been reached. Both Sario, who was very familiar with Uda, and Isloa, who was less so, shared looks of admiration. Truly worthy of being the powerful being who even great Lord Sario couldn't contend with. After Uda's breakthrough, I can also fight him with my true strength. Humph, I definitely won't lose. This guy is too ruthless. Our Tianyuan territory really is a place where talents emerge in large numbers. Luckily, I switched tracks early on. Competing with these ruthless people for a position of direct influence is a terrifying thought. Elements flocked together, and domains formed naturally. Uda's domain expanded to about 600 meters before it stopped spreading forward. Comparing not just to Dead Bone and Duo Lai, but even to those in the top 100 of the Dragon Gate ranking when they first broke through to the legendary realm, Uda's domain wasn't of the same magnitude. Mu Yuan was not disappointed. Uda had been a non-legendary seed, without even a domain, which came into existence out of thin air, forcibly born under the influence of the heaven and earth rules, and naturally seemed ordinary. Besides, deep cultivation of the domain, expansion of the domain, building upon the domain as the foundation. Indeed, this is the orthodox and wise path laid out by countless predecessors, which is superior, more suited to the masses, and more promising than any faith path, blood consumption path, 9 revolutions path, and so on. However, for Uda, the domain was not fundamental. The domain, spanning a radius of over 600 meters, suddenly began to contract. Uda's body, outfitted by the combat will armament coalesced from willpower, began to take shape and covered him entirely. The domain and the armament started to merge together. No, not just with the armament. Uda was absorbing the domain, allowing it to become part of his physical body, his muscles. This perhaps was the ultimate form of muscle training. Following Uda's breakthrough, the number of individuals in the legendary realm within Tianyuan City officially reached double digits. A joyous occasion indeed. Mu Yuan opened the panel, sorting the current legends of Tianyuan by level. Dead Bone. 6,011 feet, Tree Demon Granny. 5,299 feet, Duo Lai. 2,333. Isloa. Lulu. After absorbing and digesting the gift from the Blood Tree King, Tree Demon Granny's domain radius broke through to the kilometer level. At that scale, she could resonate with heaven and earth, possessing an overwhelming suppressive force in the competition for the elements of heaven and earth, far superior to an ordinary legendary realm being. She could be considered at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, qualified to attempt to step into the second tier of the legendary realm. However, truly powerful beings do not rush their breakthroughs. After expanding their domain to the kilometer level, they can still continue to climb. For every additional kilometer, the foundation of a legendary realm being becomes more solid. Those truly poised to step into the soul realm would elevate their domains to 6, 7, or 8 kilometers. The farther they can extend, the longer the path they can walk in the future. Tree Demon Granny briefly topped the Tianyuan level rankings, but after fully digesting the Blood Tree King's residual gift, her domain increase considerably slowed down. She has been stuck at the 5299 meter mark for a full 2.5 days. After Dead Bone evolved into legendary life, its domain radius broke through the 4 kilometer level. Since then, its domain radius has continued to expand, and the pace of increase seems to be getting faster. Dead Bone, this legendary life, is gradually revealing its full stature. For Dead Bone, domain radius is merely one of many referential markers. The domain is just one of its numerous methods. To build its legendary foundation, it does not have to rely on the domain. It also has its own path, and it certainly doesn't need Mu Yuan to worry about it. After the last test with Dead Bone, its becoming legendary did not cause any ripples. Therefore, it's time for Tianyuan City to birth its second legendary life. Mu Yuan thought to himself. Before him, the vast, dazzling, extraordinarily mysterious evolutionary pond appeared, within which the power of evolution churned, and points of light crossed the sky like stars and rainbows. Evolution points. 950K. After Dead Bone's evolution, the capacity of the evolutionary pond also had a great increase. Now, the pond could hold an upper limit of about 1.8 million evolution points. It's been over a month since Dead Bone evolved into a legend. Mu Yuan murmured. In this time, not many of the major division generals had evolved, only Lien Yu. But Tianyuan City is not just its main division generals. Based on the contributions of each army corps and the elites, many evolutionary baptisms were sprinkled down. Tianyuan City's epic troops have increased by nearly 100 names compared to just over a month ago. Among them, the Lord of Death Remains alone has a total of 50 individuals, not far from assembling a 100-men epic division. Among the junior ranks, there are also several who have evolved to the epic 2-star tier. For example, Niu Si, the deputy commander of the Garrison Corps. For example, after the leader of the Snow Maiden Corps, Qing Shuang, advanced to epic 2 stars, she awakened a unique talent, Pure White Tundra. This is an environmental, domain-type talent, where the ground tread by the Lord of Frost, Qing Shuang, turns into pure white permafrost. Once she activates this power, the ice element particles within range will become dense, and the Earth will transform into a white icy plain. It was also thanks to this talent that Qing Shuang was able to create her own domain on the spot. Just like when awakening the talents, Lord's Might, and Sword of Will, epic troop types can invariably light the light of wool, so too can the Lord of Frost with the talent, Pure White Tundra, possess a domain at this stage, easing their path to legend. Among the division generals of the next tier, Bone 4 often leads the troop in exploration and battle, yielding considerable gains. Its significant contributions earned it an advancement to epic 3 stars first. Bone 2 and Bone 3 naturally weren't far behind. Even if Duo Lai evolves, there will still be plenty of leftover Evo power for any unexpected needs. As for Duo Lai's contribution to the territory, in fact, it far exceeded what was needed for evolution. However, Duo Lai had grown up now and wouldn't ask from time to time, "Hey, is it my turn to evolve?" But of course, Mu Yuan did not forget it. Once bitten, twice shy. Mu Yuan had encountered some hitches during his first attempt at legendary evolution, but by the second attempt, he was experienced and emotionally steady. Lulu, Rakshasa, and a few other main division generals were sticking to their assigned duties, whether they were to stand guard or explore. Tianyuan City was business as usual, calm and undisturbed. The evolution ground is ready. Domain interferer, boundary steel adjustments complete. Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm Gate can be shut at any moment. Epic Mage Tower is on standby. All 36 preparations have been completed. Isloa said. Duo Lai had already entered the ceremonial grounds. It pinched its own cheeks, a determined look in its eyes. Charge! Charge! Buma Duo Lai reverted to its original form, a small slime with faint purple astral halos rippling over its body. It hopped on the spot and blinked its large eyes, indicating it was ready. The miracle power of evolution rained down, and the little slime turned into light. A beam of light shot into the sky, so brilliant that the entire secret realm paled in comparison. Time ticked away. 1 hour, 6 hours, 18 hours. Mu Yuan waited patiently. The evolution of Dead Bone to legendary had taken a full day and night. But soon, a day and night had passed, and Duo Lai was still basking in the white light, its form and aura unchanged. What's going on? At the 18th hour, Dead Bone had already experienced the enhancement of its domain and epic skills, among other changes. At this time, Duo Lai was still glowing, only glowing. Suddenly, Mu Yuan noticed that the Evo power was being consumed. The force of the miracle sent feedback, to support or to stop. Of course, to support. Evo power minus 1000. Evo power minus 1000. Evo power minus 1000. A stream of evolution points flowed towards Duo Lai. The 500,000 evolution points seemed not enough. Mu Yuan pondered, vaguely guessing. The birth of a legendary life conforms to the heaven and earth rules, and not even the miracle power can break them arbitrarily. 500,000 points are probably just the base. Dead Bone didn't consume extra, but that doesn't mean others can do the same. Soon enough, tens of thousands more evolution points were consumed, making Mu Yuan's eyelids twitch. Thank goodness he always played it safe, otherwise what would happen if there wasn't enough Evo power? Would the evolution fail, or be incomplete? He didn't know, but changes finally appeared in Duo Lai's evolution, as faint traces of the pressure from a higher life form began emerging, spreading outwards, instantly whipping up a ferocious storm. The black and white devouring domain of Duo Lai also surfaced naturally, and began to expand beyond its limits at a rate visible to the naked eye. 2,333 meters, 2,335 meters, 2,337 meters. 2 hours later, Duo Lai's domain radius had expanded to 4,400 meters, but it was still growing. 4 hours later, Duo Lai's domain radius had expanded to 6,000 meters, far surpassing Dead Bone's original domain level, yet the expansion had not stopped. 6 hours later, Duo Lai's domain finally ceased to spread, but by then its radius had reached an astonishing 7,500 meters. A lot more than Dead Bone's. The resplendent pillar of evolutionary light once again exploded with brilliance, illuminating the skies and earth for miles around. Ding! Notice. Your hero, Duo Lai, is undergoing metamorphosis. Notice. Duo Lai's high-level skill, Dimensional Pocket, has evolved into the epic skill, Spatial Hollow, through baptism, possessing vast space. Notice. Duo Lai's epic talent, Devouring, Top Tier, has been further enhanced, with a stronger devouring effect and significantly improved digestion capability. Many skills and talents derived from the devouring talent, such as mimicry, steel body, fire element control, and so on, have all been enhanced. Notice. Duo Lai's epic talent, Space-Tearing Seal, has been improved, greatly reducing the time required to imprint space with the Great Seal, and also, the maximum distance of the Space-Tearing Seal's influence over space has been increased from 16 kilometers to 32 kilometers. Different from Dead Bone. The spatial devour of Duo Lai didn't change much, but it surprisingly gained an epic skill during the baptism. In addition, its devouring talent and the Space-Tearing Seal received significant enhancements. Especially the Space-Tearing Seal. Duo Lai could extend the force of space-tearing over 30 kilometers, and it's possible that an enemy legendary might be snapped away by Duo Lai without even being seen. At this time, 31 hours had passed since Duo Lai's evolution into a legend. The extraordinary phenomenon of heaven and earth had finally appeared. Golden clouds emerged from the horizon, and the sounds of celebration from heaven and earth began to resonate. The elements in all their colorful variety cheered. Fire turned into fiery clouds that floated across the sky. Thunder transformed into streaks of thunder dragons racing beneath the clouds. Wind, earth, ice, water. The entire world seemed to enter a month of elemental surges, but in the next moment, Duo Lai devoured all these surging elements. Dinga. Notification. Your hero, Duo Lai, has bathed in the miraculous radiant light, undergone a tremendous transformation, and has ascended to become a legendary one-star life form, Devouring Slime. Awakening the legendary power of devouring heaven and earth during the process. Devouring heaven and earth. Explanation. The miraculous being within the devouring slime, Duo Lai, can devour everything, including objects, life, energy, elements, domains, and even concepts. Simultaneously, Duo Lai is capable of digesting what it devours and transforming it into its own nourishment. Remark A. There is an upper limit to the food that Duo Lai can digest within a certain period of time. Remark A. When Duo Lai possesses enough power, it can devour the heavens and the earth, the world as well. When the notification sound dinged, above the skies of 10 Directions Island Domain, Twilight Dominion, Agenus Great Domain. Across the skies of one great domain after another, a gold meteor streaked by. It was not very conspicuous, yet it made some people's pupils quake. Another legendary life has been born. Wait, how long has it been since the last worldly celebration took place? About a month. 2 legendary lives emerging within just 2 months. Is this some sort of auspicious sign? Inside the Astronomical Society, some people were ecstatic, while others were worried. It is said that great disasters often accompany great eras. This could be a blessing, but it could also be a misfortune. Yangqing Empire. Within 2 months, this prince has witnessed 2 signs of legend. What tremendous luck! This must certainly be a revelation from heaven and earth. Search quickly for me. Shen Yao Empire, Star Luo Holy Palace. Within each of these great nations, powers were shaken again and again by the observation of legendary celestial events. But what does this have to do with the plain and unremarkable Tianyuan territory? 2 days later, Duo Lai had woken up from the aftereffects of its evolution and figured out its new abilities. The cost of its evolution was quite hefty, consuming a full 680,000 evolution points. If Duo Lai spent 680,000, will Isloa and the others need even more when they evolve? In any case, I must prepare more thoroughly the next time I evolve. Fortunately, accumulating evolution points wasn't difficult. 500,000 or 1 million could be collected in not too long a time. At this moment, Mu Yuan and Duo Lai arrived at the southernmost end of the 10 Directions Island Domain, in front of a territory devoid of grass and rampant with energy. Crossing this rampage lockdown zone would lead to the Twilight Dominion. However, the energy here was like a gigantic tidal wave, constantly crashing and shaking the land. For powerhouses like Mu Yuan and Duo Lai, crossing it was not difficult. For ordinary legends, traversing it would not be so easy. And for those below legendary realm, passing through this frenzied area meant almost certain death. Yet this path was extremely important. Daisy's commerce fleet needed Duo Lai's escort, carrying the epic treasure, Space Urn, each time they crossed the Rampage lockdown zone. For Duo Lai, this was not an easy task. The caravan's entries and exits were even more troublesome. Having frequently traversed this area, Duo Lai proposed an idea after its evolution. An ingenious, breathtaking, earth-shaking idea that could break through the land of fury. The moment Duo Lai stepped into the frenzied area, it stood high above in the sky. It placed a finger on its cheek, mimicking a gesture to open a vast mouth. Before the tidal surge of energy in the world could rise or fall, Duo Lai devoured it all. Then came the furious elements, the irregular, constantly shaking and compressing space. The abnormalities of the ley lines, the disorder of heaven and earth. Suddenly, everything cleared. The elemental particles in the surrounding environment were instantly emptied. No more energy, no more ley lines. Even the wrinkled space was smoothed out, revealing a road hundreds of meters wide and dozens of meters tall that extended to the horizon, leading directly into the opposite great domain. But at that moment, invisible ripples seemed to rise between heaven and earth again. Elemental particles were born with a rush, seeking to gather into an energy tide. Rules dictated it so, and concepts followed suit. Like a never-ending waterfall pouring from the heavens, a legend might sever the water flow temporarily with their tremendous strength but could never stop the waterfall. The water would continue pouring relentlessly, a fixed phenomenon. Here, the elemental particles were furious, and the energy akin to a torrent was also a fixed, constant phenomenon. I'll devour again. This time, Duo Lai flushed red with effort. Behind it seemed to materialize a colossal mouth that devoured the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Far away, the particles of heaven and earth were boiling, converging. Visible streams of energy tides had already formed. It seemed as though nothing had happened. Yet the already formed energy tides didn't expand any further, and the boiling elemental particles in the environment settled somewhat. Mu Yuan looked to the distant view. Afar, the energy of heaven and earth roared like a torrent, scouring everything it touched with deafening thunder. But here, near the thoroughfare of the great domain amidst the most volatile area, there was only a gentle breeze and tiny tides dissolving into the air. The turmoil, the chaos, many of the unrestful concepts had been devoured. The unpeaceful world had been swallowed, and so, only tranquility remained. Duo Lai seemed to have created a small forbidden space where energy was scarce and elements barely existed. Inside and out were two entirely different worlds. Such was the power of devouring heaven and earth. The frenzied area, at the entrance to the passage toward the opposite Twilight Dominion. Mu Yuan stood here observing for a full hour but saw no signs of the energy tides recurring.
Duo Lai's concept had really succeeded. Of course, the scope of Duo Lai's, devouring heaven and earth, influence was just a small corner compared to the vast frenzied area. Even leaving aside the other areas of the Rampage lockdown zone and calculating just the direct passage through the frenzied area to this place, there was still at least 9/10 of the journey outside that remained fraught with energy tides.
However, the further out you go, the less violent the energy tides become. The truly desperate area for fourth-order leader-level beings to cross is just this small area on both sides of the passage, he mused. Once Duo Lai devours the core area of the dangerous lands in the Twilight Dominion opposite us, the difficulty of this route will significantly drop, he noted. One or two more devourings at most, and in the future, caravans wouldn't need Duo Lai's escort to travel freely. This could greatly strengthen the connectivity between Tianyuan City and the outside world. It's enough to clear the surrounding region of the southern passage in the Ten Directions Island domain. There's no immediate need to deal with the passage by the Whirlpool Sea to the east, Mu Yuan decided.
Using devouring heaven and earth to calm the frenziness here wasn't easy for Duo Lai, either, he added.
After all, this meant fundamentally changing the nature of a region. This was quite astounding. Dead Bone couldn't achieve this. Even a legendary third realm being of the Law Realm likely couldn't do it either. Indeed, a Law Realm being could wield conceptual power. And such beings were stronger than a still very young Duo Lai. But Law Realm powerhouses at best wield one or several conceptual powers. Concepts have specificity. To slash means only to slash, to burn means only to burn. Using the force of conceptual power to strike this area would only make it more frenzied, chaotic, and fragmented. And Duo Lai? Under devouring heaven and earth, any kind of concept could be swallowed and turned into nourishment. It really wasn't picky at all. After resting for 2 hours, Duo Lai went to the other side of the realm passageway and used devouring heaven and earth once more, in the same manner. Immediately, the heavens and earth were cleansed, and the tides dissipated. Mission accompli. A burp. Duo Lai patted its not visibly distended belly, but it was indeed stuffed. Prompt. Your hero, Duo Lai, has digested a few strands of concepts using devouring heaven and earth. Prompt. Your hero, Duo Lai, has comprehended a trace of the law of frenzy and can wield the power of the frenzy concept. Prompt. With the mission accomplished, Lord Shepard prepared to return home when he received a message from Sophia. There's a situation at Ironstone Mountain in the Shenluo domain. A lord is preparing to forcefully recruit the legendary hero Xie Yi, and Gunner Master and others staying at Ironstone Mountain to learn have been affected, she informed. I'm about to head to Ironstone Mountain. Any instructions, boss? She asked. He had all but forgotten about the existence of wild heroes at Ironstone Mountain. It wasn't that he was indifferent, but rather, a wild, epic hero only held a medium level of attraction for him and wasn't worth too much pursuit. Had it not been for this hero's expertise in firearms, being a strong gunner master, Mu Yuan estimated that there wouldn't have been any interactions between them. He could afford to not compete for this hero. However, other lords bothering his apprentices was something he could not tolerate. Now that Tianyuan City has 10 legendary realm powerhouses, we have ample high-end forces and can dispatch one to preside over Ironstone Mountain, he decided. Of course, stationing a legendary realm powerhouse at Ironstone Mountain just to guard a few apprentices like Gunner Master would be an overkill. But Tianyuan City does need to establish its own office in the Shen Luo domain. Having a legendary realm powerhouse preside over such a stronghold would display our power just right, he concluded. After pondering, he took Duo Lai and flew towards the Whirlpool Sea. When Mu Yuan arrived, Sophia and Rakshasa were already there. Rakshasa was summoned by him. He inquired Sophia, "What's the situation now?" Sophia replied, "Hero Xie Yi has been rejecting the recruitment offers from the lords all along. The lords come in waves, and during this time, a more assertive lord has arrived at Ironstone Mountain. Currently, there are still several division generals from great lords on Ironstone Mountain, and that assertive lord hasn't dared to start a major conflict yet, but the situation is getting quite tense." The four of them easily passed through the realm passageway, arriving in the Shen Luo domain. The journey from there to Ironstone Mountain was still quite far, and the flying speeds of the four were not consistent. Mr. Mu and Rakshasa flew slower, lacking natural wings. "Watch this," Duo Lai declared. It pointed a hand toward the sky and the elements of heaven and earth roared in response. The wind element heeded the call, lining up on either side of them. A gust of blue wind arose, forming a gigantic orb of wind. The endless winds from all corners of the heavens and earth blew. The orb of wind flew forward, following the rhythm of the wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye at the far end of the heavens and earth. This command over the energies of heaven and earth impressed Sophia and Rakshasa, themselves being of legendary realm. At that moment they could not control any of the elements of heaven and earth, as if they had entered a domain of magic prohibition, with every direction under the control of Duo Lai. This is what a legendary life is like. With Duo Lai leading the flight, their speed was not much slower than the peak heaven and earth realm's wings of the wind cane. In just a few hours they arrived at the domain of Ironstone Mountain. The elements here are quite active. Duo Lai sensed the changes from afar. As they approached, Mu Yuan saw that Ironstone Mountain had become much less lively. Many lords and professionals who had previously come to ask Master Xie Yi to craft firearms had relocated to the base of the mountain. For upon the mountain, the might of the legendary realm was mist-laden, stirring unnerving palpitations in the heart. Mu Yuan cast his gaze from afar, surveying briefly. The familiar figure of Lord Shen Mao was nowhere to be found after all. As the Lord of Tai Zan, he could not possibly remain here indefinitely. Yet, Mu Yuan did recognize several acquaintances. Duke Gold, Gemstone Grand Duke, and a few of their legendary generals he had met once or twice. Another lord has arrived? Do not worry, today no one shall prevent this lord from recruiting Master Xie Yi. A warrior as strong as Master Xie Yi should join a mighty domain such as ours. It is our destiny. Mu Yuan did not approach the group on edge, ready for confrontation. He found his companions from the gunpowder group. Seeing they were not injured, Mu Yuan relaxed. Gunner Master said, "Master Xie Yi taught us a lot of skills, telling us that we will soon be ready to graduate." Mu Yuan nodded, "I understand. A Ironstone Mountain, Furnace District." Xie Yi sighed softly and looked towards a lord not far off, surrounded by swirling dust and pebbles. An unmatched figure of authority. "I've said, I have no intention of joining any domain." The Lord replied, "No, you do. See, you've been here in Ironstone Mountain for so long without being recruited. Isn't that awaiting my arrival, a fateful encounter?" He paused before adding, "You might not yet grasp the true level of our Sand Kingdom. No matter, you will soon come to understand." The Sand Lord glanced at Duke Gold, Gemstone Grand Duke, and a few other lords, and spoke. "Gentlemen, let's settle the recruitment rights of Master Xie Yi with the battle will method, as per the universal laws of the eternal world. So, who will take the field, and who will forfeit? Oh, I'll give you a sliver of a chance. Wheel warfare is acceptable. Just defeat this general by my side, and I, the Sandlord, will immediately depart." Duke Gold's expression turned slightly ugly. The battle will is usually used to decide the ownership of a treasure or the recruitment rights of a type of soldier or building. In cases like Master Xie Yi, mutual consent is required. But, battle will is also the most common form lords use to resolve their conflicts. By invoking battle will, if they do not accept, they indeed have no standing to remain here. But if they do accept, by the Sand Lord's side, a sand elemental more than 3 meters tall, wearing a crown and holding a golden scepter, slowly floated forward. The Sand Elemental Lord. This was the Sand Lord's signature mighty warrior, an epic hero who had reached the peak of heavenly and earthly great power. It was precisely because of the Sand Lord's immense strength that his fame, even as a lord from a neighboring great domain and of a modest country, was well known even to those in the Shen Luo domain. Duke Gold considered that within his duchy, there was no one who could stand against the Sand Elemental Lord. However, they represented the face of the western coastline. One of his generals stepped forward from the crowd. Defeated in 3 moves. The heavens and the earth buzzed, and yellow sand filled the sky. Endless sand elements filled the area, squeezing all other elements into the corners. In such an environment, legendary realm fighters could exercise only a fraction of their heavenly and earthly great power. Even beings of peak strength stood no chance, not to mention that they were unable to unleash their full power. The Holy Knight, one of Gemstone Grand Duke's generals, lasted only 4 moves before falling. Amongst the spectators, there were several legendary lords and division generals. Yet no one dared to take to the field any longer. The 2 mighty generals of Duke Gold and Gemstone Grand Duke couldn't even deplete the Sand Elemental Lord's power, so what difference would their generals make? Wait, we can't fall for the Sand Lord's trick. We could all go together. We have the numbers. The Sand Lord's approach is already unethical. We don't have to play by his rules. Even if this causes a scene, we won't be in the wrong. But if all of us here took him on, I always feel that we wouldn't be a match for just a few people like the Sand Lord. The Sand Elemental Lord is too powerful, and all the legendary realm fighters brought by the Sand Lord are masters of sand. But if we don't fight, what do we do if the Sand Lord forcefully takes Master Xie Yi away? A few lords exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. At this moment, Gunner Master Xie Yi picked up his weapon. His domain started to unfurl. Around him, flashes of red light appeared one after another, and in the blink of an eye, he had activated over a dozen positron hover cannons. The barrels, with their flickering red lights and dark muzzles, pointed towards the distant Sand Elemental Lord. An intangible deterrence spread out. Those around, whether it was the Sand Elemental Lord facing the barrels or other legendary beings, all felt a chill in their hearts. Gunner Master Xie Yi, so powerful, unimaginably powerful. Xie Yi's domain, as everyone had predicted, extended just over a kilometer. Not a newly minted legend, he, as a feral hero lacking in cultivation resources and environment, naturally found it hard to expand his domain. Before this, what the lords valued was Xie Yi's potential. Many of the strong ones present had domains of 3,000-meter level or even 4,000-meter level. They thought themselves stronger than Master Xie Yi in terms of combat power. Now, intuition was alerting them that they might not withstand a full-force barrage from Master Xie Yi.
Is the Gunner Master this strong? No, it's Master Xie Yi who is strong, a wandering hero who has broken through the legendary realm by his own strength. How could one underestimate him? We have underestimated him.
But even if he had extraordinary means, Xie Yi was ultimately just an ordinary legend.
He and the Sand Elemental Lord, whose domain covered more than 8,000 meters and resonated with heaven and earth, were separated by a gulf as vast as the heavens themselves.
Several figures approached from one side of Ironstone Mountain. Sand Lord squinted his eyes. Oh, you want to battle too, do you? This lord welcomes all challengers. Mu Yuan spoke. No, what I mean is, Master Xie Yi, I've got him covered. City Lord Tianyuan. Duke Gold's eyes lit up. Tianyuan is here. This match is in the bag. City Lord Tianyuan? Gemstone Grand Duke narrowed his eyes. Does Duke Gold have extraordinary confidence in Tianyuan? Is there some trickery between them? The rest of the lords exchanged glances. Who is this new dragon crossing the river? An unfamiliar face indeed. Someone looked towards Duke Gold. Gold, what's the situation with this one? He doesn't seem to be inferior to the Sand Lord. Duke Gold's lips curled up slightly. Ha, Sand Lord. What a joke. This man here is ruthless enough to have slaughtered a disaster beast. Do you understand the value held by a beast slaughterer? A nearby lord's eyes widened as if Duke Gold had lost his mind. He was about to probe further when suddenly, he sensed the change in the elements around him. The rumbling heaven and earth suddenly became tranquil. The ubiquitous sand elements, like a faded drawing, were being erased inch by inch. Blue-haired girl by the side of Lord Tianyuan stepped forward. With a light touch of her fingertips, in an instant, the heavens and earth fell utterly silent. The elements went quiet, the sandstorm vanished, everything returned to nothingness. Only her fingertips remained, as if encompassing, devouring the whole expanse of sky and earth. The sand elemental lord glared furiously. His body's energy roiled, but he could not stir up even a wisp of sand. Even the sand that formed his body was crumbling away, disappearing. It was as if this slice of heaven and earth could not tolerate the dust. Mu Yuan continued, I've said my piece, who's in favor, who's against? Ironstone Mountain was dead silent. The Sand Lord's throat moved twice. I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. The order of Ironstone Mountain will be decided by you. He stirred up the sand, but failed to, and left with his followers in a dejected exit. Only when they reached the base of the mountain were they able to raise a sandstorm to carry them away into the distance. Admitting defeat. Where on earth did this mighty dragon come from? Murmurs and activity gradually began again atop Ironstone Mountain. The legends still couldn't grasp what had happened during the previous battle. They were completely at a loss. All they had seen was the blue-haired girl lightly point her finger, dissolving all the Sand Elemental Lord's arrangements, leaving him unable to struggle. What extraordinary means! Fortunately, this powerful figure is not as tyrannical as the Sand Lord. Otherwise, we would have truly been unable to stop her in the slightest. They may recruit, but could they truly draw in someone stronger than this blue-haired girl? Yet if this lord wasn't concerned and merely wanted to maintain the order at Ironstone Mountain, didn't that mean they still had a chance to recruit Master Xie Yi? At that moment, from a distance, Master Xie Yi said, Many thanks for your assistance. He paused. Would you be willing to take in us brothers from this mountain? He had understood. Unless he retreated to a place cut off from the world, his very existence would cause strife. Without the Sand Lord, there would be other lords, like White Sand or Green Sand. If he had to choose a place to stay, someone to pledge loyalty to, this one was the most suitable. Of course. Any sane person wouldn't refuse a legendary fighter, a hero. Mu Yuan said, Tianyuan City would be very pleased to have you join us. Several lords in the vicinity, they had just begun to entertain some wild fantasies. Duke Gold. If it's Tianyuan, that makes sense. Damn it. A great general lost, how tragic. Gemstone Grand Duke. Leave it to fate, leave it to fate. Ding. Notice. You have recruited the hero unit, Gunner Mystera Xie Yi, Epic. AA, Xie Yi, Hero, Level. Legendary Earth Realm. Crafts. Mechanical Modification, Master, Skills. Infinite Firepower, Mechanical Folding, Overcharge Explosion. The strength of Xie Yi, the Gunner Master, still somewhat exceeded Mu Yuan's expectations. Just as there is a vast difference between the Skeleton Lord Dead Bone and Bone 2, so too can there be an abyss-like gap between one Gunner Master and another. Those with gunpowder are just green hands, at best probably still apprentices. Xie Yi, however, far exceeded the rank of a mere senior craftsman. Master-level skills, along with several at the expert and mastery levels. Master Li Niu, the strongest in Tianyuan City, has a forging skill that's only at the expert level. Isloa possesses various crafts, mostly at the mastery and expert levels. Of course, both Li Niu and Isloa are very young. Isloa lived another life, but in her past life, she was no more than a young girl in her 20s. Master Xie Yi had eyes filled with the weight of years, and a dense stubble, clearly a middle-aged man no longer young. Even so, having master-level skills is still beyond expectations. Any skill reaching the master level is 1 in a million. Even if someone has abundant resources and ample time, they cannot step into the master's domain without sufficient talent. A lifetime's efforts might not suffice. Yet Xie Yi, who comes from humble beginnings and has never enjoyed substantial resources, still stepped into the realm of the masters. Miu Yuan could only say that if Xie Yi's master skills were known to the outside world, then the lords attracted to him would far exceed the likes of Duke Gold and the Sandalord. Even the most top-tier lords might take the field. Master-level skills paired with the gunner master profession is just too perfect. Not only that, Xie Yi's master-level skill isn't firearms modification, but mechanical modification. Both are masters, but the former can modify far more than the latter. The skills Xie Yi displayed on Ironstone Mountain were still somewhat reserved. No wonder Xie Yi managed to confront the Sand Elemental Lord. Indeed, he's no match for the Sand Elemental Lord, but against another non-epic rank at the peak of the Heaven and Earth realm, he might just have a fighting chance. Miu Yuan scrolled through Xie Yi's panel. The number of data points on Xie Yi's panel was second only to Isloa's. Xie Yi's equipment section listed a whole 30 types of mechanical weapons. Well, it's understandable for a gunner master. Miu Yuan noticed, Xie Yi had 3 talents: firearms mastery, explosive force, mechanical activation. The first talent, naturally possessed by high-order firearms professions. The second talent is rarer, allowing anything he touches to turn into an extremely volatile explosive. Meaning, Xie Yi doesn't need to create any ammunition. Even a pebble he throws is imbued with extreme explosive energy. And the third talent, mechanical activation, introduction. Xie Yi modifies his machinery to be connected to his own bloodline. Explanation: Xie Yi can remotely control his mechanical creations, which also possess certain intelligence and can slowly heal after damage. Damage must not exceed the limit. Note: this talent only works on Xie Yi's own creations. Miu Yuan, stroking his chin, this talent seems to have potential. Could it be upgradable? The covenant was formed, witnessed by heaven and earth. Seeing this cruel scene, the other lords could only helplessly depart. They couldn't help but speculate, had they been a bit harsher, paid a little more price, would they potentially have been able to recruit Master Xie Yi before this upstart lord arrived? What's done is done, and sighs are of no use now, but still the lords couldn't help wondering. Just what benefits did this upstart lord promise to recruit Master Xie Yi so quickly? One can only feel envy and jealousy. A day later, under the transportation of Tianyuan City's transport team, the duo Lia Xie Yi's possessions from Ironstone Mountain were quickly moved to Tianyuan City. Boss, from now on I'm at your command. By the way, I forgot to ask yesterday when signing the contract, you have enough booze and tobacco, right? Of course, later I'll have Isloa send you a batch of supplies. With a new employee on board, Miu Yuan didn't arrange too much work for Xie Yi, giving him time to get familiar and integrate into the territory. For now, Xie Yi continues with his old profession. That is, modifying firearms and instructing greenhand gunners. The difference now is that the number of people Xie Yi is teaching has increased from a few with gunpowder to an entire company. Good lord, where did Tianyuan City get so many high-order gunners? Xie Yi was actually of the military type himself. Where he was born, when he was born, he has no memory of those details. When his consciousness became clear, he was already wandering the wastelands. He wandered for countless years. He encountered many dangers and also stumbled upon rare opportunities that come once in 100 years. Looking at the many novice gunners with bewildered expressions in front of him, memories came flooding back like a spring. Was he once like them? He was merely not so lucky, without a haven for shelter, without anyone to guide his way forward. Suddenly, he felt a sense of mission. He wanted to make firearms great again. Tianyuan Calendar, Day 435. Miu Yuan prepared to submit an application for a position through the distant Tianyuan Territory Liaison Office located in Panchi City, towards the Pioneer Group. The Taizan Covenant stipulates that lords located within the Alliance's territory need to head to the Alliance's periphery to provide support during the Red Fog Disaster Moon. and territories that meet certain standards also need to dispatch personnel to the Pioneer Group or to the Tai-Zon Lianji Professional Association to take up positions. The regulations have requirements for personnel numbers and tenure. This is a duty, but it is also an opportunity for promotion. Many lords can hardly wait to get to the Pioneer Warzone as soon as possible. It is almost the most feasible and most assured channel for ordinary lords to acquire high-order troops, and even to make a push for the legendary realm. However, the scrutiny for entering the Pioneer Warzone is very strict. Not all lords or high-order professionals can go as they wish. The Tianyuan territory, having just graduated from the Shouting Domain newbie phase, is actually far from the time for military service. Nevertheless, protecting the homeland and eradicating monsters is our unshirkable responsibility. Besides, the benefits and treatment offered by the Pioneer Group are indeed attractive. Mu Yuan submitted 2 applications. One was sent to the Logistics Development Department. He had promised Minister Qin to send several capable division generals and some elite troops to take up positions in the department. The other was to the Great War Zone of the Pioneer Group. He indicated Hanggu Mountain as his war zone of choice. Hanggu Mountain War Zone is the area overseen by the Lord of Hanyu City. Mu Yuan began arranging personnel. The Pioneer Group is the most elite gathering among the 3 major official organizations of Tai-Zon. The Great War Zone of the Pioneer Group is where the elite of the elite and the strong among the strong congregate. Third-order professionals without any special skills, techniques, or arts, or without a substantial letter of recommendation, usually cannot enter the Great War Zone but are reassigned to the ordinary war zones instead. The Logistics Department has lower requirements, but they also hope that the strong who come to take up positions have capabilities in protection, covering, and transport. Of course, Mu Yuan wouldn't only send 4-order forces. He wasn't there to mix achievements, otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now. He planned to dispatch 3 individuals from the legendary realm. 1 to the Logistics Department, and 2 to lead teams to the Great War Zone. Mu Yuan perused the information about the Logistics Department in Hanggu Mountain Great War Zone. In the past few months, there had been incidents of logistics transport teams being ambushed every month. No wonder Elder Qin keeps saying the Logistics Department's guard force is insufficient. Actually, the chances of such ambushes are very low. The vast majority of logistics transports arrive safely at the warzone bases, and on the way, they don't even encounter any serious dangers, but once a crisis is encountered, it's very likely an attack made with full preparations by the overlord power. Such attacks, when they happen, make it very difficult for the transportation team to escape unscathed. Falls of those in the legendary realm occur from time to time. After all, the eternal world is too vast. Traveling from Shilling City to the Great War Zone requires venturing deeper into the wilderness, stepping into barren regions shrouded with red mist and rampant with the land of filth. Tai-Zon has done very little exploration of these areas. The Alliance neither has the time nor the sufficient strength to explore and sweep through them. No one knows how many monster overlords or creatures of the legendary realm are hidden along this path. What the Logistics Department can do is conceal its tracks and reinforce its guard force. Unless targeted by a monster overlord or directly attacked by several legendary creatures, the transport team shouldn't be routed outright. For the 4-order elites who are going to the Logistics Department, several fearless war handsoms, a few ghost leaders, and the grass twig from the nature spirits, which excels in cultivating food from local materials and enjoys fighting, can be included on the list. As for the legendary realm responsible for this task, one must have both the ability to protect themselves and to cover others. Thinking it over, Mu Yuan had 2 candidates in mind. The Rakshasa or Hong Yi. The Rakshasa, with the ability to transform into the evil ether prison sea, has first-rate survival skills, and its 3-phase body can also stay behind to cover our retreat, making it a more suitable choice. As for Hong Yi, true illusion skills are perfect for covering tracks and protecting the team's retreat. Furthermore, Hong Yi's epic ability, Eye of Reincarnation, can even slice off past versions of herself to leave behind. Her survival ability is equally top-notch. She is actually the most appropriate choice, it's just that. High EQ. Hong Yi is very self-preserving. Low EQ. Hong Yi is a slacker. She's almost finished with her duties at Lakehaven Academy and might continue to accept external assignments, right? Mu Yuan did not insist on the candidates, he respected Hong Yi's choice. He inquired. He soon received a reply from Hong Yi, somewhat unexpectedly. Sure, Lord. You know me. I'm the most diligent person. Mu Yuan. Far away in Tian City, Hong Yi thought to herself, escorting the logistics transport team isn't that just the job where I can lie on the transport vehicle and sleep? I'm totally up for it. This job is even easier than being an instructor at Lakehaven Academy. Mu Yuan felt there must be something wrong. If Hong Yi is diligent, then he, Lord Shepherd, is a model worker. However, he didn't care about the reason. Hong Yi might not be the most enthusiastic, but he was still quite reliable. Whatever he tasked Hong Yi with never encountered any problems. He felt that Hong Yi's initiative was actually quite strong, it's just that it wasn't used in the right way. Since Hong Yi is willing to go to the logistics department, then arranging for the legendary generals intended for the Great War Zone will be easy. Rakshasa and Uda. Uda is a general who must join the battle. He revels in all kinds of combat. Rakshasa is also inclined to warfare. After drafting the list, the appointment applications were sent out immediately. That day, Logistics Department, Minister's office. When his deputy handed him a batch of appointment applications, Minister Chin was somewhat puzzled. This sort of minor matter usually didn't require his personal approval. Although the Logistics Development Department indeed lacked enough strength, that didn't mean there was a shortage of professionals wanting to take up positions there. The screening staff often had to filter through batch after batch. It turns out there's a list from Tianyuan amongst them. Not bad, not bad. It seems Tianyuan hasn't forgotten this old man. Let's see what strong individuals Tianyuan has sent over. Minister Chin opened the list. 4 Order Fearless General. 4 Order Ghost General. One after another, the names of powerful 4 Order troops appeared on the list. Minister Chin smiled. Suddenly, his gaze paused. A 4th Order Peak Nature Spirit, Grass Twig, specializing in instant creation of a large number of plants, can also produce fruits that alleviate hunger. Minister Chin quickly glossed over what Grass Twig specialized in, his eyes fixating instead on the words, Nature Spirit. Nature Spirit, also an epic troop. Tianyuan had actually sent an epic general. Seeing this, Minister Chin's smile grew even broader. Then the next line. Legendary Realm, a ghost commander of the underworld, a Hong Yi. A legend. The leader Tianyuan territory sent to the logistics department was not Nature Spirit Grass Twig, but Legendary Realm Hong Yi. Shadow Lord A Hong Yi. Once ranked among the top 10 of the Dragon Gate ranking, a premier powerhouse. Tianyuan was greatly supporting their efforts at the logistics development department. That day, many staff members in the logistics department could see that their minister was constantly grinning, appearing to be in an exceptionally good mood. At dusk, Hanggu Mountain Great War Zone, Core Fortress.
Upon returning to her station, the Lord of Hanyu City saw one of her division generals hastily approaching. Lord, the appointment application you've been following from Tianyuan has arrived, and they've chosen our war zone as their intended assignment.
What's the rush? The city lord of Hanyu replied, this is to be expected. If it weren't for that incident in Tianyuan City, their troops would have already been stationed here. She opened the file to take a look. 4th Order Skeleton General, Evil Spirits, Tide Chain Birds, Constellation Leaders. Oh, and there's a 4th Order Peak Arrow of Polar Star? Not bad, not bad. The Arrow of Polar Star can play a significant role in city defense battles. The Hanggu Mountain War Zone is teeming with mighty warriors. It doesn't truly lack 1 or 2 arrows of Polar Star. But having such an epic troop stationed in the war zone she was responsible for made her feel satisfied and proud. It seemed that there wasn't just one epic warrior Tianyuan had sent over. Dragon Strongman a Uda, Evil Ghost Marshal a Rakshasa. Both of these were also epic troops. Among them Dragon Strongman Uda seemed to have even been ranked in the higher positions on the Dragon Gate ranking? Han Yu thought to herself. She didn't pay much attention to such minor rankings as the Dragon Gate ranking, glancing at it only occasionally to compare the Tianyuan family's strong ones to those of her time to gauge if there were more or less. The comparison showed, a bit more than her own family. She opened the profiles of these two individuals and looked. Then paused, and looked again. Oh, they're from the legendary realm, both legends. Her voice was very calm. The division general secretly admired her, but when he glanced up, he still caught sight of his lord's uncontrollable smile. 1 week later, in the Red Maple City region, 100 Rivers City. This official city, located on the periphery of the Alliance, has always been an important frontline base against the Red Moon disaster. At the same time, it is also a significant transit hub for the Tai-Zon Alliance's wilderness exploration and pioneering efforts. One of the important bases of the Logistics Development Department is right here in 100 Rivers City, Yan. On a steel train traveling from Lake Haven Lake to Red Maple Grand City, Hong Yi flipped through the materials she had just received from the Tian City Logistics Department, and couldn't help but yawn. The weather is overcast, the temperature is moderate, with humidity, perfect for a restful hibernation. But hibernation was something that needed to be done in one long stretch to feel comfortable. Doing it intermittently was not as pleasant. Hong Yi leaned her chin on her hand as she looked outside the window. Her eyes, which shimmered with faint light patterns, were like a video camera, recording absolutely everything outside the window. Note: the daily routine of the working individual, Hong Yi. I hope this job at the logistics department is as health-preserving as I imagined. In 100 Rivers City, at the logistics department base, Jade Arrow, the permanent captain of the 14th Transport Squad of the Logistics Department, a 3-star exploration general, and a legendary lord, was frowning at the liaison officer who had just communicated her mission orders. A shipment is coming in tomorrow, and we need to deliver it to the Snow Peak War Zone within half a month? Doesn't that mean we have to leave as soon as we get the shipment? No, even that might not be enough time. This mission is just too tough, liaison officer. Jade Arrow was no stranger to the route between 100 Rivers City and the Snow Peak War Zone, which is exactly why she knew how long it normally took to deliver a shipment. The liaison officer adjusted his glasses and said, "But, Captain of the 14th Squad, you understand that if it weren't for an emergency, the higher-ups wouldn't issue such a mission. I don't know much about the specific situation in the Snow Peak War Zone, but these supplies are definitely of urgent life-saving importance." Jade Arrow pursed her lips. She was well aware of this. The liaison officer said, "This time, the logistics department has given you considerable authority. You can summon the best and the bravest from the logistics department in 100 Rivers City and the surrounding areas, and you may also request to hold an almost epic item." Jade Arrow still felt resigned but accepted her fate. While such summoning power was certainly not minor, how many fourth-order strongmen could she find in 100 Rivers City and the surrounding regions who were not already on a mission? The liaison officer continued, "Given the urgency of the situation, the higher-ups have also assigned a group of new recruits to assist you with this transport and escort mission. So, I wish you a pleasant task." New recruits. Jade Arrow approached the computer inside the base, her fingers moving rapidly over the smooth, crystal-like surface. Shortly after, she saw the list of new recruits. Good, 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 they haven't made it too tough for this old lady. With this group, the transport mission is doable. That day, the base gradually welcomed a group of professionals, lords. Each of these individuals was exceptionally skilled, the least among them being a strong competitor within the Third Order. In a hub like 100 Rivers City, warlord-level and leader-level fighters were not common sights. "You're here for mission number 6 too?" "Yeah, mission number 6 is marked as dangerous, but it also offers a lot of contribution points. Besides, it's just a transport mission. No matter how risky, it's still nowhere near as dangerous as reconnaissance missions in the Great War Zone. You're all so brave. Did you all take on the mission voluntarily?" "Didn't you, buddy?" "I only completed one Pioneer Group mission this year, far from meeting the quota, so here I am, drafted into service, feeling blue." Actually, transport missions are just more difficult in terms of conditions and the process, but to say they're extremely dangerous is an overstatement. Moreover, This time mission number 6 is reportedly managed by Squad Captain Jade Arrow. A well-informed senior lord spoke out, "This Captain Jade Arrow is really something. It's rumored she came from a civilian background, yet she kept getting stronger, surpassing her peers, and entered the legendary realm in less than 10 years. Not only that, Captain Jade Arrow is especially skilled in reconnaissance. She has led the transport team to escape unscathed twice from the encirclement of monster overlords." This senior lord was in fact a contemporary of Lord Jade Arrow. Back in the day, he had even made it onto the trial golden list, while Lord Jade Arrow was still relatively unknown during her green hand and shouting periods. Now, Lord Jade Arrow was a high-ranking officer in the Logistics Development Department, second only to the department head and a few deputy heads. A true figure of authority, he himself was still just an ordinary frontier lord. The Fourth Order Lord, Broken Sword, sighed sorrowfully, but when he thought about some of his contemporaries who were still only at Second Order elite level, he felt relieved again. That night, Senior Lord Broken Sword, leader-level fighter North Wind, and Senior Lord Light Green, one after another, strong contenders made their way to a meeting room within the base. There were only 9 in total. The pioneers and frontier lords summoned by Squad Captain Jade Arrow amounted to 30 to 40 people, but of course, only a very few were eligible to know the details of the mission. Among these 9, 3 were division generals accompanying their lords. The actual participants of the meeting, the frontier lords and pioneers, were no more than 6. Most of these 6 individuals were active in the surrounding regions, and while they may not be very familiar with each other, they were at least not strangers. After exchanging pleasantries, none of them was too standoffish. After all, they were going to be teammates for the upcoming period, so it was best not to let relations sour too much. Broken Sword observed the others. The leader-level strongman, North Wind, was no minor figure. He was not a lord, nor did he have any powerful troops at his disposal, but he had carved out a formidable reputation for himself. He had once climbed onto the Dragon Gate ranking, and although he was later squeezed out by fierce competition, this did not diminish his renown in the least. A Dragon Gate ranking strongman, North Wind was probably the strongest person present. Senior Lord Light Green was not particularly famous and was said to be a farming lord, but the tall, pointy-eared, green-haired woman standing by his side was quite eye-catching. A nature elf, and one of the high-order troops among the nature elves. Although not famous, she looked like a capable teammate. Soon, Lord Jade Arrow also entered. "Some people haven't arrived yet, just wait a moment," she said, and then closed her eyes, sitting there like a statue. The Broken Sword and the rest felt a bit uncomfortable. With a legendary realm individual and their own leader sitting there, they couldn't engage in conversation, but sitting idly was also somewhat distressing. However, who was Captain Jade Arrow waiting for? Which lord was so important? Of course, Broken Sword and the others knew that it was probably because this lord was still on their rushed journey here. The release of the number 6 mission was somewhat urgent after all. "They're here." Lord Jade Arrow suddenly opened her eyes. After tens of seconds, someone finally pushed the door and entered. The first thing that caught the eye was a young girl shrouded in a faint green light, with a pair of translucent wings behind her. On the girl's head sprouted a tender shoot, with tender green leaves drooping down, resembling an upturned silly tuft of hair. What kind of troops are these? And which lord's division general is this? Seems like an excellence grade spirit of flora or guardian of plants? But shouldn't they be smaller in size and less human-like? Floating in was a woman dressed in red, her skin pale, hair messy, and with 2 large dark circles under her eyes. "Ah, who is this now? Are those dark circles for real?" Lord Jade Arrow stood up, going straight to the point. "Everyone is here, so let's get started." Behind her, a map projection appeared. The map was not detailed, simply marking one great domain after another. Dragon Flame Canyon Area, Groundflow River Area, Starvation Desert Area, Extreme Wood Forest Area. She said, "Our destination is the Snow Peak War Zone, located in the neighboring medium-sized domain. The Snow Peak War Zone is very far from Hundred Rivers City, and there is only one passage from the Twilight Dominion into the Snow Peak domain, right here." She pointed to a spot on the projected map. There, it was nearly reaching the deepest part of the Twilight Dominion, not too far from the end of the Great Domain. Captain Jade Arrow then drew 3 routes on the map. As some of you are aware, the safest route to the Snow Peak Great Domain is Route A. This route has been confirmed to be relatively safe after multiple verifications, but the journey on this route is too long. We only have half a month for our mission, so Route A is immediately ruled out. Next is Route B. If we take Route B, we'll be tight on time, but we still have an 80% chance of reaching on schedule. The problem with Route B is that it's not safe. The last time I took Route B, I encountered the scrutiny of a monster legend. If we take Route B, there's a significant chance that we'll encounter a monster legend. If any small accidents occur, we'll have a hard time reaching the Snow Peak Warzone within half a month. In Route C, she paused. Route C is the shortest route, but taking Route C requires us to pass through a treacherous area. This area is affected by special rules, causing our normal food requirements to increase tenfold, or even more. If we fail to consume enough food, we'll suffer a major drop in condition or even face life force depletion until death. So, the prerequisite for taking Route C is whether we can ensure a food supply. After finishing, she looked around. Does anyone have questions?
Yes, yes. One lord said, food supply shouldn't be much of an issue, right? Who among us doesn't have storage equipment? Besides, our logistics department is responsible for delivering supplies to the front line, and our spatial storage boxes are high-end products.
Another lord spoke up. No, our transport team needs to supply the front line, so the majority of goods in our transport boxes are what's needed at the front. There isn't much space in the transport boxes left for us to store consumables. Moreover, as fourth-order strongmen, we require a large amount of food daily. If this amount were multiplied by tens, then using most of the transport boxes for food storage would probably not be enough. Doing so would render their transport meaningless. We must get resources locally, solving the food issue within the treacherous area. Only then can we take Route C, otherwise, we have to risk taking Route B. Captain Jade Arrow looked toward Lord Light Green. Lord Pale Green introduced, "This is my capable general, Nature Elf Priestess Zu. She possesses various nature revival abilities and can evolve a natural field. Together with a few other nature elves, the food they produce can simultaneously support 200 third-order and fourth-order strongmen. If it's only needed for a short time, within a number of days, this quantity could rise to 1,000, he continued. Supporting 1,000 strongmen with the efforts of just a few individuals sounds like a lot, and indeed, it is a lot. However, in the strange land, food consumption increases tenfold, even dozens of times, which upon actual calculation, could only sustain 20 or 30 people. It's still not enough. Dragon Gate ranking strongman Northwind said, "This strange land refers to the Starvation Desert region, right? I ventured into this perilous place for a time and found a special yellow cactus that can be used to stave off hunger with quite effective results. I can use my wind to search for these special plants." Jade Arrow nodded slightly, but she calculated that it still wasn't enough. She then turned her gaze expectantly toward Grass Twig. Grass Twig said, "I'm not very skilled at farming, but I do know a little bit. As for how many I can support, I'm not sure. Let's give it a try." The group moved to the empty space outside the conference room. Grass Twig took out several seeds from a special container he carried with him and threw them. The seeds landed on the ground. Nature's light, growth, Earth's force absorption, fragrance, dew, super growth, essence of flora. He pointed with his hand, and in the span of just 3 seconds, snap snap snap, multiple abilities were cast. In the blink of an eye, the earth cracked, and 1, 2, 3 seedlings broke through the soil, growing vigorously within a few breaths into several giant vines dozens of meters high, laden with tens, hundreds of fruits. These are all gourds that have entered a level, quite filling indeed. With the hand of Grass Twig and the nature elves of Lord Pale Green, our food supply should no longer be an issue, right? We'll definitely reserve some food when we set off, said someone. At that moment, Hong Yi was daydreaming while reporting to her own lord through the spiritual link. "Looks like, this mission has nothing to do with me. Just need to let Grass Twig take care of it." On the other hand, Mu Yuan pondered, is this the task of the logistics department? Wait a minute, Hong Yi. You're quite good at this sort of thing too. Put in some effort on your first mission, I'm mentally supporting you. Hong Yi. Me? I'm going to farm vegetables? Her expression revealed clarity mixed with bewilderment. Wasn't she supposed to be good at illusion techniques? But encouraged by her own lord, she seemed to realize that maybe, probably, she could also do a bit of farming. Ahem. She suddenly spoke up, I'll give it a try too, just a try. Lord Jade Arrow was puzzled, but since she didn't express any opposition, no one else spoke up either. Hong Yi borrowed a gourd vine seed from grass twig and scrutinized it in her hand. Seconds later, she gestured with her hand, and one after another, seeds materialized and landed on the ground, immediately sprouting and taking root quickly. The whole process seemed even more natural and harmonious than grass twigs' frenzied growth earlier. It was so natural that it almost seemed like an illusion. In attendance, some recognized Hong Yi as the famous Shadow Lord, the Grand Illusionist. But he stepped forward, touched the vines, and plucked a fruit from it. He bit into the fruit, finding it full of juice and tastefully genuine, as real as could be. Could I already be inside an illusion? He wondered. Lord Jade Arrow also silently picked a fruit to taste. She ate one after another, and soon felt a sense of fullness. She looked towards Hong Yi. Hong Yi resignedly said, providing several times more shouldn't be a problem. This was the power of true illusion skills, turning the false into the true. Why did she have to be so skilled in so many things? She truly was born a hard worker. Hong Yi and several others reached the logistics department's barracks, while Mu Yuan, along with Uta, Rakshasa, and a few others, set off for the great war zone of Hangu Mountain. The Lord Shepherd, who had been homebound for over half a year, finally set out. Legend has it that the Great War Zone is extremely special. This kind of specialty cannot be summarized in a few sentences or pictures. Only by seeing it with one's own eyes can we understand the grandeur and greatness of the Great War Zone. Mu Yuan reflected quietly. Besides, everything about the Great War Zone is confidential, and very limited content is made public. Rumor has it that the place most suited for breaking through to the legendary realm is not official big cities like Panchi City or Tian City, which possess many miracle buildings, or even the capital of Taizan, but within the Great War Zone. There are rare rank warriors who have endured arduous training to reach the fourth order limit, with not an ounce of hope for legendary realm breakthrough, but in the Great War Zone, there have been warriors who, as rare phenomena, stepped into legend, which is almost a miracle. What made the warriors go all out is that the opportunities in the Great War Zone are not ethereal traces, not dependent on fate, but clearly laid out there. If the warriors dared to fight, to venture, to charge into battle, they would have this opportunity to obtain it. Even legendary realm warriors could find opportunities for rapid improvement in the Great War Zone. Thus, Mu Yuan ordered his men to pilot mechanical dragon flights, carrying Uta, Rakshasa, and Duo Lai, who joined for excitement and as a bodyguard, from the southern exit of the Ten Directions Island domain into the Twilight Dominion, and headed north towards the Great War Zone of Hangu Mountain. At about the same time, in Shilling City, City Lord Kui Long was tallying personnel. The team heading to the Great War Zone of Hangu Mountain will depart in an hour. Is there anyone else wishing to go to Hangu Mountain? We will not wait beyond the allotted time. If you miss this chance, you'll either have to hitch a ride from another major town or wait at least a month. Me, City Lord Kui, I want to go too. I brought an elite team of 100 people. City Lord Kui, how much does this trip cost? The speaker was a Greenhand pioneer who had just joined the pioneer group. Kui Long smiled and responded, such shuttle services don't charge a fee, however, you must obey the team leader's commands once you join the team. From the moment you join, you become part of the Great War Zone of Hangu Mountain. Moreover, without a legendary realm leader or professional stealth treasures and concealment treasures, how many lords could cross the Great Domain to reach Hangu Mountain, right? The Greenhand pioneers didn't quite understand City Lord Kui's words. They were Greenhands, but they also had a standard of third-order peak, and most of them possessed at least one or two third-order subordinates. If they were Greenhand frontier lords, The elite soldiers and division generals included in their lord's seal would be even more luxurious. With such strength, they could navigate the wilderness as long as they were careful enough to deal with various dangers. Some of the Green Hands had previously traveled north to reach pioneer camps deep in the wilderness. But the old pioneers knew that en route to the great war zone of Hanggu Mountain, only the first part of the journey had camps for rest and supplies. The latter half was pure wilderness, even more unpredictable and dangerous. Just seeing that this team's journey included more than one legendary realm expert indicated the importance. Of course, these legendary realm bigwigs weren't just escorting them, they also had to deliver a batch of important supplies to the battle zone. An hour later, the leader of the pioneer group announced, "Departure. We are expected to arrive at the Great War Zone of Hanggu Mountain in 20 days. We've been flying for 3 days and 3 nights now. Duo Lai is so bored." Inside the swiftly flying mechanical dragonflight, Duo Lai squatted in the corner drawing circles. The vehicle, now enhanced by Duo Lai's wind element power, was flying with sparks and lightning. Even so, they were still a significant distance from the Great War Zone. Otherwise, why would Mu Yuan choose to travel in a vehicle like the mechanical dragonflight instead of flying by himself? He could fly faster on his own, but flying non-stop for days and nights would be deathly exhausting. Inside the vehicle, Rakshasa sat desiccated on the ground, his very being alternating between smoke of evil ether and then coalescing into form. He was practicing his abilities. Rakshasa, already in the legendary realm, could now harness stronger powers through his three-phase body, slaying evil and decapitating malevolence, and evil ether prison sea. Or rather, it wasn't until he stepped into the legendary realm that he was truly able to tap into these epic abilities. Mu Yuan, meanwhile, synced his consciousness with his avatar in the city lord's mansion office, continued processing paperwork, and considered plans for the next phase. Duo Lai continued to draw circles. As for Uda was not inside the mechanical dragonflight. He was running through the sky outside, stirring up gusts of stormy turbulence. Seeing Mu Yuan look over, Uda outside the window gave a thumbs up. "Lord, would you like to join me for a brisk and exhilarating run?" Mu Yuan. No, he'd pass. As a lord, he had to focus his energy where it was most needed. The mechanical dragonflight flew for another day and night before slowly approaching the northern end of the Great Domain. Throughout the journey, Mu Yuan and his companions had not encountered any significant dangers. They hadn't once been attacked by legendary realm monsters. Perhaps it had something to do with the blood-fueled spectacle Uda was creating outside the flying dragon? Occasionally, flying creatures attempted to block their path but were obliterated by Uda in a few blows, failing to give Master Uda a fulfilling challenge.
"We're about over this region now." Mu Yuan picked up the map and studied it.
While they were said to be not far from the Great War Zone, the wilderness was vast and the Great Domain limitless. Their proximity was nearly measured in thousands of kilometers. First, let's see if there's any landmarks nearby. Mu Yuan took over control of the flying dragon, piloting it himself as he flew around the area. After half an hour of circling, he simply stepped out of the aircraft and stuffed the flying dragon into Duo Lai's dimensional pocket. Flying on his own strength, he looked around and indeed, found a strange-looking cloud that the wind couldn't disperse. He injected a stream of energy into the cloud, making it follow a specific trajectory, as if entering a password. Soon, Mu Yuan received a feedback signal from inside the cloud. "Head this way." 3 of the 4 flew while 1 ran on air, racing eastward for about 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers. By then, the Great War Zone of Hanggu Mountain wasn't hard to find. A brown tide of monsters was converging and charging in a certain direction. At its destination lay a majestic silver-white fortress. The fortress boasted towering walls hundreds of meters high, packed with hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of defensive weapons. This horde of over 100,000 monsters hadn't even reached the silver walls before they were wiped out by the defensive weaponry, swept away and added to the indistinguishable piles of carcasses in front of the walls. Soon, soldiers streamed out from a small gate below the walls, began to individually count the monster carcasses, harvest valuable materials and kill any monsters that hadn't fully died yet. Hanggu Mountain Logistics Base No 3 inches. When Mu Yuan saw the enormous silver base, this thought naturally surfaced in his mind. The prompt sounded just in time. Ding! Notice. You have entered the Great War Zone of Hanggu Mountain. Notice. Your Tai Zan Alliance faction identity has been detected. You are eligible for the following buffs. A. Energy recovery speed plus 300%. A. Elemental affinity plus 30%. Ascent. Control ability of the power of heaven and earth plus 30%. A pound. Training speed plus 10%. A unknown currency. Probability of breaking through major levels a 110%. Notice. You have acquired friendly forces identification. Notice. Holding important positions in the Great War Zone grants higher buffs. Notice. Outstanding performance in an epic battle of the Great War Zone can earn you the Heaven and Earth Baptism, with opportunities for upgrades and breakthroughs. The prompts kept sounding off ding ding ding. Even Uda, who didn't possess a hero's identity, heard the series of notifications. Strictly speaking, these weren't prompts from Heaven and Earth, but from the faction. Factions can exercise some powers of Heaven and Earth, set some pre-established rules, of course. They must align with the grand trend of Heaven and Earth. All this was what Mu Yuan had heard from the mouths of various frontier lords. Rumor has it, in older and stronger faction nations, their buffs extend across their entire territory, not just limited to a corner of the Great War Zone. The Tai Zan Alliance is still young after all. Rumored opportunities in the Great War Zone for quick leveling and breaking into legend are the last prompt. Heaven and Earth Baptism. Heaven and Earth will bestow gifts, rewarding the warriors fighting against the Red Mist invasion. Among them, the most outstanding warriors will receive an abundance of baptism. 4-order warriors can ascend to legend, and legends can rapidly improve. Although such chances are few and far between, there is at least a possibility to compete and strive for. As long as you fight and slay enemies, everything is possible. As soon as Mu Yuan finished speaking, Uda's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit. Ah, I'm fired up. I can't wait to clash with the strong ones here, and exchange blows with the monsters. Mu Yuan suddenly felt a rise in temperature. Had Uda's fighting spirit burned so fiercely that it could interfere with reality? You can fight however you want, but unless you're in a life or death crisis, don't completely release your physical shackles, Mu Yuan said. Pausing to add, the side effects of physical shackles are too severe. If you get seriously injured and don't get timely healing, it might leave you with foundational damage. This also affects your continued training and fighting. After all, the stronger Uda became, the more severe the side effects of the physical shackles were. Mu Yuan even suspected that if Uda were to burn his power at full force and sustain injuries from the subsequent outburst, they could not be healed without incorporating some conceptual power. In his own territory, he could use all sorts of methods to rescue him, but away from home, he couldn't afford to use up all his strength. Besides, in such a vast Great War Zone like Hanggu Mountain, there indeed was no lack of superhuman combatants like Uda from the Heaven and Earth realm. This place was swarming with powerhouses. Uda burst into a smile, his teeth gleaming in the sunlight. No problem. Rest easy, Lord. Could he really rest easy? Mu Yuan looked towards the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa, feeling the weight of responsibility, said, I will be ready to rescue Uda at any moment. Mu Yuan. At this moment, there was no surge of the red mist, and the battle situation was not intense. After Mu Yuan and his companions declared their identities and registered, they entered the number 3 logistics base. Ding, this is the smart guide. Do you need any information? A glowing sphere with a pair of small wings flew over. It appeared to be a magic guard from the rare rank troops, but it had been modified into the form of a guide. Mu Yuan said, introduce me to the Hanggu Mountain Great War Zone, as well as the current war situation. Okay, the sphere responded. The sphere said, the Hanggu Mountain Great War Zone was established in the 21st year of Tai Zan, and it has withstood 8 surges of the Red Mist so far. The last battle against the Red Mist ended 77 days ago. After the battle against the Red Mist, the Hanggu Mountain Great War Zone switched from defense mode to pioneer mode. During this period, There are exploration missions, Overlord subjugation missions, Red Fog area reconnaissance missions, camp construction missions, camp garrison duties, and farming missions in the treasure lands. Among other tasks, the Sphere continued. Farming? The Great War Zone is far from the rear, so during periods of less intense warfare, it's typical to cultivate farmland and manufacture weapons within the war zone itself to reduce logistical pressure, explained the Sphere. The Sphere projected an image, please look here, A stretch of land bathed in a halo of light, spanning dozens of miles, stood amidst a rather safe area between three logistics bases. This was a treasure land formed by the aggregation of essence from thousands of miles around, brought together by the top powerhouses using the power of the Great War Zone. As expected of a Great War Zone, quite the grand undertaking, Mu Yuan exclaimed. On his journey here, he had already sensed the presence of several individuals from the legendary realm. And that was during a time of non-intense battle. No wonder it's said that the major battle zones are home to over half of the legendary warriors from the Tai-Zan Alliance. Are there any important battles going on right now? And what's the situation with the Hanggu Mountain Fortress? He asked. The winged sphere fluttered and flickered before responding. There are a few public battles against monster overlords happening recently, and the regions surrounding the Hanggu Mountain Fortress still occasionally witness major battles. However, all of you are here at the Hanggu Mountain Fortress for the first time and have no experience in garrisoning other great war zones. You are still considered new recruits. New recruits cannot directly go to the Hanggu Mountain Fortress nor take on high-level pioneer tasks. New recruits must undergo certain training. However, if a recruit is strong enough and ranks at the top during training, they can immediately assume an important official position, be responsible for a territory or army, and also have the power to recruit soldiers and use various miracle buildings. Mu Yuan had no intention of staying in the Great War Zone. He was just there to supplement his cultural knowledge at most. But as his division general would be stationed there, it was as good as if he himself were stationed there. This was fine. He patted Uta and Rakshasa on the shoulders. I'll leave this matter to you. Number 3 Logistics Base, New Recruits Training Camp. The training camp covered tens of kilometers, set within a secret realm underneath the Number 3 base. The purpose of the training was mainly to acquaint new recruits with the enemy's main tactics, including disaster beasts, minions, aberrant behemoths, and also to train the recruits' ability to coordinate, their responsiveness to commands, and more. Beyond that, the training camp also evaluated the performance of the recruits. Some from the legendary realm lacked combat experience and were not sufficiently sharp in their judgment of battles. Naturally, they could not be entrusted with leading a territory or army, at best serving as a deputy. Others, even if not legendary, were outstanding in command, brave and strategic, and could still hold some important positions. The Great War Zone was not only the front line against the tide of red mist, but also a hatchery for the strong. Lord Shepard, with 445 days since establishing his territory, had arrived here. Base 3, Secret Realm, New Recruits Training Camp. Within one of the training fields, many high-order strongmen from all over Tai-Zan were training hard here, sweating profusely. A fourth-order strongman walked out from among the flames of the lava flow region, still wanting more. This training camp for new recruits is just too good. It's not so much training as it is a privilege. Yes, besides the necessary resonance exercises and command learning in new recruit training, the other optional trainings are basically perks. Here, various miracle buildings can be used almost for free. Where else can you find such conditions? No wonder so many people become completely transformed after a trip to the war zones. It's a bit of a pity that we can only stay in the new recruits training camp for a maximum of 3 months. Why not extend it to half a year or a year? Right you are, elder brother, we rookies should really train hard. A few third and fourth order strongmen discussed sweatily. But someone disagreed with this view. New recruit training. In the end we're just ordinary warriors. Wouldn't it be better to go through the assessments earlier? As long as we pass the assessment, what kind of privilege can we enjoy? Indeed, once you pass, you get to command a legion and also enjoy the thrill of commanding a vast array of troops. In the future, you might even receive a lord's heart and become a true top-level lord. None of them were truly new soldiers from Hanggu Mountain Battle Zone. They had arrived here a few months earlier to serve and were stationed here. At that time, the situation was intense, and as soon as the new recruits arrived, they were sent to guard core fortresses and various bases, having no time for additional training or to go through assessments. In status, they were still ordinary soldiers in the war zone. Some had distinguished themselves during their previous stationing, already advancing to the elite status. But if they could perform outstandingly in new recruit training and assessments, this combined with their past achievements could make them even more likely to assume important positions, or even command a legion. Command a legion? A muscular hunk with bare arms scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. Only those ranked in the top 30 or even top 20 or top 10 in the new recruit assessments might leap from being a new recruit directly to a commanding battalion chief, or even a regional commander. For as mere fourth orders, at most we'd be squad leaders. The muscular hunk was daunting, clearly a peak warrior among the fourth order. As he spoke, the few people around him didn't dare to utter a word of objection. The group had some self-awareness. Becoming a high-ranking officer like a regional commander, responsible for an entire region and army, was something they naturally wouldn't dare dream of. Suddenly, the flames in the lava flow region parted, and a tall youth with short hair that seemed to blaze like fire challenged the muscular giant, raising an eyebrow. "What about me? Do I qualify to be a regional commander?" "You?" Same answer, no chance. Without any hesitation, the muscular giant denied him. The red-haired youth suddenly got fired up, flames burning all around him, and the flames seemed to surge up and down with his breath. "I've been in this training camp for 2 weeks, and I haven't seen many who can beat me conclusively, and you're no exception." The muscular giant sneered. "When did I ever say that I could become a commander? Listen up, kid."
Listen up, little sister, the waters of this new recruits training camp are very deep, beyond your grasp.
In another part of the Scorching Flames training area, a woman with a flame mark on her forehead was naked and soaking in the searing liquid, which resembled magma. She seemed as if she were in a hot spring, the scalding flow unable to leave even the slightest trace on her fair skin. A short distance away on the ground, a girl merely enduring the baking heat of the earth was already red-cheeked and drenched in sweat. Scorching Flames smiled and said, "Do you think, because you haven't seen many from the legendary realm here, you're already one of the top warriors just below the legendary level?" The girl nodded involuntarily. Scorching Flames continued, "That's because the assessment time hasn't come yet, and the mandatory training for recruits is only so much, right? Some from the legendary realm wait until the eve of the assessments before they arrive at the Great War Zone, and others are here but just don't show up in the training areas." But the girl still didn't understand. This was a training camp for new recruits. Shouldn't those who enter here be green hands, who haven't served or trained in the Great War Zone? The appearance of one or two from the legendary realm among such green hands would already be quite a lot. The girl shared her thoughts. Scorching Flames replied, "Your thoughts aren't wrong. Like me, someone from the legendary realm who previously worked at the association and now transferred to Warzone work, is indeed very rare. Most legends would have completed their new recruit training during their 3rd order or 4th order days, but that's under normal circumstances. Legends from top-level domains are not included. Many top-level lords, once they recruit epic troops, would conceal and silently nurture them. These epic strong would not be recorded in the Dragon Gate ranking, their first public appearances in the Great War Zone." Comparing herself to these legends with epic ranks, she laughed self-deprecatingly. "Even I can't guarantee that I can defeat those rookie legends. Do you still feel confident?" The girl was taken aback. The waters here were indeed deep. Why were there so many big shots in the new recruits training camp? But it seemed this place was intended for sharks, and they were just tiny shrimps, far too insignificant. New recruits training camp, temporary residence. Mu Yuan put down a thick stack of books. These are what I'm going to delve into for the next while." He did not often stay in the Great War Zone, and he didn't need to go to the training areas to break a sweat. But as a lord, the knowledge he needed to understand and master was far more than Rakshasa and Uda. The positions in the Great War Zone can roughly be divided into warrior, elite, squad leader, commanding battalion chief, regional commander, garrison general, and supreme commanders. 99% of lords, after undergoing training and assessment, could obtain the elite level and enjoy a higher level of welfare benefits. The elite soldiers under lords, heroes, and quasi-heroes, ranger players, would enjoy the benefits granted to warriors. To enjoy higher level benefits, one must be an awakened self-aware division general who has also passed the assessments. Within the Great War Zone, there exist special military unit buildings. They are special because the troops recruited from these buildings start at Tier 1 or 2 or even higher, but these troops can never be upgraded, nor can they develop intelligence. There are also such military unit buildings in the new recruits training camp. Mu Yuan looked into the distance. Spearman Tower, special. Description: a troop-type building cemented in the soil of Hanggu Mountain Great War Zone, which can directly recruit the Tier 1 peak troop, spearmen. Halberdier Tower, special. Description: cemented in, it can directly recruit the Tier 2 Level 3 troop, halberdier. Current remaining recruitment quantity, 5,300. Notice: troops recruited from this building cannot be taken out of Hanggu Mountain Great War Zone. Notice: you currently do not have recruitment permissions, please strive to elevate your military rank. Generally, squad leaders have the authority to recruit a few or a dozen troops. When the Scarlet Mist Tide moves south, and the war zones are being defended, it is often the various leaders commanding their recruited troops. In this way, these non-sentient troops can exert more power. Reaching the level of a regional commander, commonly referred to as, qualified to command a territory and lead an army. Inside their command, there would also be other pioneers and pioneer groups. However, it is usually only legendary lords from the legendary realm who are eligible to become regional commanders. After all, how many troops could legendary figures who are not of lord origin command? Without a sufficient force of their direct lineage, how could one govern a large military town or legion? This is also why, at the same legendary level, lords with division generals assisting them in achieving military exploits and merits get promoted much faster than legendary profession individuals. Training and assessments for new troops are mainly aimed at lords, professionals, and the division generals under lords. Rakshasa and Uda will both participate in it, while other elites, they often play the role of their subordinates, soldiers, and are not treated as independent entities for assessment. It is actually possible to assess them if needed. The elite troops Mu Yuan brought were all strong individuals who had awakened their self-awareness early on. Placed in other territories, they would all be division or even battalion chiefs. But there was no need for that. Should they perform too exceptionally during the assessment, they might be assigned to other legions, for by that time, they would have become military officers rather than mere soldiers. Mu Yuan felt it was better to have his people stay together and familiarize themselves with the environment of the Great War Zone first. Besides, while his elites were indeed strong in combat power, when it came to command and troop management, they paled in comparison to career professionals who had experienced countless wars and had an abundance of experience. To let them lead a small team, a middle team, or a large team on their own, Mu Yuan was not so confident about that. Not to mention them, even Uda's ability to pass the written examination concerned Mu Yuan greatly. Uda was simply not cut out for this. Fortunately, he had Rakshasa, a trustworthy division general. In Tianyuan City, Rakshasa did not stand out. Not as quick-witted as Duo Lai, not as skilled in combat as Dead Bone, not as good at management as Isloa, and not as adept at commanding troops as Lulu, but Rakshasa was quite balanced, at least. Rakshasa is currently representative of Tianyuan territory stationed in the Great War Zone. As long as his performance is not too poor, he stands a chance to become a regional commander managing a territory and an army. Of course, even if he manages a territory and an army, the difference in what territory and what army he manages can be immense. As for Uda, if Uda's performance in the assessment turns out to be outstanding, while Rakshasa is already representing Tianyuan territory and commanding an army, Uda would not get to command another army and would remain a deputy. But under these circumstances, the legion commanded by Rakshasa and Uda will undoubtedly be stronger than before. The war zone will arrange more important tasks for them, and opportunities for battle and promotion will also be more plentiful. Mu Yuan was practicing intensely within the training camp. By day, he scrounged time at the training buildings, hammering away at his domain, while at night, he burned the midnight oil, absorbing various kinds of knowledge and secrets like a sponge. Information about the war zone, tactics of monster overlords, the list of items exchangeable for contribution points, information on domains, tales of legendary battles, history of the war zone, politics of the war zone. The library within the new recruits training camp had numerous books, many of which contained non-public information, and none could be taken out of the secret realm of the training camp. Mu Yuan decided to read enough to last him a lifetime while he was here. Everything a lord should learn, should understand, and even things not necessary to understand, he read them all. Rakshasa and Uda also began their own practice life within the training camp. For the moment, it was no different from their days of cultivation in Tianyuan City, with Uda even complaining that it was too leisurely. Before they officially took up their posts, all they could do was practice. Uda wasn't impatient with practicing, it was just that he couldn't find a strong opponent to spar with, and he also had to learn cultural lessons. Find at least one method to break this endgame from the following scenarios. Who are the supreme commanders of Hanggu Mountains war zone at present?
How many great calamities has Hanggu Mountains war zone suffered through in its history? And explain why the disaster of tremors is considered one of the top 2 disasters of the last decade.
Uda scratched his head. Disaster what? Great what calamity? The formidable enemy that is cultural lessons is truly terrifying. In the temporary quarters, Duo Lai was also pulling at his hair. For this question, should I choose A or B? Uda was studying, Rakshasa was studying, the Lord was studying, and he, General Duo Lai, could only grimace and pick up the exam materials to study. But actually, he didn't need to. He wasn't a lord, and he wasn't planning to stay here. He didn't need to take part in the assessments. Mu Yuan glanced at Duo Lai, who was frowning and biting his pen in concentration, and decided to swallow back the words, "You don't have to study." He himself penned down his answers. The legitimate supreme commander of Hanggu Mountains Great War Zone was naturally the renowned city lord of Hanyu. The deputy commander was an old general, General Dichen. Most of Hanggu Mountains' defense affairs were managed by General Dichen. The city lord of Hanyu was mostly involved with one thing: attack, attack, and more attack. Hanggu Mountains War Zone was established in the 21st year of Taizan, now 40 years since its inception. The war zone has faced 3 great calamities where the core fortresses were breached, with the most brutal battle occurring 9 years ago. At that time, a first-rate overlord power, Firmament's Hand, stirred up a massive tide during the Red Disaster, triggering the tremors. Over 1 million flesh giants marched south. The then commander of the Great War Zone, Lord of Broken Mountain, led his direct lineage troops to cover the retreat, and ordered his deputy to break through. This was what allowed the Great War Zone to be preserved. Otherwise, the Great War Zone of Hanggu Mountain might have already become history, and then, whether Pan Chi City and Red Maple City's territories would still exist is also hard to say. So brutal, such news would never appear in the mainstream media. Even in this historical document, it was recorded only by numbers. Things are still far from stable in Taizan. 9 years ago, when the disaster of tremors occurred, the opposite Great Domain had not yet fully turned into the Red Mist land. But now, the erosion of the Red Mist is becoming increasingly severe. Now, Hanggu Mountains War Zone is still calm and stable, but no one knows when the next calamity will come. I must have stronger power before the next Red Fog Disaster Moon arrives. Mu Yuan arrived at the Great War Zone on the 6th day, and several core mandatory training programs began. As a lord, he brought Duo Lai with him to observe. In the distance, one could vaguely see the figures of about a dozen spectators, most likely lords who had sent their division generals to take the public examination. Of course, there were even more lords among the candidates awaiting assessment. The performance in today's several mandatory training programs will reportedly be included in the overall assessment. We can't afford to lose. A fourth-order strongman who had been rigorously training at the new recruits training camp for 2 months clenched his fists. Soon, trainees waiting for the assessment one by one entered the field, and the number of people grew more and more. Among them were several faces familiar to the new recruits. At that moment, a tall youth with short red hair, like blazing flames, strode over. The moment he arrived, he attracted the attention of many. That's Red Hair Chai Shijung, who once ranked in the top 100 of the Dragon Gate ranking. He has extremely powerful fire control abilities and can even micro-control the fire elemental particles in the world with his mortal body. Well, I've fought with him. He's a terrifying opponent, but the new recruit assessment doesn't include combat, and we may not necessarily lose to him. Thump thump thump. A giant-like, muscular man walked over with heavy strides, as if the very ground trembled under him. An indescribable sense of oppression hit everyone face on, forcing several nearby third-order warlords to involuntarily step back. That noticeable physique was a giveaway. Immediately, some recognized the identity of the strong man. It's Lord Giant Elephant. Lord Giant Elephant? I don't think I've seen him on the Dragon Gate ranking. Just because one isn't on the Dragon Gate ranking doesn't mean they lack Dragon Gate level combat power. Look at the imposing oppression of Lord Giant Elephant and you'll understand, he's definitely a top-notch fighter, and besides. A senior lord spoke up, actually, Lord Giant Elephant has an impressive track record, it's just that most people aren't aware of it. A year ago, during the Dragon Court selection, Lord Giant Elephant narrowly missed entering our Taizan team. Or to be more precise, if it weren't for Lord Tianyuan's meteoric rise, Lord Giant Elephant would have been selected. He was only narrowly defeated by Tianyuan. The secret revealed by the Lord drew sidelong glances from the crowd. Only a few lords, known as Lords of Xin Sheng, are eligible to represent Taizan in battle. Many of today's great figures were Lords of Xin Sheng in their time, showing the true value of being labeled as Xin Sheng. Moreover, Lord Giant Elephant was beaten by the hands of Tianyuan. A young girl carrying a crescent moon-shaped weapon also entered with the flow of people. Her face was delicate and beautiful, her figure graceful, but in a place like the new recruits training camp, appearance was insignificant. Compared with Red Hair and Giant Elephant, she was rather unremarkable. However, the girl had also been in the training camp for over a month and had sparred with some strong fighters. Seeing her arrival, both Giant Elephant and Red Hair cast a glance her way. That's Crescent Moon A and Qianqin, ranked 39th on the Dragon Gate ranking, a strong fighter. Crescent Moon doesn't come from a lordly background, but it's said that her background is quite extraordinary. The crescent-shaped weapon she carries can be considered nearly an epic armament. However, aside from background and equipment, the fighting skills of Crescent Moon A and Qianqin are still incredibly formidable. There are no false warriors beneath the Dragon Gate ranking. In the eyes of most strong fighters at the training camp, Crescent Moon, Red Hair, and Giant Elephant are among the most competitive candidates in this year's public examination. Second only to a handful of legends. In this round of assessments, there are actually two very powerful competitors. Someone said mysteriously, "Who? Look over there." An established strongman pointed to a distant spot where two figures appeared. One was sitting with closed eyes, surrounded by swirls of brownish-red smoke. The other was doing one-fingered handstand push-ups, seemingly oblivious to others, though such a feat was not particularly outlandish at the venue. According to reliable information I've received, those two are from the Tianyuan territory. The Tianyuan territory? That Tianyuan? Yes. This time Lord Tianyuan has sent 2 core generals to our Hanggu Mountain war zone. It's also lucky that Lord Tianyuan himself isn't participating, otherwise we wouldn't have a chance. But even so, the generals from Lord Tianyuan's household are definitely not to be underestimated. Yes, the presence of the Shadow Lord, who has entered the legendary realm, is not here, which is good news. At that moment, a long-haired woman wearing a flame-red robe with a red mark on her forehead stepped over the threshold of the examination gate. She did not deliberately reveal her aura, but her status as a legend was no secret. Legendary realm fighter A Scorching Flames. For a moment, it felt as though the might of a legend was bearing down, making it hard for people to breathe. This was only an illusion. Those in the legendary realm were out of reach. The competitors couldn't match them anyway, so they could directly exclude legends from consideration. Fighters like Crescent Moon, Giant Elephant, and Red Hair at the 4th order level were the truly challenging competitors. How many were in the legendary realm anyway? No need to worry. Someone thought so. Suddenly, a vast presence surged from afar as a figure in silver armor descended from the sky. Is that an instructor from the training camp? This legendary realm seems to be just a new recruit like us. A new recruit. And yet a strong man. The arrival of this legendary realm figure was not an end, but merely the beginning. A strong man riding a red, dragon-horned warhorse also arrived from above. The newcomer bid farewell to their own lord and stepped into the training field. This appearance. An experienced fighter focused his gaze. That's the epic unit, Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry. A warrior and his steed is one, coursing with the scalding blood of the golden giant dragon. An unparalleled mighty general sweeping across the battlefield.
He is legendary or perhaps epic. This can also be called a new recruit.
Not only that. Lord Giant Elephant looked toward the distant figure, sending the Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry over. It's Tenglong Lord, whose real name was Wang Longtong, was the eldest son of Lord Beiding. Compared to the illustrious name of Lord Beiding, Wang Longtang's combat achievements could not be called dazzling, but he was still among the best of his generation of lords, ranking within the top few. The rumor has it that Tenglong Lord himself has already broken through to the legendary realm, and now that he possesses an unparalleled general of epic prowess, he is on the fast track to rising power, someone stated. Before long, several individuals from the legendary realm continued to arrive in succession. Compared to the strongmen of 4th order, these legends were relatively unknown, yet through some conspicuous symbols on their bodies, people could still recognize the identity of a few among them. That's the insignia of the White Shark Group. Could it be said that this powerful figure hails from White Shark City? A Cyclops. Actually an epic giant. Which Lord's Division General could this be? Tide Chain Birds? No. Those are Wings of the Wind King, a flying troop of epic rank. And Wings of the Wind King is also known as the fastest among its peers. It is the ruler of the winds. And that one? She is shrouded in an immensely surging holy light power. Likely a nun or priest by origin, maybe a holy light master sacrifice?
No, she's probably a sage of holy light of epic rank, one who commands the holy light. Didn't you notice, among these new arrivals from the legendary realm, half of them are of epic status, and the rest are most likely as epic too. Only an epic life can climb up to the legendary realm without any form of experience or tempering.
Indeed, evil eye dragons, great earth dragons, molten steel dragons. Several epic dragons have appeared. It's truly an epic assembly, but isn't this a new recruits training camp? Kid, think hard with your brain. If there weren't these new recruits arriving who are beyond the norm, why would the Great War Zone give a newcomer an assessment and a few slots for a direct promotion to regional commander? A regional commander is second only to supreme commanders and division generals, already a mid to high level rank within the Great War Zone. From afar, Mu Yuan was observing the powerful figures of the legendary realm, also somewhat surprised. Is this the prestige of the Great War Zone? At a glance, he estimated there were 22 strongmen from the legendary realm, excluding Uta and Rakshasa. The reason it's an estimation is that he couldn't rule out that among the early arrivals, there were also individuals from the legendary realm. However, he was certain about the number of epic rank strongmen present. A total of 26. Out of the 22 legendary realm strongmen, 3 were not epic. And some 4th order strongmen who seemed unremarkable at first glance, surprisingly revealed an epic rank. Among these epics present, there were a few whom he couldn't determine what kind of troop they were. But he was sure they were epic. It was intuition. An absolute certainty of intuition. This year's legendary realm new recruits are more numerous than last year. This shows our Tai Zan is thriving more with each passing day. But the red mist is also increasingly encroaching, and no one knows when the next great calamity will erupt. Don't worry too much, just do what we are supposed to do. Come on, let's teach the new recruits a lesson. 3 instructors from the training camp stepped through spatial ripples and appeared at the event. The 3 stood with their hands behind their backs, overlooking everyone. The one in the middle, a youth with silver hair, was presumably the chief instructor, the main examiner. Mu Yuan recognized this person. The data he had been cramming these days hadn't been for nothing. One of the division generals of Hanggu Mountain in the Great War Zone, Lord Icefist. The 3 instructors who had stepped out were not engaging in pleasantries, nor did they announce any training or assessment rules. After Lord Icefist said, "Training begins," an instructor at his right suddenly stepped forward. The next moment, the vast and immense fiery domain spread out, covering the sky and earth, turning the entire space into a searing red, scorching everything within its reach. The domain's radius exceeds 10,000 meters. This instructor still exudes the aura of the first realm, the heaven and earth realm, but he has climbed so far beyond the peak. 5,000-meter level was the peak. Naturally, the higher one goes, the more difficult it becomes. At the tens of thousands meter level, breaking through to the soul realm is almost a certainty, and this instructor hasn't broken through because he wishes to continue solidifying his foundation, aiming to go even further. He would be a star wherever he stood. Rakshasa and Uda were likely no match for him. The Great War Zone indeed produced a constant stream of strongmen. When the terrifying 10,000-meter domain enveloped them, the legendary realm individuals instinctively wanted to deploy their own domains. To counter a domain with another domain was an experience, an instinct they had developed throughout their journey. But suddenly the legends realized they couldn't unleash their domains, as if they were locked by some sort of rule. To resist a domain is your first lesson in training. In the Great War Zone, encountering a legendary realm is not a high-probability event but an inevitability. Ordinary warriors must learn to hold out as much as possible under the influence of a domain, maintaining their own strength. Even for those in the legendary realm, they have to endure when facing stronger and numerous domains than their own, preserving their combat power. Put aside your domain and resist with your strength alone. Let's see what you got, new recruits. Immediately, a third-order war general turned ashen, staggering in the flames as if on the brink of collapse. Too weak. The instructor was well aware that most third-order soldiers couldn't withstand such domain suppression, but just because they couldn't withstand it didn't mean they could simply give up, could they? When you're truly facing the enemy, do you have a choice? The new recruits from this training camp would at the very least become junior officers. As officers, they must not falter. If an officer falters, wouldn't his warriors be thrown into disarray and rout? If they can't even withstand this bit of domain pressure, how can they talk of fighting? Take him away. Take him away. Take him away. In just a few dozen seconds, several strongmen had fainted and were carried away for treatment. However, their career in the training camp ended here. Those who couldn't withstand the first stage, incompetents that they were, had no place here. When the battle intensified, and the situation became critical, the collapse of a small section of the defense line could trigger a chain reaction. Such people were not suited for the front lines. After a while, the training officer began to intensify the oppressive power of the domain emanating from himself. Flames rolled, and red clouds pressed down upon the city. This training method seems to be worth borrowing. Mu Yuan contemplated. The training officer wasn't merely enveloping them in his domain. Inside it were various techniques. His domain pressure came like waves, one after another, greatly squeezing the potential of the trainees. Duo Lai's domain radius wasn't small either, fully capable of training others in this manner. Duo Lai himself could also practice the use of the domain. It would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mu Yuan looked forward to continuing to freeload, and learn some training methods. Meanwhile, within the field, individuals were nearing their limits. During training, the use of the domain was prohibited, as was the manipulation of the power of heaven and earth. Nonetheless, the new recruits could still use various auxiliary methods to enhance their own resistance. Someone formed a water shield. While the water shield couldn't block the heavy pressure of the domain, it could isolate the scorching heat of the flames and was somewhat effective. Someone circulated their cultivation technique, silently stabilizing their mind and spirit. Another's energy boiled around them, forming a suit of armor that enveloped their entire body. Everyone employed their methods, each grinding their teeth. But there were also those physical shackles: lock, 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 lock. Uta's physical shackles could both be severed, to unleash a potential beyond one's limit, and also self-imposed, with more seals meaning weaker strength. Uta, when practicing normally, was in a state of self-imposed constraint, not in a regular condition. At this moment, deeming the domain's force too weak, he sealed and locked himself even more, finally finding the pressure to be almost appropriate. Time ticked and trickled away. This training officer still slowly increased the might of his domain. His endurance was also extraordinarily fearsome. Half an hour passed, and there was no sign of the domain weakening. It only grew stronger and stronger. At this point, the vast majority of Fourth-Order strongmen had already fainted, leaving but a few Fourth-Order still enduring. Giant Elephant, Red Hair, Crescent Moon were among them. However, they too were almost at their limit, unable to focus on anything else. Even for those in the legendary realm, the situation was not easy. They had to concentrate fully to counteract the might of this domain. A total of 24 legendary realm individuals. Those outside the field now had a clear view, easily discerning who was of the legendary realm and who was not. It was obvious at a glance. Wang Longtong looked towards two figures. He had long been aware of their identities. Two great generals sent by Lord Tianyuan, as expected. They are in the legendary realm. And one of them seems to be quite at ease, still sitting quietly. It was Rakshasa. The instructors watched the performance of everyone closely. Sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking their heads. The first round of domain training is over. Passing the first stage is considered passing, and those who can persist to the last stage will be rated as excellent. The chief instructor Ice Fist announced. An instructor at his side immediately withdrew the domain, sneakily wiping the sweat from his forehead while no one was looking. A few Fourth-Order strongmen who had managed to hold out until now heard this and promptly collapsed to the ground. Rest for 3 hours. We will begin the second phase of the training. Uta was not particularly noticeable among the trainees at the legendary realm. Under high-intensity training, people often didn't have the energy to remember those competitors who weren't particularly outstanding. They usually only remembered the most dazzling few. Saint of Holy Light, Shi. Molten Steel Dragon, Dukkha. Cyclops, Shen. God Marshal Forbidden Army, Rick. These few had especially notable auras and came from extraordinary backgrounds, each from an almost sky-high domain. Someone had sparred with Molten Steel Dragon, Dukkha, and the domain radius he exhibited exceeded 3,000 meters. According to Dukkha himself, he had stepped into the legendary realm just half a year ago and was still considered a rookie legend. It was clear to see Dukkha's natural talent, but his rapid progress was also closely related to the variety of training grounds available in his home domain. Naturally, there were places within these grounds that benefited one's domain. This was something others could only envy. But what about this man who seemed like a muscular, battle-crazed demon? Some legends glanced at each other, unable to recall this man's name, vaguely remembering him as somewhat strange, nonchalantly performing handstand push-ups as his eccentric training. In their eyes, this was quite ridiculous. At the level of legend, who would still train in such a comical manner? But after witnessing Uta's ferocity, they thought, perhaps, this is what it means to march to the beat of one's own drum as a strong person. Two legends, 6 not far behind in terms of a legend's qualification, and supergiants that are even better in terms of resistance to impact were smashed to pieces? Is this guy even human? To be fair, it seems that he's not exactly human. He's a giant dragon, a variant of the epic dragon man breed within the dragon kind. Oh, he's a giant dragon, that makes sense. Makes sense, my dragon ass. He's a giant dragon too, so why can't he tear these creatures apart? Is he disgracing the name of dragons? A certain giant dragon doubted its dragon origins. While the Lord of Scorching Flames and others were still inquiring about this macho man's identity, the few who knew Uta's identity within the arena were Lord Giant Elephant. Damn, Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry, Iron Hand, damn it. Their own lord had intended to defeat Tianyuan himself. Was he planning to use his head for that? That could get someone killed. Outside the field, Wang Longtong was also cursing, followed by a long silence. How? How can he be so powerful? What kind of secret technique did he use? Even if he had resorted to the desperate measure of blood burning, his own Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry wouldn't be able to do this. He was confident about that. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of the Lord of Han Yu City's shadow, let alone surpass the younger generation valued by the Lord of Han Yu City. So, this is the world of geniuses. Trialist number 1, training complete, grade A. In the distance, the 3 instructors also fell silent for a moment. Head instructor Ice Fist narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting, it seems we have misjudged. In the eyes of the trainees, Molten Steel Dragon, Duca, and Cyclops, Shen, were unmatched in their might. But the eyes of their instructors were sharper and more ruthless, naturally able to analyze essence through appearance. They already had an expectation of who was more outstanding. The actual performance of the trialists differed slightly from their estimates, but not by much. Only with Uta. Uta's commanding ability and strategy might not be worth mentioning, but he is strong enough on his own. Being strong is also a skill. If one has the ability to turn the tables, there is no need to obediently follow the rules. I just wonder if, in the Great War Zone, he could also possess the combat power to change the course of the battle. The training went on. The next few legends to take the stage performed somewhat stronger than the first few, enduring for a slightly longer time, but still far from enough to defeat this group after group of powerful enemies. Until Molten Steel Dragon, Duca, took to the stage. Among the trainees, there were several giant dragons, mostly born in the land of the Dragon Court, and Duca was the strongest among these giant dragons. Well aware there could be uncertainties in severely wounding monster legends beforehand, he still made a strong move to kill the enemy and turned the wide area outside the encampment into a land scorched by earth fire. The ground collapsed and shattered, beneath which flowed rivers of boiling magma. Molten Steel Dragon, Duca, drastically altered the terrain to block the Flesh Crystal Giant's charge.
With his hands now free, he first killed the second monster legend in the monster tide, then burned one super giant after another, ultimately securing an A rating.
Subsequently, several more individuals received A ratings. Cyclops, Shen, God Marshal Forbidden Army, Rick. Without exception, all displayed combat power that was not inferior to Molten Steel Dragons. Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry, Iron Hand, was slightly weaker in terms of combat power as a newly advanced legend. Despite his various tactics of commanding, pulling, Iron Hand's encampment was eventually breached, and he missed out on an A rating. The Lord of Scorching Flames was the one with the most outstanding commanding performance. Using her superior microcontrol skills, she narrowly secured an A rating against the odds. Rakshasa additionally achieved an A rating. He was steadier than Uta. He didn't strike aggressively but used the platform of the sandbox training to hone his commanding skills and microcontrol. When the 1000-second mark was about to arrive, he made a daring change of tactics, catching the monster legend off guard with a spear thrust. Following that, Rakshasa, utilizing the epic skill 3-phase body, split his being into 3 and passed this comprehensive training very steadily to receive an A rating. After Rakshasa, Saint of Holy Light, she took the stage and cleared the entire training program. Her performance was even more notable. She did not confront the monster legend directly but started with enhancing skills. When her sanctified light engulfed heaven and earth, cloaking every soldier in the camp with glittering golden armor. The warriors of the entire camp unleashed an extremely fearsome power. She herself also possessed superb command skills, leading these soldiers to repel the strong enemies time and time again until the clock ran out, with virtually no significant damage to the entire camp. She indeed did not slay a legendary monster, but she never truly took action herself during the process. Her performance was even more domineering and terrifying. She is not an ordinary Saint of Holy Light, she's at least of the epic 2 stars level. Mu Yuan mused to himself. Others might not even understand the difference between a Holy Light Priest, Holy Light Master Sacrifice, and a Saint of Holy Light. But Mu Yuan was all too familiar with the Saints of Holy Light. The characteristics, and the presentation of their power were distinctly clear to him, even the slightest discrepancies. He could identify them at a glance. This still did not negate Zai's excellence. The same for Epic 2 stars. Could Laney achieve this after stepping into the legendary realm? Mu Yuan had his doubts, but if Epic 2 stars wasn't enough, one could just evolve to Epic 3 stars. Her command is outstanding, and her power is exceptional. If she were given more troops to command, she could play an even greater role in war, remarked Ice Fist, the division general from afar. That was the reason their instructor group was optimistic about her. As for individual combat power, indeed, Uta, Shen, Duca, Rick, each one of these was a strongman of the legendary Earth realm, and they all still had great potential for improvement, yet the legendary Earth realm was considered inconsequential in the Great War Zone. Individual combat power was almost irrelevant. Being of the legendary Soul realm himself, he often couldn't sway the tide, except at the right moments and in the right situations when his power could have a decisive impact. And a good leader is one who knows how to find opportunities, even to create them. The consecutive 4 days of mandatory training came to an end. Shi, Uta, Rakshasa, Shen. The names of these legendary strongmen began to circulate in the Great War Zone. They were currently only new recruits. But the veterans believed that these strongmen would soon make a significant impact in the Hanggu Mountain War Zone. As soldiers of the War Zone, seeing excellent reinforcements always brought satisfaction. The following day, at the training camp assembly point, the instructor with a domain radius exceeding 10,000 meters spoke up. This is all there is to the mandatory training for the new recruits. Among these, those who achieve a grade C or above in the sandbox exercise may apply for task assessment. As long as you pass the task assessment, the Warzone Command will bestow positions upon you based on your overall performance during your time in the training camp. The task assessment involved real combat. The entire new recruit assessment was fundamentally divided into 2 major items: training and mission in real combat. The mission in real combat was key, accounting for 70% of the assessment score, with the previous training exercises making up 30%, which was akin to regular grades. Among these regular grades, the sandbox exercise represented more than half. However, whether it was training exercises or sandbox practice, the new recruits had the chance to undergo training again. The final score depended on the last training session. New recruits simply needed to meet the passing standard for the sandbox exercise within the stipulated time and number of attempts.
The vast majority of new recruits were clear about the rules. They were not ready to immediately apply for task assessment, not even fourth-order strongmen like Crescent Moon and Red Hair.
Below the legendary realm, only Lord Giant Elephant applied for the assessment. And above the legendary realm, everyone applied for the assessment. A few legends hesitated for a moment, but seeing their peers, each brimming with bravery and eagerness to improve, didn't want to fall behind. Task assessment will be random missions. The war zone will randomly assign each of you tasks and provisionally allocate a certain number of troops for you. These tasks, in theory, have a similar level of difficulty, but the instructor paused and then said, these are actual war zone missions, and nobody can guarantee that they won't encounter unforeseen events during their mission. Rather, in the war zone, unforeseen events are the norm, and our enemies surely won't play by the rules. Task assessment has no absolute fairness. During the task assessment, you may face life and death dangers at any time. Now, make your decisions. Nobody hesitated or showed any doubt. In the blood of soldiers, the gene for battle is inherently inscribed. In the Great War Zone, who would fear danger or death? Moreover, without battle, without moving forward, would there be no danger? In the eternal world, stagnation is the greatest hazard. No one feared, only brimmed with a fighting spirit. A real man should fight fist to flesh. Each of you will receive a number. Your mission will be communicated to you by a dedicated person within the next 2 days. Now, disband. The recruits dispersed one after another. Having witnessed the might of the legendary realm, all third and fourth order strongmen were filled with an intense desire to fight. How delightful would it be to climb to the peaks of legend and command the power of heaven and earth? They too had this opportunity. The Great War Zone was the perfect stage for a carp to leap over the Dragon's Gate. Lord Giant Elephant glanced deeply at Uda, the Rakshasa, and said, "I thought I had a great opportunity, at least to close the gap with Tianyuan, but unexpectedly, the distance has been widened once again, even further. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid I won't even be able to see Tianyuan's shadow. However, I won't admit defeat." At a certain location in the training camp, Wang Longtong and the Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry met, and he provided his division general with some trump card items. "Don't be discouraged. We also have the opportunity to overtake the competition through the tasks. Rest assured, my lord, training is training and missions are missions." The Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry, Iron Hand, still brimmed with confidence. After all, in the sandbox exercises, the combat power of the legendary realm had an enormous influence. He admitted his combat power was somewhat lacking, but this was only because he had stepped into the legendary realm less than a month ago. Given the same amount of time, he was confident he wouldn't be inferior to anyone. And it was the missions that truly tested the mettle of a leader. He would let the name of Dragon Rise resonate throughout the entire Great War Zone. In Taizan, somewhere, Lord Tianhua looked towards her secretary. "How are the new recruits we dispatched to the Hanggu Mountain War Zone performing?" The secretary spoke. "The assessment isn't over yet, but she is performing exceptionally well, while the other two are quite a bit inferior." Lord Tianhua nodded slightly. Her main focus was indeed on Shi. After all, for her, epic soldiers were not rare. Her status and channels meant she could recruit more than a few epics in a year. But many who had just stepped into the legendary realm were too simple and stupid, and did not yet meet the standard to fight alone in the Great War Zone. Lord Nanshan, White Shark Lord. One by one, the powerful frontier lords watched over their division generals. Actually, out of the 22 in the legendary realm, more than half came from only 4 territories. Tianyuan territory boasting 2 legends was not much. But both legends from Tianyuan territory had gotten the best rating in the sandbox exercises, which was quite eye-catching. Tianyuan may be the leading figure of the new generation, but we are old and powerful lords who have been around for several generations. We can't let Tianyuan outdo us, right? We must not lose in the mission assessment. That very afternoon, the Rakshasa was the first to receive his assessment task. Spy suspicion. Instruction number 1. In the grain-producing areas of the war zone, places like Lushui Town and Beihe Town, there are suspected spies sent by the monster overlord. Your task is to find the spy and ensure the safety of these treasured lands. Instruction number 2. Before the official execution of the task, the assessor may go to Base 3, the recruitment zone, to recruit no more than 30 special troops to assist themselves. Instruction number 3. At about the same time, the Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry, Iron Hand, the God Marshal Forbidden Armies Rick, Lord Giant Elephant, and the Saint of Holy Light, Shi, also received their random tasks. Spy suspicion. In the depths of the training camp, the chief instructor Ice Fist narrowed his eyes. Heh, didn't see this coming, did you? This is a competitive task. Let me see just how you'll each perform. The second instructor hesitated. Ice Boss, wasn't it because the Thousand Faces was too cunning and terrifying that we arranged for as many as 5 groups to carry out this task? How did you turn it into a competition? Ice Fist said, you don't understand. Whether they can learn to cooperate, whether they can fully utilize the conditions and resources. This too, is part of the assessment. Second instructor. But why does Ice Boss look so wily? Surely he didn't set this up just for his own amusement. The second instructor dimly felt that he had stumbled upon the truth. The task assessment tests your ability to think, adapt, and remain calm and collected, reacting as the situation demands. I can't give you much advice on how to proceed. Mu Yuan said to Rakshasa before departure. During the assessment, lords naturally are not to interfere. The war zone has its own methods of evaluation. But lords are not completely without recourse to act. If one of their division generals faces an unexpected life and death crisis, Mu Yuan will intervene when necessary. A decrease in evaluation is far less significant than preserving one's life. Some powerful lords usually arrange several safeguarding measures. As for Rakshasa, Mu Yuan was quite confident. Rakshasa had numerous ways to ensure his survival, and his intelligence was up to the standard. Even if he encountered a soul realm being, he could easily escape. But as for Uda, if Uda were to team up with other division generals, Mu Yuan wouldn't be so worried, since Uda at least listens to advice. But Uda leading a team alone, Mu Yuan felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. Let's stay here for a few more days and leave after their assessment ends. No problem. For Duo Lai, a trip was never a problem. It pondered what specialty to bring back for its friends: food, or more food. Yet, the Great War Zone didn't have any characteristic delicacies. Mu Yuan, having come all this way, decided to try out some of the training camp's exercises, including sandbox drills. He was a 3-star level frontier lord, and during the first few uses within a year, the discount was substantial. It would be a waste not to utilize it. Before long, Dingo one-time use card, Mu Yuan found himself within the sandbox. The next moment, his spiritual power spread out, connecting all the soldiers in the camp to form a tightly knit whole. The sacred spirit network connected each and every one, resonating, one and all. He extended one finger. Armor hardened. His armor shimmered with the sheen of bone. The armor of dozens of warriors around him also glowed with the sheen of bone. In the camp, the armor of hundreds, thousands of soldiers, all shone vividly. Brilliant blessing, sharpness adhesion, water's guard, exceeding energy. Beams of light soared into the sky. Lord Shepherd sat inside the fortress, fracturing his vision into 32 segments, minutely observing every nook and cranny inside and outside the entire camp. He transmitted his thoughts. Squad 32, numbers 1 to 3, fall back 3 meters. Squad 64, numbers 2, 4, and 6, use the hurricane skill. Squad 12. Several hundred seconds later, a legendary monster plummeted from the sky. A flesh giant froze solid before the camp walls, and Mu Yuan still sat leisurely in the fortress, his chin propped up, utterly bored. This sandbox drill is still too easy, he said. While Mu Yuan tried out various training exercises, Rakshasa had already taken his token to the recruitment area of base number 3. The area was vast, occupying a quarter of the space in base number 3. Within it were waterfalls cascading, volcanoes erupting, and majestic buildings standing. Special fire elemental breeding pool, special dragonhawk nest. Special Saintess monastery, special sharpshooter watchtower. Around these special troops buildings, many elite soldiers stood at the ready. You're not yet a formal commander of the Hangu Mountain War Zone, so you can't use these troop buildings. Choose from the troops available around here, the person in charge said after checking Rakshasa's token. He spoke and handed over a list of selectable troops. The kinds of troops were numerous, with dozens available. Some Rakshasa recognized, but there were a few he had never heard of. However, each type of troop had a simple level and skill description, so Rakshasa was by no means ignorant. No matter the mission, for me, the role of troops is mainly supportive. For assessors like them, the 4-order troops they could lead were limited to a maximum of 5. But even if he had 34-order troops, they would not greatly assist him in combat. Reconnaissance, communication, hindering the enemy. Rakshasa thought for a moment and decided on 3 directions. He began his selection. Soon, he recognized a familiar skill name. Vision sharing. This scouting technique of the Battle Falcon army was often used by Rakshasa, and he knew the advantages of having a bird's eye view from above. Quickly, Rakshasa saw another familiar talent name. Spiritual connection. It allowed for long-range transmission of commands, connecting a maximum of 3 individuals simultaneously, with a range not exceeding 2,000 meters. Rakshasa frowned slightly but ultimately completed his selection of 30 soldiers. He then boarded the transport aircraft provided by the training camp and sped toward the mission location. The granary land was located at the center of 3 major logistics bases and was created by a great power during periods outside of the Scarlet Mist Tide. Within and around this valuable land, one town after another had been established to manage and guard these lands. In the outer areas, there were numerous guardian camps of similar standards to those seen in the sandbox drills. Rakshasa flew into Behi town and, holding the mission token, met with a battalion commander from the Behi town patrol corps. "Commander Rakshasa," the battalion commander greeted with a cupped hand salute. "Please, this way. We've prepared some food and drinks. Let's talk over a meal." Rakshasa looked at the man before him and frowned slightly, saying, "Time is tight and the task is important. Let's get straight to the point. There's suspected to be a spy dispatched by the monster overlord here in Behi town, but isn't the aura of monsters completely different from ours? How can they hide? Monsters indeed can conceal their aura in order not to be detected. But claiming that they could disguise themselves as humans or creatures seemed a bit of an exaggeration." Rakshasa had never heard of such a thing. The captain said, "There's a monster known as Thousand Faces, first discovered 3 years ago. These monsters have the ability to devour creatures, transform into them, and read their memories. This unique way of disguising allows the Thousand Faces to have exactly the same characteristics as the creatures, making them indistinguishable by their aura. However, the transformation of the Thousand Faces has a flaw. They are always monsters and they have to discard their shell and find a new creature to devour and transform regularly, otherwise, their monstrous scent will gradually reveal itself. We estimate that this time frame is between 10 days and half a month." The captain with a full beard paused and continued, "During this time, we have had some disappearances in Behi town. Just yesterday, we found a lifeless body with no face among our guards. This body was now at the guard's station. Rakshasa saw it soon after. The body's face was unnaturally smooth, without eyes, nose, or mouth. Its face had been devoured." Rakshasa fell into thought. Even he could tell that the situation didn't look good. If the Thousand Faces were so powerful and elusive, how could he flush out the culprit? If it were Lord Shepherd, how would he think, where would he start? After some thought, Rakshasa looked around and asked, "Could this Thousand Faces be inside the guard corps?" The bearded man was startled and replied, "Lord Rakshasa, everyone in the guard corps with the rank of captain or higher has undergone special inspections to ensure they haven't been replaced. The high officials of Behi town have as well. We suspect that the Thousand Faces would replace someone with lower status but with access to many matters. You can start from there." After leaving the station, Rakshasa walked around inside and outside Behi town and dispatched 3 Storm Falcons and Dragon Hawks with vision-sharing abilities for repeated observation. He found nothing. If the guard corps hadn't been able to find the Thousand Faces after so long, how could his short observations yield any results? Besides, he was not familiar with Behi town, so how could he spot the flaws? Rakshasa fell into thought again. After pondering for a long while, he still couldn't find a way to break the deadlock. He thought for a moment, then took out a brocade bag. It was the brocade bag that Lord Shepherd had given him before he left. "Try for another 2 hours, if you really can't find a way, then take a look," he told himself. At the same time, in Lushway town, Saint of Holy Light she started with the guards. Waving her hand, glorious light from the heavens fell and hissed, purifying all that was impure. Immediately, a professional from the guard corps knelt and begged for mercy, admitting he should not have been greedy for that batch of soul crystals last month. But not a trace of the Thousand Faces was to be found. Is it really not here, or is my holy light ineffective against it? She wondered. She felt the latter was more likely. She had already heard about the Thousand Faces from her great lord before. In a certain town, God Marshal Forbidden Army Rick exclaimed, "Where, oh where, come on out, you cursed Thousand Faces, and fight your grandpa for 300 rounds. In a certain town, Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry Iron Hand, through the shared vision of a dragon hawk, caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Is that Tianyuan Rakshasa? He's here too? Wait, this spy suspicion mission? Could it be a competitive task? If all the monster spies are ferreted out by competitors, my assessment would likely be a failure. Damn it! Sneaky instructors. Iron Hand started to ponder, knowing he had to act faster now. In a certain town, Lord Giant Elephant had already gathered information from more than a dozen informants and circled several highly overlapping pieces with a red line. In his heart, he vaguely had an outline. Since the Thousand Faces are masters of disguise, I have two options to choose from, he murmured. Luring them out or waiting for them to reveal themselves, Lord Shepherd Mu Yuan whispered to himself. To avoid suspicion, he had not contacted Rakshasa but had gathered a rough understanding of the task on his own. Thousand Faces. There's such a bizarre monster. If a Thousand Faces infiltrated my Tianyuan territory, how would I detect it at the earliest opportunity? All the methods used in the Great War Zone failed to detect the Thousand Faces, so naturally, the methods like reconnaissance sky eye in his territory were also ineffective. Mu Yuan began to ponder. This was taking precautions. It's always wise to prepare dozens of contingency plans in normal times, so that one is not caught off guard in critical moments. Lushui Town. Two figures arrived here without making any sound. One was the instructor Ice Fist, who squinted his eyes slightly. The other was a top-tier instructor of the Heaven and Earth realm with the fiery domain, Fierce Wind. Fierce Wind was puzzled. Why have we come here, and sneakily at that? Aren't the recruits' assessments something we need not personally attend to? They were busy people after all, and only had a few days to give mandatory lessons to new recruits. How could they possibly babysit an assessment? Ice Fist squinted and said, "Didn't you find it strange why I turned this spy mission into a competition?" Fierce Wind asked, "Why?" Instead of a direct answer, Ice Fist replied, "Thousand Faces is very peculiar and possesses the ultimate disguise abilities. Or rather, it's not merely a disguise, they completely replace someone. Until exposed, they will flawlessly follow that person's behavior patterns without giving away the slightest flaw. If you were completely replaced by Thousand Faces, even if I were faced with you directly, it would be hard for me to notice anything amiss. In this situation, do you think, relying on a bunch of new recruits, even if they are legendary recruits, they could uncover Thousand Faces? The harm and destruction Thousand Faces could cause to our war zone is far more severe than just one or two beings of the legendary realm. If not handled promptly, the entire area will be in turmoil." Ice Fist continued, "The reason I wanted there to be a competition was to stir the waters. Only when the water is muddied can the perfectly hidden Thousand Faces be fished out. From beginning to end, the task of dealing with Thousand Faces has been my responsibility. Leveraging the assessment as free labor is one, creating a competitive mechanism, stirring things up and having fun is two. Lying in wait, drawing the snake out of its lair, is the third. It's killing three birds with one stone." Fierce Wind widened his eyes and after a long while, he fiercely spat out, "Old silver coin, you sly fox." Beihi Town. Still unable to find much of a clue, Rakshasa pulled a small brocade bag from his storage ring. He opened it. Inside, there weren't the imagined 360 contingency plans, instead, there were just a few brief hints. No matter whether you are in the Great War Zone or on other missions, always remember one thing. Play to your strengths, showcase what you have that others do not. What is your advantage? Combat power? That's not quite right, at least not entirely. Your advantage lies in your three unique epic skills, the greatness of epic skills. Some things that epic skills can do are truly unique and can accomplish many feats that even those 100 times stronger than yourself cannot achieve. My epic abilities, Rakshasa murmured to himself. Three-phase body. Possessing the ego, good body, and evil body, each with its powers, any of which could be used as the real figure. Slaying evil, decapitating malevolence. He could see malevolence and slay it. Evil ether prison sea. Transform into an immortal sea of evil ether. Rakshasa began to have some ideas. Apart from combat power, what else could these three epic abilities be used for? Evil. What is evil? Those who commit evil are evil. Those who are enemies are evil. Those who are enemies and harmful are even more so heinous. Rakshasa suddenly understood. He turned into smoke and drifted to the top of the town's tower in an instant. Within the brown cloud, a pair of indifferent eyes appeared, staring into the distance. In his eyes, the people began to lose their colors, leaving only a dull, luminous black and white. Most of the patrolling warriors and the soldiers following their leaders were left only as white shells. They were purely of the warrior class, devoid of intelligence, and thus devoid of good or evil. Other professionals and lords occasionally emitted wisps of black smoke from their bodies. The smoke wasn't thick, but there was some nonetheless. These wisps of black smoke gathered and intertwined in mid-air, lingering. Rakshasa's brow furrowed slightly. Not enough, still not enough. I must observe a broader spectrum. He thought for a moment, found a wider high ground, and ordered several warriors to guard the surroundings. The next moment, Rakshasa transformed into the evil ether prison sea, and the power of evil within him began to boil. In his eyes, the silent, dull, lusterless world rapidly expanded outward. The two-colored black and white space incessantly devoured the heavens and the earth. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of professionals turned into symbols in his eyes. Black smoke wafted. A howl of the cold wind. Malevolence roared as if in the clouds. The black and white picture was thus set. The drifting fog of evil ether converged, and a burly man with a green face opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a chilling fierceness. Within White River Town, the Rakshasa followed the thick black smoke and quickly located the target. It was a young man wearing exquisite armor. Around the young man, 2 columns of soldiers, totaling around 20, followed. Could he be the spy of the monster overlord? The Rakshasa pondered. He couldn't be certain. Bearing heavy karma didn't necessarily mean one was a spy for the monster power. Yet, he could be sure that there was a big problem with this person. Should he act and eradicate the evil? When in doubt, hold steady. He recalled the Lord's words. He couldn't act recklessly in the situation where the man's identity was not certain. After all, they were inside the Great War Zone, and he represented Tianyuan territory. So, the Rakshasa sought out the local patrol brigade. The patrol brigade was responsible for the security of the entire region, including matters of a monster spy. Furthermore, the patrol brigade possessed the means to check if someone was disguised by 1,000 faces, although such methods could not be used on a large scale. In the patrol brigade's base, a place inaccessible to outsiders and the core of the base, there were various advanced devices, miracle buildings. Through blood extraction, soul verification, and multiple layers of the light of purification, it was possible to discern if someone was in disguise. Before long, the results of the inspection were out. Commander, this person is not 1,000 faces. The commander of the patrol brigade, a pioneer of the legendary realm called Wan Kitong, wasn't surprised by this outcome. If the 1,000 faces were so easy to identify, their patrol brigade wouldn't be so troubled and even fearful of them.
Even as a powerful being of the legendary realm, sometimes he would wonder if someone in his own patrol brigade had been replaced by 1,000 faces, or if 1,000 faces was hiding right beside him.
He had even avoided sleep lately, immersing himself in cultivation, afraid of accidents. If they were like this, how could a new recruit, who had only been in Beiyi town for a few hours, possibly uncover 1,000 faces? I just hope these new soldiers don't cause us any trouble, even if some of them are of the legendary realm, but each of them was a newly advanced legendary, with little experience in leading troops or handling cases. Asking for their assistance in dealing with the 1,000 faces was nothing short of adding to the chaos. The commander of the patrol brigade didn't understand why the higher-ups had issued such a foolish order. Had they forgotten the calamity unleashed by the 1,000 faces years ago? Anyhow, keep a close eye on these new soldiers, don't let them cause any trouble, grant their requests as long as they're not too unreasonable. I will ask someone to see if we can get some reliable reinforcements from the war zone, said the brigade commander, and then he turned to his deputy, by the way, who was the new soldier who sent the man for inspection. From which territory is he? The deputy replied, the new soldier is called Rakshasa. He doesn't have any publicly known combat achievements, but he performed excellently during the previous training camp's assessment. He is said to be one of the best among this training camp's legendary realm individuals. However, this Rakshasa is not from a top-tier territory, he's from Tianyuan territory. Tianyuan territory? The patrol brigade commander mused for a moment. Besides the verification for 1,000 faces, take the young man through the interrogation process for suspects. After all, he was one of the best new recruits from the training camp and hailed from Tianyuan territory. It might not be long before this Rakshasa's status in the war zone rivaled his own. The patrol brigade commander didn't think such an interrogation would yield any results, but if they completed the whole process, he assumed Rakshasa wouldn't make any more unreasonable requests. The deputy quickly relayed the instructions. The patrol brigade commander continued his duty, keeping watch and pondering the matter of the 1,000 faces. Before long, the deputy approached. "Boss, the young man's interrogation is complete." "What young man?" The commander blanked for half a second before remembering the young man Rakshasa had requested to be interrogated. It was just an interrogation. There was no need for the deputy to make a special trip for such a trivial matter, right? Could it be? As if he realized something, the patrol brigade commander's expression turned subtly strange. "Is there a problem with that young man?" The deputy said, "A big problem indeed. He actually is a spy from the Shenyao Empire. We found evidence after our search that at least 3 supply transport incidents are connected to this Shenyao spy. Actually, there might be more. This isn't something we can handle on our own. We have to report this to the base." Caught in silence, the patrol brigade commander reflected. There really was a problem. A Shenyao espionage agent deeply undercover. The harm this Shenyao spy could inflict was in no way inferior to 1,000 faces. How did he manage to find this spy? The patrol brigade commander was baffled. He shook his head, informed Rakshasa of the outcome. Upon receiving the outcome, Rakshasa was neither pleased nor upset. The deputy said, "Lord Rakshasa, I will report back now. If you have any further needs, you can contact me at any time." Rakshasa replied, "Then help me investigate a second suspect." The deputy. "What did you say?" Soon, the life-doubting deputy took another suspect into custody. They repeated the previous process, activating the enchantment and verifying whether the suspect was disguised as 1,000 faces. The result was quickly confirmed, still not one. Following the regular procedure, the deputy interrogated this suspect, conducted a heart-asking, and the result. Another one with problems? The deputy was agape as he heard the outcome. This person has embezzled a substantial amount of public funds, even causing a guardian camp to be overrun by the monster tide. How dare he? He truly deserves to die. Not long after, the patrol brigade commander also received the news, mirroring the deputy's wide-eyed expression. However, how on earth did the Rakshasa manage to identify 2 suspects in such a short period of time? Could there possibly be a third, a fourth? So many problematic individuals appearing, the patrol brigade commander certainly bears a significant responsibility. The patrol brigade commander's concerns went undiscovered. Outside Behi town, the Rakshasa took a glance. In his eyes, the black smoke symbolizing evil deeds still lingered, with wisp upon wisp rising from certain individuals, swirling and unfading. But the volume of the black smoke was far less than that of the first 2 individuals. If he were to use this standard to identify suspects, the number of suspects would be quite substantial. After pondering for a moment, the Rakshasa still decided to leave Behi town to search for clues in other areas. At the same time, God Marshal Forbidden Army's Rick was restless. He had not the slightest clue and didn't even know where to start. A Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry's iron hand paced back and forth. No clues, not a single clue. Even though my reasoning is correct. 1,000 Faces' ability to hide and disguise is too formidable. Can I really complete this mission by myself? He, too, was lost in thought. A saint of holy lights, she furrowed his brows. My purification power, if it locks onto a single individual, might reveal something. But while there seem to be many traces in the region, they don't piece together into a clue. 1,000 Faces, the faceless. She also became somewhat anxious. At about the same time, in a small alley of Lushway town, Lord Giant Elephant knelt on the ground, his entire face contorted, with cold sweat streaming from his forehead. Faintly discernible were wisps of black-red mist emanating from his eyes. Seconds later, Lord Giant Elephant stood up, wiped off the sweat, and seemed to have returned to normal as he walked outside. He continued searching for traces of 1,000 Faces. He had found an important clue, minutes ago, half an hour later. Upon arriving at Lushway town, the Rakshasa opened his eyes, and the concept of evil gradually became clear in his gaze. His eyes suddenly shifted towards a particular place. Columns of black smoke billowed outwards. This is. The Rakshasa concealed his trail and made his way to the source of the black smoke. When he saw the origin, even his eyes couldn't help but ripple slightly. He knew this person. It was one of the rookies from the training camp, Lord Giant Elephant. The dense black smoke enveloping Lord Giant Elephant was like a massive shadow clinging to him. The Rakshasa frowned. In this situation, how should I proceed? Just like him, Lord Giant Elephant was a rookie from the training camp. The standard inspection mechanisms that worked on ordinary suspects might not be suited for Lord Giant Elephant. Moreover, the Rakshasa was conflicted, and in the midst of his indecision, he faintly captured another different aura, drawing steadily nearer. Ice Fist Head Instructor and Fierce Wind, from afar, had locked on to Lord Giant Elephant. The fish has taken the bait. I just didn't expect that Thousand Faces would actually infiltrate Giant Elephant himself. Erosion, transformation isn't complete yet. Giant Elephant can still be saved. We need to act fast. Yes, the encirclement is almost set up. This time, Thousand Faces cannot escape. Wait, hold on. Ice Fist Head Instructor startled and looked towards the distance, to a seemingly empty space. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Didn't expect this. No, didn't expect it at all. There's actually someone else who noticed something off about Giant Elephant, and it's one of those undergoing the mission assessment, from Tianyuan territory, the Rakshasa. Fierce Wind was astonished. He gazed in the direction of Ice Fist's look, for a moment, for an eternity. Fierce Wind fell silent. Was this newcomer a monster? Seeing that Ice Fist Head Instructor had personally arrived, the Rakshasa was in no hurry and quietly waited until Ice Fist and Fierce Wind showed themselves. He then changed from his malevolent form to his normal state and stepped out of the shadows. The three men, from different directions, surrounded Lord Giant Elephant's squad. Head Instructor. Before Giant Elephant could finish his words, Ice Fist made his move. In an instant, the world turned to frozen tundra, and the piercingly cold ice breeze passed over, with Giant Elephant and his troops all frozen within ice crystals. Ice Fist approached and took out a seal radiating a holy purifying light, intending to affix it to Giant Elephant's forehead. The next moment, a faint apparition emerged from Giant Elephant's body, displaying dozens of faces that rapidly change. It glanced at Ice Fist, Fierce Wind, and Rakshasa, then, pop, it vanished like a bursting bubble. Ice Fist's domain swept in all directions but found no trace. He then took out a communication device. First squad, second squad, third squad, intercept the enemy. But none of the teams reported any disturbance in the domain or sighted the enemy. Ice Fist furrowed his brows, for the first time feeling that matters were somewhat beyond his anticipation. The ability of Thousand Faces has evolved again? Could he possibly be controlling several bodies at once, and transferring between them? He thought this guess was very probable, but how to search for him? He had fished for so long, just to pinpoint Thousand Faces' location, to try again was no longer feasible. Damn it! A robust figure suddenly dashed past from the side, heading straight for the distance. It was Rakshasa. Rakshasa soared through the air, charging out of Lushwade town in an instant. Seeing this, Ice Fist said, Fierce Wind, continue the investigation here, I'll be right back. He transformed into a streak of icy light, escaping towards the sky. Shortly, a guard camp appeared in his field of vision. There was Rakshasa in the distance, who descended from the sky. Wisps of brown smoke gathered to form, inch by inch, into a long spear, held within his grasp. His spear thrust like a heavenly dragon, targeting an ordinary-looking squad leader. One thrust, piercing the throat, but it had only pierced an afterimage. Flames burning with evil deeds streaked across the sky, trailing sparks. Not far away, the face of the squad leader who dodged Rakshasa's strike flickered and changed, as though dozens of voices overlapped. I remember you. Thousand Faces glanced at Rakshasa and Ice Fist, who had rapidly followed, then vanished like a shattered illusion, leaving behind a body without a face that fell straight to the ground. Rakshasa looked towards the heavens, transformed into smoke, and sped off in a certain direction. The Ice Fist head instructor caught up, looking around, and without a word, followed. At the same time, in Beihi town, the Saint of Holy Light, Shi, who had recently arrived in this town, suddenly sensed a whiff of pollution. Where is it? There, without hesitation, she summoned the Holy Light, and the enormous absolute shining barrier enveloped the entire lookout post. Perhaps because Thousand Faces had just switched bodies, under the cover of Holy Light, the visage of the bearded patrol brigade commander changed, as if erased by an eraser and hastily redrawn. This scene was keenly noticed by Shi. She swung her colossal hammer towards the distance, the glow of the Holy Light and thunderbolt shimmering upon it. The face of Thousand Faces altered. What rotten luck I have. However, Ice Fist being there was one thing, but being outdone by a couple of mere legends, how dare they treat your Lord Thousand Faces with such impudence? Dozens of illusory faces appeared, roaring towards the heavens. The outpost shattered. The Saint of Holy Light holding the gigantic hammer knelt on one knee, the vast absolute shining barrier flickered uncertainly, and eventually cracked and broke. At that moment, the Rakshasa transformed into a cloud of smoke had not yet entered the domain of Beihi town. Seeing this scene, he entered the evil ether prison sea mode. His huge cloud of evil ether surged high into the sky like the waves in a storm. Rakshasa's already rapid speed increased further, transforming into lightning, becoming light. The icy glow also surged in speed, but it was mercilessly left behind. Ice Fist head instructor. Although he indeed lacked any flying abilities, to be outpaced by a mere rookie legend, wasn't this a bit absurd? This Thousand Faces was tricky, definitely not to be underestimated. He could only fly with all his might, in the distance. The Thousand Faces, whose features kept changing, spared a glance at Rakshasa and the far more distant Ice Fist. He made his move. Dozens, hundreds of faces roared once again. Not far away, the Saint of Holy Light, Shi, kneeling on one knee, had strange faces appearing on her exposed arm. Her face too, was continuously changing, now joyous, now sorrowful. Rakshasa. His cloud of evil ether stirred with violent ripples, visibly shrinking. But Rakshasa's momentum remained unyielding, unaffected in the slightest. The evil ether cloud enveloped them. Within, roars filled the air, and ghostly figures abounded. The brown cloud of evil ether thinned a little, but when the cloud began to dissipate, three figures emerged on the scene. One with a green face and ferocious fangs, Rakshasa with dark skin. Another muscular one holding a long spear, one in front and one behind, piercing through Thousand Faces ruthlessly. They also pierced through, only visible to Rakshasa himself, the viscous karmic evil deeds. At this time, Ice Fist head instructor finally arrived at the battlefield. He couldn't help but ponder, what exactly was his role in this mission? Compared to the Rakshasa's assessment task, Uda's task was not so circuitous. His task was to scout outdoors, to investigate the detailed circumstances of a certain area, and to determine whether a monster overlord truly existed. Such a task seemed not difficult, but in reality, it was even more dangerous. Venturing into the wilderness surrounded by monster power, no one could predict what they would encounter. Uda set out with a squad of troops, after 10 hours. Buma! The monster tide surged from afar, charging directly at the squad led by Uda. Gazing at it, Uda thought for 3 seconds but failed to come up with a plan, and so he charged straight into the monster tide like a colossal whale crashing into the waves, smashing the monstrous surge to pieces. 12 hours later, Uda encountered a second assault by a monster tide, with flying creatures attacking from all directions. Again, he shattered the tide, but the accompanying troops suffered quite a few injuries. 14 hours later. Where should I start looking for clues of the monster overlord? Uda scratched his head. The task mentioned that there might be an overlord power related to the frost goblin in this area, and he was to bring back relevant clues, evidence materials to prove his findings. What was he supposed to do? Uda devoted 10% of his energy to swinging his fists and channeled 90% into thinking. He couldn't think of an answer, but the monster tide in front of him had almost dissipated.
At this moment, Uda snapped back from his thoughts, realizing his legs were bound. A chilling cold surged up from the depths of the earth, with ice creeping up his calves, visibly spreading coldness all around. The blood flowing from the monster corpses, the surrounding wind, the particles of elements subtly flickering in the realm, seemed to all freeze over.
Yet this cold didn't bother him, he hardly noticed it for quite a while. Just as Uda thought to break free, a hunched figure glowing ice blue darted out from the monster tide, with two ice blades gleaming with a cold, harsh light. Several hours earlier, it's a human scout. This scout seems to be alone. This old man has already confirmed it, there are no human ambushes in this area. Let's make our move then, this human is swaggering around so brazenly, it's the first time this king has ever seen such a sight. The two ice blades slashed down. Crack, the ice blades broke. The ice blades that struck the pitch-black armor were as fragile as sculpted ice, fracturing upon touching the combat-will armament. The goblin legend wielding the blades instinctively stiffened. Uda no longer tried to free himself from the ice, his body erupted with strands of burning vital blood flames. Facing the goblin close at hand, he couldn't help but throw a punch. Dragon Forcia combat will a serious punch. The berserk punch tore through the air, bringing a shrill whistling that seemed to tear the azure sky apart, with the burly human suddenly emanating a terrifying oppressive force. The legendary goblin only felt as if he were facing a giant dragon, its majestic and indifferent golden eyes looking down on him. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The goblin protected himself with the two broken blades, his domain of extreme cold continuously shrinking, attempting to form a barrier that could reduce the enemy's strength. However, this intangible and formless domain of extreme cold, which in theory should only collide with another domain, seemed like a water droplet being squeezed inward when Uda's punch struck. The endless chill receded inward, and the visible coldness condensed into crystals then shattered in the next instant. Amongst the shattered ice, the black armored fist continued unabated, first smashing the broken blades, then bombarding the blue body of the monster legend goblin. Its upper body caved in, pierced through the back, the whole body exploded outward from the center. By then, the muffled thud had only just begun to echo, with green and red blood spattering around and icing the ground with sharp spikes. Uda retracted his fist, standing still. He felt very satisfied with the exhilarating punch. The positioning of the monster legend was too direct. It was inappropriate for him not to smash a target so squarely with a punch. After being pleased for half a moment, Uda thought to himself, that's bad. In front of him, the frost goblin didn't leave even a scrap of its body. He had made his attack too thorough. He was greatly annoyed. Then, in the next moment, Uda revealed a look of joy. A domain descended from the azure sky above. A realm of ice crystals stretched across the sky like a massive mountain bearing down. The attacking monster legend in the sky showed a look of astonishment but didn't hesitate, instead attacking with even more ferocity and decisiveness.
One from above, one from below. There were a total of 3 monster overlords attacking, none of them weak.
The domain of ice crystals above spanned an almost 4,000-meter radius. Only, the frost legend had died too swiftly. This unknown human, not recorded in their ranks, was a top-level heaven and earth realm powerhouse. He mustn't be allowed to live. Take this chance, Buma. Ice crystals from the sky began to collapse. The earth transformed into an ice lake. Amidst the spreading dust, Uda, cloaked in black armor, slowly walked out. On his body, there wasn't a scratch. My turn, step. The sound waves burst forth, the golden image of a giant dragon pierced through the azure sky. The monster overlord in the sky was sent flying backward, hurtling down. Step. Uda's body steamed with vigor, returning to his original spot. His eyes focused on the ground below. He took a slight breath and then threw punch after punch.
Boom 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 booma. Roar 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 roar. The earth split apart, broken earth blocks flew up, and just as the ice crystals began to rise in the air, they turned to dust under the onslaught of the furious punches.
The ground crumbled away in waves, like the tide. After a moment, Uda stopped his output. He left behind a crater over 3,000 meters in diameter. Inside the pit, a long, legendary remnant was faintly visible, its category no longer distinguishable. Uta picked up the remnants and found the one that had fallen earlier. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close, I almost didn't complete the mission. Tens of kilometers away, a newbie at a training camp was also carrying out an assessment task. It was the Lord of Scorching Flames. I've discovered several legendary traces in this small area. Indeed, the wilderness holds boundless danger. I must be extremely cautious and absolutely cannot reveal my whereabouts, she mused. She could imagine that once she was discovered and locked on, she would inevitably be pursued by the monster overlord and intercepted by at least several monstrous figures. With a concealing pearl in hand, the Lord of Scorching Flames moved through the mountains and forests, using only the power of her physical body to fly and traverse. Suddenly, boom! A loud noise resounded. Despite the distance, it clearly reached her ears. The Lord of Scorching Flames shivered. A battle? She climbed to a high point nearby to look out and could vaguely see the chaotic storm and a fleeting golden dragon shadow. She swallowed nervously. Which power in the war zone is carrying out a suppression mission? Too fierce. Unlike a small fry like myself who can only hide and sneak around. She had no intention of investigating further. To survive in the Great War Zone, the first rule was to restrain her curiosity. Otherwise, she would eventually perish because of it. Unless a call for help was seen, she would never approach any combat area. This region is not peaceful. I should go back and submit my mission report. These clues should be enough. Time to leave. The Lord of Scorching Flames took one last distant look and then disappeared into the mountains and forest. At roughly the same time, in the core fortress of Hanggu Mountain War Zone. Compared with the three major logistics bases, the core fortress didn't look as magnificent at first glance. It was only slightly larger than the one at Dragonhead Mountain. But Mu Yuan had heard that the entire fortress was a unified whole, an artifact in itself. Even when it wasn't a time of war, the area outside the core fortress was still shrouded in gunfire, hardly ever ceasing. Standing inside the fortress and looking into the distance, Mu Yuan could see mountains that seemed insurmountable and, beyond the mountains, the surging, cloud-like scarlet mist tide. The scarlet mist is key, proclaimed the Lord of Han Yu City, the reason our Tai-Zan, including other great nations, have been able to withstand the corrupt powers is that the truly powerful corrupt beings won't venture far from the scarlet mist. Only during the surges of the scarlet mist tide do these apex monsters emerge within the tide. Even so, we have reasons to suspect that we are only facing the periphery of the monster power from the Red Mist Land. None of us know what exists deep within the Red Mist Land or what corruption and evolution have taken place. After all, even I have only delved a few million miles deep into the Red Mist Land. Mu Yuan initially thought that the Lord of Han Yu City would express a sentiment of, kill, 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 given her rise through bloodshed, but unexpectedly, her attitude seemed rather pessimistic. Lord Han Yu glanced at him as if guessing what he was thinking, because you have the potential and will eventually reach the same heights as us. I'm telling you about this cruel reality ahead of time. Don't get too cocky, kid. Of course, for now, fighting and resisting powerful enemies still depend on us, the older generation. Rest assured, as for restoring human glory, our Tianyuan territory is duty-bound. Mu Yuan said. Dual Lai followed. Exactly, that's the spirit. By the way, Mu Yuan took something out of his storage ring. This is the God General Talisman Stone you gave me back then. You said if it wasn't used, it should be returned. I'm returning it to its rightful owner today. The God General Talisman Stone, an epic item, was something that the Lord of Han Yu City had obtained for him years ago. After using the Talisman Stone, you can summon a divine general at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, who will heed your commands and serve you for up to 3 hours. Without a doubt, this is a god-tier item for saving one's life. Even if faced with an assault by several legendary monsters, the emergence of a peak-level divine general is enough to break through perilous situations. But for Mu Yuan right now, this talisman stone is of no use. The Tianyuan territory already has many division generals, with combat power comparable to the peak of the heaven and earth realm. He has no interest in keeping this item. This talisman stone can't be said to be useless, at least initially. Holding the God General Talisman Stone, Lord Shepard felt a lot more secure. Many of his contingency plans involved the use of this Talisman Stone. Talisman Stone? The Lord of Hanyu City was taken aback. She remembered this item. Epic items were not that rare for the vast Taizan alliance, but those suitable for ordinary lords and capable of turning the tide were extremely rare, or almost none at all. The Tianyuan territory had encountered a great calamity, and she had thought that Lord Tianyuan had used up the Talisman Stone a long time ago. Without using the Talisman Stone, Tianyuan survived the most difficult initial period right under the nose of the monster overlord? My goodness! This guy is terrifying. Not inferior to herself, and perhaps, possibly, maybe, a tiny bit beyond her? However, times have changed, and it's not possible to compare directly. So she thought. Mu Yuan did not stay long in the core fortress and soon set off on his return journey. He was still concerned about Rakshasa and Uda's conditions. The fortress. The general's mansion. After bathing, the Lord of Hanyu City immediately donned her full set of armor, never parting with her armor and sword. She summoned one of her direct lineage division generals, Moon Sword Immortal, who had been following her into the struggle of the Great War Zone. By the way, the various programs in the training camp must have been carried out nearly completely by now, right? How is the quality of this year's new officers? Are there any more reliable reinforcements being sent to us in Hangu Mountain from the rear? How are the two people Lord Tianyuan brought performing? Moon Sword Immortal said, the first batch of officers have completed training and evaluation, among which Uta and Rakshasa, under Lord Tianyuan's command, both performed outstandingly. Ice Fist and several individuals in the legendary realm involved in the mission gave them high praise. Among them, One-Punch Marshal Lunatica Uta undertook a reconnaissance mission. Heya. Moon Sword Immortal glanced at the report in the hands of his subordinates and hesitated for a while before saying, his reconnaissance result was bringing back 2 remnants of legendary monsters, proving that there are legendary monsters active in that area. Killing 2 legendary realm creatures within a monster-infested area and returning unharmed is indeed an exceptionally powerful form of reconnaissance. Moon Sword Immortal continued. Rakshasa's performance was even more outstanding. He spent less than a day to find and kill a 1,000 Faces monster that had been causing trouble for various patrol corps. The Lord of Hanyu City slightly nodded. After all, he was a top general whom Lord Tianyuan had carefully selected. Finding 1,000 Faces wasn't that far-fetched. Moon Sword Immortal added, during this process, Lord Rakshasa also found a high-level spy from Shenyao, a high-level spy from Yongqing, 2 individuals guilty of embezzlement, and the Lord of Hanyu City. That seemed a bit preposterous. She also clearly remembered that Tianyuan had more renowned generals than these 2. There was Duo Lai, whom she had just met, the Shadow Lord Hong Yi, and several strong contenders from the Dragon Gate ranking. Where on earth did Tianyuan find these outrageous generals? She couldn't help feeling envious. A day later, after an evaluation by the training camp and opinions from various departments, the appointment of this batch of new officers for the Hangu Mountain War Zone was about to be finalized. All that awaited was the stamp of approval from the Lord of Hanyu City. She glanced at it. Rakshasa and Uta from Tianyuan territory, responsible for the outer perimeter of No. 2 Logistics Base, a Class A defense camp, both to be appointed as regional commanders, with Rakshasa as the main commander and Uta as the deputy commander. At the same time, that defense area was to be designated as the Tianyuan Defense Zone. Similarly, there were various defense zones named after certain territories within the Great War Zone, each backed by a powerful territory. Among the many camps and defense zones, No. 2 Basia Class A Defense Camp was one of the more important ones. The Lord of Hanyu City thought for a moment, it's still not enough. She took up her pen to add her own suggestion, grant Rakshasa and Uta the authority to form a special patrol corps, responsible for. When the opinion of the Lord of Hanyu City reached various departments, all the commanders were startled. The Special Patrol Corps refers to a force that is not responsible for a specific defense area but takes on the role of support during special periods, handling difficult tasks. Various towns and camps, when faced with some high-difficulty tasks that have been unresolved for a long time, would have the Special Corps take over. Naturally, such a corps has great authority, possessing temporary execution rights and senior command authority in most areas of the war zone, access to many miracle buildings, elite soldiers, special troop recruitment quotas, and even the ability to recruit true high-order troops as their own private soldiers, rather than public soldiers of the war zone. The benefits and salary for the Special Corps and its commanders, of course, far exceed those of regular corps. Most importantly, Rakshasa and Uta are new generals. They might have decent combat power, but do they really have the ability to be in charge of such a special corps? The intention of the Han Yu commander-in-chief is, on the basis of commanding a Class A defense camp, to also command a special corps at the same time. A certain commander felt this was highly inappropriate. But this opinion came from the Lord of Han Yu City, since assuming the role of commander-in-chief, the Lord rarely meddled in personnel arrangements, and for this reason, they could not ignore the opinion of the Warzone's #1 commander.
Even if it was just a suggestion. I very much agree with the commander's opinion. I've said before, talents like Rakshasa and Uta being confined to one corner is such a waste.
The speaker was Ice Fist. In the room, no one understood Rakshasa better than he did. This man, whose appearance was fierce and indifferent, was truly something of a demon. Such a talent should be managing special affairs. He had wanted to make a similar arrangement before, but his lone voice was too insignificant to sway the others. The words of the Han Yu commander-in-chief carried a wholly different weight. The commanders were still discussing. At this moment, a new projection appeared. It was a general dressed in black armor. His face slightly aged but his frame still robust and strong. The deputy commander-in-chief of the Great War Zone, General Dechen. His gaze swept around. This matter is settled. You all have heard of Tian Yuan's battle achievements. I can only say without exaggeration that Tian Yuan is a man who can perform miracles. The capabilities of the generals he has cultivated are also quite remarkable. We can look forward to them. During the more than a year that the Lord of Han Yu City has served as commander-in-chief, the decisions made have been quite precise, and we should trust the commander's judgment. This was the truth. Even though the Lord of Han Yu City was not as experienced as the old General Dechen in commanding troops, she often made accurate judgments about the key points in battles, even when she could not provide reasons. This was called intuition. This intuition was almost never wrong. With both leaders supporting the Tian Yuan division general taking on an important position, what else could they say? Naturally, there were no objections, and the nomination was unanimously approved. General Dechen agreed, probably out of respect for the Lord of Han Yu City. But on what basis did the Lord of Han Yu City decide to assign a significant role to the Tian Yuan division general? It couldn't be intuition again, could it? Intuition? No, 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 no. Facing her division general's doubts, the Lord of Han Yu City shook her finger. This is called wisdom. By entrusting this important task to Tian Yuan's division general, the powerful individuals and trump cards in Tian Yuan's hand won't always be kept hidden. She always felt that Tianyuan territory still had top-level fighters. Just thinking about it was enviable. Mu Yuan was also surprised when he received the news. 3 logistics bases, usually, the first base faces the greatest pressure. Naturally, the camps around the first base had the highest standards and treatment. However, for newly promoted generals like Rakshasa and Uta to be in charge of a camp-level defense area was already an extraordinary promotion. Among the generals of the Great War Zone, many were at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. For the two to share responsibility for a camp, a slight promotion was reasonable. But to also serve as the commander of a special corps, that was a bit too much of an exception. Treatment, benefits, and responsibilities are equivalent. One can only earn the generous rewards of battle achievements if capable of handling the tasks within one's jurisdiction. Otherwise, one would only suffer loss of troops and failure, losing both the wife and the soldiers. Mu Yuan commented on this. The war zone is really accurate in judging people. In this appointment, Rakshasa was the main general, Uta the deputy, but it was he, the great Lord Shepherd, who was the real person in charge. The Tai-Zan alliance hoped that each lord would invest more effort in their own defense areas. Of course, the greater the contribution to the defense area, the more battle achievements one would obtain. In terms of battle achievements, the alliance even introduced heaven and earth rules to ensure absolute fairness in tallying. If Rakshasa and Uta were only responsible for one camp defense area, the quantity of battle achievements would depend on whether the enemy cooperated. In non-intense battles, naturally, there would be fewer achievements. But now, the two of them were also in charge of a special corps, so the pathways to earning battle achievements had greatly increased. With great power comes great responsibility. To eradicate monsters, to sweep through the red mist, we cannot shirk our duty. Mu Yuan received his appointment letter that very afternoon. The officials reconfirmed over and over again. Do you accept the current appointment? Note that once the appointment is accepted, there can be no changing your mind, and you will need to bear the following responsibilities. This was just a formality. Mu Yuan had no issues with it. The official went on, Generals Rakshasa and Uta, please report to the camp within 3 days to take over the camp's defense. As for the soldiers remaining in the camp, in addition, you may recruit troops at the recruitment area or pioneers within the war zone who do not have a fixed position, but the number must not exceed the authorized limit. As for the Special Patrol Corps, the corps will be formed by your side, and you can recruit personnel from within the battle zone or reinforce your own troops. The legendary realm looked at Mu Yuan. The intent of the two commanders is that the corps should be established within 3 months, and official duties will commence after that period. Like the former, the Special Corps also has a set quota for its organization. Even within the Special Corps, the positions of squad leader and company commander have higher benefits and treatment than the former. This corps also has the authority to recruit some rare and exceptional species from the recruitment area, such as the Excellence 2-star troops, Hart Asker, Excellence 1-star soldiers, Prophet of Illusion, and so on. Organizational benefits can attract some pioneers from the battle zone. Mu Yuan has the right to make appointments himself. However, those they can recruit will be just ordinary 3rd or 4th order pioneers. They cannot possibly draw in real powerhouses. These people are sufficient for running errands, handling affairs, and dealing with ordinary monsters, but to confront more challenging problems or monsters, one still has to rely on their own direct lineage elites. Previously, the elites of Tianyuan who had accompanied him numbered around 20 or 30, and more could be sent later on. Squad leader, company commander, battalion commander. These military ranks are part of the official organization within the battle zone, with excellent benefits. Many NCOs who have come out of the new recruits training camp have the treatment of a squad leader. His elites from Tianyuan City can gain experience, earn military achievements, and protect against monster waves here. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. In the battle zone, Mu Yuan also met several senior lords like the Lord Giant Elephant, with whom he had past acquaintances. He heard that some of his peers from the same period were also preparing to embark on a journey of pioneering. It was Wanif Erding, the Lord of Wamba territory. He had always been a leading figure in Mu Yuan's cohort. What about Mu Yuan himself? He had long since surpassed the scope of comparison and pursuit with the lords of his cohort. Influenced by the internal competition within Lord Wamba's territory, contemporaries like Lu Miamu and Zhang Luoxing were also getting ready to lead their division generals into the battle zones. The places they were about to go were not the great war zones, but rather ordinary battle zones with a lower danger coefficient and less stringent demands for the lords. Everyone has a bright future. After spending more than 10 days in the Hanggu Mountain battle zone, Mu Yuan began his journey back. Let's go. As they left from the 3rd logistics base and ascended to the sky, Duo Lai couldn't help but look back. Behind them, white clouds billowed, interspersed with strands of red mist. The majestic city stood firm beneath the clouds of white and red, like a rock, like a heavy mountain, continuously resisting the onslaught of waves and annihilating any monsters that approached. It's precisely because of this that the lands behind us have the space to live. The two flew into the clouds, and their figures quickly disappeared from view. Shortly after, Mu Yuan and Duo Lai began to descend in altitude, concealing their presence, maintaining a low fly sweep attitude, and spreading the power of the concealing pearl. This was a necessary precautionary measure. While the powerhouses of the Hanggu Mountain battle zone were fighting and exterminating monsters, the various monster powers were keeping a watchful eye on the battle zone as well. Transport teams leaving the battle zone's logistics base had to go through several layers of concealment and transfer before they could truly set out. Mu Yuan and Duo Lai, though not a large target, would likely be marked by the wisdom monsters hidden in the vicinity. If he dared to journey back carelessly, a dozen monstrous brutes might well emerge en route. Duo Lai said, "Doesn't that sound quite good too?" During its days in the Great War Zone, it had only managed to kill 3 monster legends during an encounter at the base with a monster tide. It was not yet satisfied. Mu Yuan replied, "At first listen, it does not sound bad, but the ones who use fishing tactics aren't just us. Other Taizan strongmen in the battle zone do as well." Duo Lai. "And that means?" Mu Yuan. "That means even if monster legends were foolish at first, now they have learned to be smarter. We won't be able to bait the fish so easily, and what we might end up hooking is not a fish, but a white shark. Even catching a fish at just the right moment or slaying a dozen or so beings from the legendary realm. Honestly, it has little meaning. Risking things for this cause is not worth it either. If he had the strength to kill the great white shark, he might have gone fishing. But his power was still far from enough. On the return journey this time, Mu Yuan did not pilot the mechanical dragon flights but flew by harnessing the pure power within him, riding the forces of heaven and earth, the wind's power. His flying speed was even faster. Even though they camped in the wilderness for a few hours, just resting a bit, it only took 2 days and 2 nights to return to the 10 Directions Island domain. Upon reaching this area, although they were not yet before Tianyuan City, Duo Lai felt as if he were back home. His droopy eyelids suddenly lifted, and the elemental particles in the surrounding heaven and earth also began to frolic. 2 hours later, the familiar but significantly expanded Tianyuan City appeared on the horizon. At first, it seemed like a tiny sandcastle on a beach, with the sun drawing out faint outlines of a city. Soon enough, those outlines rapidly expanded in the eye, becoming clear. The black city walls, the buildings with their returning style architecture, towering spires, and cannon racks that gleamed with a metallic shine. All these sights presented themselves before Mu Yuan. Very familiar, yet there were many new things among them. Compared to before I left, Tianyuan City has expanded quite a bit, he mused. The scale of the newly erected outer city district was now no less than that of the previous urban areas, although the city walls had not yet been fully enclosed. Tianyuan City still utilized rare-rank black rock city walls. Before returning, Mu Yuan had considered exchanging for a set of permanent excellence city wall blueprints but was ultimately deterred by the high cost and contribution points and could not bring himself to do it. He merely exchanged for some legendary realm cultivation materials, auxiliary treasures like the concealing pearl, and a set of blueprints for the steel train, along with some precise main components. Mu Yuan found Isloa and said, "With this steel train system, our transportation between the various mining areas will be countless times more convenient. For the current stage, we can establish stations in Tianyuan City, Dragonhead Mountain, and the third mining site. Later on, once the situation in the 10 Directions Island domain becomes more stable, we can establish a domain outpost and station on the farthest southern and eastern tips of the island. With that, our travels south and to the east will be much more convenient." Mu Yuan inquired Isloa about the situation in Tianyuan City and the 10 Directions Island domain. Even when he was away, he could always watch over Tianyuan City, and he was very clear about the conditions inside and outside the city. 8 days ago, Master Xie Yi, the leader of the gunner troops who also headed the mechanical manufacturing department, had improved the city's mainstream defense weapon, the Thunder Flame Cannon. Master Xie Yi increased the caliber, range, and lethality of the cannon at the cost of a higher manufacturing price. Upon returning to the city, Mu Yuan saw that the cannons mounted on the city wall were the newly upgraded large-caliber Thunder Flame cannons.
6 days ago, the exploratory team discovered traces of the remnants of a monster overlord.
Sophia immediately followed the clues and tracked them to an unnamed valley, where she caught up with and killed 2 legendary monsters. Unfortunately, she only found those 2. 3 days ago, the exploratory team discovered a passage to the outer domains at the extreme western end of the Crimson Great Forest. It was Sophia again who ventured forth, crossing the perilous, chaotic blockade strip to step into the outer domains. According to her, the good news was that the other side was not the Red Mist land, and the monster powers might not be that strong. The bad news was that the island domain on the other side was fragmented and barren. Mu Yuan didn't care. His purpose for seeking these passages to the outer domains was to preemptively guard against potential dangers. Expand outward. The resources of the 10 Directions Island domain were sufficient for his use for a long time. It was only the rarer, high-order resources that he still had to acquire through overpriced purchases, from heaven and earth's gifts, and exchanging a few scattered contribution points. Mu Yuan glanced at his balance of contribution points and bought a batch of domain sand, wool crystal dust, illusionary fertile soil, ancient dragon essence blood, and other high-order cultivation materials. If he had to collect these treasures on his own, he would not have obtained many even after a year, but by exchanging through the Taishuan Covenant platform, materials and treasures of epic or lower grade were almost never in shortage. What was lacking was just contribution points. First, arrange for a batch of elites to head to the Hangu Mountain War Zone. In the future, we could also arrange for division generals like Lu Lu and others such as Rakshasa, Uda, and Hong Yi to rotate in, he thought. He pondered as he opened the panel. There, listed before him, the number of beings from the legendary realm was no longer 11 but had increased to 14. Before Mu Yuan set out, there were 11 people in Tianyuan City who had reached the legendary realm, including the newly joined Gunner Master, Xie Yi. And now, Mu Yuan had found the first division general to break through into the legendary realm, Arrow of Polar Star, 17. She had made her breakthrough 10 days ago. 17 said, after stepping into the legendary realm, if I infuse it with mental power, I can hit a target 40 kilometers away with a single arrow. However, such an arrow consumes a lot of mental power. As she spoke, she drew back the bowstring, and an arrow shimmering with starlight slowly materialized upon it. As 17 released her grip, the arrow flew from the bowstring, soaring out of the training field, weaving through the arrow tower, watchtowers, and a succession of towering buildings. It then leapt over the city walls, crossed the gorge outside the city, passed through the dense giant forest, surmounted mountains and rivers, and ultimately struck down a giant tree over 100 meters tall in the Crimson Great Forest, shattering it into the finest dust. Mu Yuan couldn't see the latter half of the journey. He simply watched with a lord's perspective as the arrow shot through the territory like a flying fish zipping away, speeding along its course. 40 kilometers, ah! Even among the legendary realm, those who manipulated the elements of heaven and earth for a full-powered strike could only reach a few kilometers at most, and the farther the distance, the more easily the power dissipated. How many legends could strike a target 40 kilometers away? Mu Yuan was certain that not even the epic 3 stars Arrow of Polar Star could do so. It was 17 who was exceptional. She had a gift for the Tao of the Soul. She claimed that she could shoot the arrow so far because the arrow had been specially refined, and she had attached her own mental power to it. When she released the arrow, her vision raced along with it. Through this vision and the connection between her mind, the arrow, and herself, she could control the arrow's direction, aim, and lock onto the target. Without this, she could not have shot an arrow 40 kilometers away. The mental strength, perception, and control over heaven and earth within the legendary realm did not extend this far. For this reason, shooting such an arrow consumed a lot of 17's mental strength. She couldn't use the mind arrow as a regular attack. She could only use it as an enhanced basic attack. Mu Yuan gradually understood. You say if your mental power were stronger, the range could continue to increase? That's right. 17 thought for a moment and then nodded in confirmation. Mu Yuan said, I will keep an eye out for mystery skills and treasures related to mental cultivation for you. The treasures he currently knew of included items such as Sand of Heart and Essence of Heart and Soul. There were not many types, and they all started at the level of excellence. The way of the soul was profound. The majority of legendary realm powerhouses had a relatively strong soul, but to turn mental power into actual strength was rare. A 1 in 100 legends could not accomplish it. Legends cultivated their souls mainly to hone their will and increase resistance to illusion techniques. But it was difficult to significantly enhance mental power. These excellence-level treasures were useful, but not greatly so. Mu Yuan, stroking his chin, said, "Excellent-level cultivation buildings like those in Shilling City, and our Ice Heart Lotus platform, could be used by 17 for cultivation to train the soul and see some improvement over time. But for significant and efficient training of the soul, epic treasures and epic buildings were needed. In the Great War Zone of Hanggu Mountain and Tian City, there are epic buildings. It seems the Great War Zone of Hanggu Mountain has an epic building called Refinement Stairway, which climbers can use to temper their will and mental abilities. After some time, 17 could be scheduled to alternate with the Rakshasa. Entering the legendary realm, 17 saw immense advancements, and she was still in a period of rapid improvement. Recently, her most frequent activity had been to consecrate each precious arrow within her 10,000 arrows treasure, imprinting them with her mind. She was also observing the stars, attempting to lock onto distant enemies with the guidance of starlight. If she could achieve this, the mental effort required to assassinate an enemy from 40 kilometers away would be greatly reduced. Her shooting range could be further extended. During this time, 17 also repeatedly consulted Isloa about the power of the stars, and climbed to the top of the epic Mage Tower to gaze at the night sky. With peers of the same strength to communicate and spar with, her progress naturally far surpassed that of solitary cultivation. This was also why many who reached the legendary realm saw rapid progress upon arriving at a great war zone. Huff, from high above the core area of Tianyuan City, a huge shadow descended from the sky. The newcomer landed carefully, folding its wings, and then shook its massive tail, bristling with jagged bone spikes. It was Sario. Following 17, it had stepped into the legendary realm. Mu Yuan looked up, immediately noticing the changes Sario had undergone. It had grown larger, much larger. Circling around Sario, Mu Yuan said, "You must be 100 meters long now, right?" Sario proudly responded, "I had bone too, measure it. The total length is 101.25 meters, ow hoo. You've measured it quite precisely. But indeed, to have a body stretching over 100 meters was something to be proud of." For the giant dragons, being large equated to being powerful, and power equated to size. Giant dragons often took great pride in their size. Legend had it that ancient giant dragons could span thousands of kilometers, resting on the land like a long mountain range, their breaths causing the climate of the entire world to change. But those were just rumors. In reality, legendary realm giant dragons were only about 40 to 60 meters in length, which truly made them younger brothers compared to Sario. In wartime, such a size was a veritable weapon of slaughter. To think that I, Sario, am one of the mightiest among the giant dragons, it fantasized of appearing in supreme glory, causing countless giant dragons to worship and bow down in awe. Just the thought made its dragon heart surge with excitement. Mu Yuan complained, "But you are an undead. Mainstream society regards you shadow dragons, ghost dragons, and frost giant dragons all as part of the undead race, not the dragon race. To put it bluntly, dragons do not recognize you. In today's world, there is no centralized top power among dragons, but there are no shortage of powerful beings of dragon descent scattered across the globe, many of whom also carry the bloodline of dragons. Ancient giant dragons and primordial giant dragons that have survived from ancient times to the present are among the first-tier powerhouses of the eternal world. And these ancient giant dragons do not acknowledge the identity of undead giant dragons." Sario didn't care. "That is not important. Once Sario evolves to the legendary realm, once I stand at the pinnacle of the world, then even the ancient ones will have to kiss up to me begging to join the Dragon Alliance." So, ahem, Lord, it swayed its dragon tail, and an almost imperceptible look of ingratiation appeared on its fierce face. "No, this cannot be called ingratiation. As a division general, showing respect, reverence, and adoration to one's own lord is proper." Mu Yuan tapped its dragon scales and said, "You will have your chance, but you'd better hurry up and strengthen yourself through training. Don't let a time come when you can't even withstand a single punch from Uda." "That's impossible." "Probably," Sario retorted. After it stepped into the legendary realm, the greatest transformation was to its own body. Its scales and skeleton were so hardened that a full-strength blow from a fourth-order limit strong one might not even break through its defenses. It was confident that it could charge in and out of a monster tide 7 times, and even if legendary monsters attacked, it could easily withstand them. But if the opponent was Uda, Sario fell silent, feeling a faint pain in its bones. It flapped its wings and flew away. The third new legend of Tianyuan City also had something to do with dragons. It was Shi Lu. She revealed her giant dragon form. Compared to Sario, Shi Lu's dragon body was much more slender and petite, only about 70 to 80 meters long. Moreover, in the past, I could only burst out with my greatest strength in my giant dragon mode, but after all, I'm more accustomed to fighting in the form of a human, using human methods. She was first a human, and only secondarily a dragon. However, in the past, her strength in human form was the weakest, comparable to Uda's self-imposed physical shackles. When in Dragon Man form, Shi Lu could fully tap into her high red dragon bloodline, but it was only in giant dragon mode that she could truly awaken the most surging great force hidden at the depths of her bloodline. In this state, her power soared while her skill declined. After I entered the legendary realm, I discovered by chance that I could perfectly harness the power of my bloodline. Perhaps due to several evolutions, my bloodline has become more perfect and harmonious. After that, I extracted the source of power invoked by my Dragon Man and Giant Dragon modes, and developed this. As she spoke, she lifted off the ground slightly, floating in the air. The next moment, bright orange flames burst forth, rapidly climbing up her entire body. Within the blazing inferno, one could vaguely make out a tall, graceful figure with arms outstretched, bathing in the flames, reborn from fire. The figure within the flames began to change, with outlines of armor covering slender arms, followed by legs, torso, the entire body. Wuxia! The flames suddenly dispersed to reveal before Mu Yuan a figure over 2 meters tall, clad in flame-red armor that seemed to be forged from dragon heads, scales, and bones. A dragon honor armor, or rather a mech. The wings extending from the dragon honor armor on her back were no longer the leathery wings of a dragon, but a pair of light wings shaped from bright orange flames. Dragon honor armor. A Shi Lu makes her appearance. Her voice carried out, resonant with a distant, distorted quality. "You can see, can't you? I haven't transformed into a dragon man myself, but rather transformed the power of my bloodline into this armor, to maximize the amplification of my own strength. In this state, I can exert a strength not inferior to that of my giant dragon mode, and the duration is even longer. I'm also able to leverage my combat skills and hunting techniques. The human form feels more natural after all." As she spoke, she casually lifted her head up, picked it up. The dragon head lifted, turning into flames and dissipating, revealing Shi Lu's own head beneath, with a trail of bright red hair fluttering with the flames, rustling in the air. Only by stepping into the legendary realm could one truly unlock one's epic potential. Hence, each division general made significant progress after their breakthrough. The Rakshasa incarnation's evil ether prison sea went from stationary to freely movable, with the ability to freely open and close. Uda's physical shackles have a higher limit. Sophia's created black crows had a longer existence time. And she could even create nether ravens that could exist eternally and possessed a certain level of intelligence. However, Sophia was very clear about her own role, so she did not develop her abilities in the direction of combat. She focused her skills on scouting, tracking, and concealment. After returning to Tianyuan City, Lord Shepherd began arranging the evolution ceremonies, baptizing the contributing elites one by one. He also reviewed his various legions. As of today, Tianyuan City had already begun to thrive with strong troops. Tianyuan City's formal legions numbered 7: Skeleton Legion, Ghost Legion, Guard Legion, Divine Archers Legion, Trent Legion, Snowmaiden Legion, Gunners Legion. Among them, aside from the newly established Gunners Legion, Even the least populous Trent and Snow Maiden legions had more than 1,000 members and had condensed complete army spirits. These were the 6 Army Spirit Legions. The Gunners' Legion, under Xie Yi's leadership as its commander, had also rapidly progressed, having condensed an army soul embryo only a dozen days prior, and this embryo was rapidly maturing, changing daily. Xie Yi might verbally express a preference for a leisurely life, but he had more experience managing a legion than Mu Yuan had anticipated. He was a man with a story, indeed. Little did he know, Xie Yi was even more astonished by Tianyuan City. After becoming the commander of the Gunners' Legion, he soon discovered that these mere 300 or so musketeers, a gunner troop, were all elite soldiers, among which were a full 10 gunner masters. 10 epics. How lavish could a legion be? His once lifeless heart gradually ignited with fighting spirit. But Xie Yi quickly found out that among the 7 legions, their Gunners' Legion seemed to be the most ordinary one. Most of the Gunners' Legion were new recruits, weaker than the other legions, a fact he had anticipated. Personally training and leading a legion to rise was exactly to his taste. Yet the problem was, it seemed, it appeared, it could be, probably, the other legions had even more epic lives. He had even heard that some smaller units without a legion-level organization, specialized battalions or departments, housed their own epic strong. For example, the Dragon Force Battalion in the neighboring training camp, which only had a few dozen members, but the majority of them could transform into giant dragons. Xie Yi also frequently interacted with Tianyuan City's medical department, as injuries were inevitable during training. He had seen a 4-order nun effortlessly heal dozens of injured musketeers. Was this something a normal 4-order leader could achieve? And there were more nuns like her in the medical department than he could count on both hands. It seemed he had sworn allegiance to a very remarkable lord? No wonder other lords had been desperate to coerce his allegiance, while his own lord showed no eagerness. With dozens or even more epic division generals, having one more or one less of him really made no difference. Xie Yi even doubted if he would have been accepted into service by the Lord if not for his exquisite gunnery skills and sincere dedication to teaching the gunpowder few. Even so, the Lord still entrusted him with a heavy responsibility and granted him a great deal of autonomy as well as substantial funding for mechanical research and development. Damn it, my heart is starting to burn as fiercely as gunfire. Gunners' Legion, the development of gunner weapons. I must present the most perfect report card. Xie Yi lit a cigarette, his gaze distant, ignited with resolve. Passing by, Sario said, "Little brother, you're on the right path. With that determination, you'll soon experience the esteemed, supreme great force of the Lord, Roar." Laney's evolution ritual took place at the Miracle Building, Ice Heart Lotus platform, equipped with a full set of auxiliary materials. This was a treatment only the core members of Tianyuan City could enjoy. Otherwise, if every epic evolution required a full set of materials, the not-so-large Tianyuan City would have been dragged down long ago. Within the secret realm, a pure white column of light soared into the sky, and a swath of purple auspicious clouds drifted from the end of heaven, grand and majestic, announcing that a heavyweight epic life form was born. My goodness, is this the most revered great force? Xie Yi's pupils reflected the distant white light and purple clouds, ripples pulsing through them. After a while, he took out a cigarette from his pocket. Sparks flew from his fingertips only to extinguish them after a thought. He just held the cigarette in his mouth, gazing into the distance, until the distant brilliance dispersed. Still maintaining this posture, his gaze distant and full of vicissitudes. Xie Yi was not completely of wandering warrior origins. He once served under a lord. Invited by the lord, he left the recruitment grounds, swore allegiance, and established merit for the domain. Under his assistance, the domain grew stronger by the day. From a small town, to a bustling city, skyscrapers erected, warriors assembled, they swept the wilderness, eradicating monster camps and tribes one after another. It was a time Xie Yi would never forget. Later, the domain was destroyed, during the disaster of the Red Moon. At that time, he was not a gunner master, nor had he reached the legendary realm, but he was already a renowned strong man in the area. Under his meticulous defense and command, The domain resisted the calamity of the Red Moon. Not that it was done with ease, but it was relatively stable nonetheless. However, one day, boom! The cannons roared, Xie Yi wielding a machine gun, continuously pouring out ammo towards the outside of the city. Suddenly, dazzling, blinding fireworks erupted behind him, rising like a fierce sun, buildings within the city swallowed by the spreading blaze, the rolling heat waves singeing his beard and hair, the cigarette in his mouth that he never got around to lighting. He was stunned, still mechanically unleashing gunfire, keeping at bay the increasingly tumultuous and violent waves outside. Not knowing how much time had passed, when Xie Yi came to his senses, he found himself in a strange wilderness. His panel identity had become a wandering hero without any affiliation. Somehow, he had survived. He was like a walking corpse. He gradually understood his situation, seeking to survive alone. It took him 3 years to find the region he used to live in, only to learn the domain was destroyed, and the country to which the domain belonged had also unexpectedly perished in the Red Moon disaster. Completely unexpected. No one anticipated that hundreds of domains would suddenly collapse. Xie Yi wandered, traversing wild lands, crossing over various great domains. He survived alone, became strong alone. He modified firearms, honed his body, and gained fortunes. He stepped into the legendary realm. But he was still insignificant. He even saw and heard of one large city-level domain after another disintegrating under the sudden onslaught of calamities. Humans are too insignificant. Destruction is the inevitable outcome. 60-some years earlier, a great nation-level force spanning several great domains disappeared in a disaster just like that. But perhaps, miracles truly exist. Xie Yi patted his head. Damn it. Why the heck am I thinking so much? Just do it. Atop the Ice Heart Lotus platform, Lainey sat composedly. Her sitting posture was graceful and dignified, her neatly arranged golden hair cascading down like a waterfall, falling from her back to the ground. At her brow, a white bud-like seal was flickering with light, as the invisible power of purification diffused around her. The pristine dome, the ruined convent, the resonant chant. The dismembered corpses. Broken images flashed through her mind, sinking into the depths of her soul. After a moment, Lainey opened her eyes, with halos circulating in her pupils, sacred and inviolable. I have awakened 2 advanced skills. Among them, Holy Chorus is a united spell that can produce a powerful effect when coordinated with others. Another technique, or rather mystery skill, is called Purification Blood Skills. It's a somewhat strange skill. She pondered. This Purification Blood Skills was not weak. It could purify impurities similar to the Ice Clear potion for not deeply rooted impurities, but the prerequisite for using the Purification Blood Skills was the blood of the nuns. The higher the rank and the purer the faith of the nun, the stronger the effect of the Purification Blood Skills. But she saw at a glance that this mystery skill was extremely damaging to the user. Using Purification Blood Skills to eliminate impurities was no different from quenching thirst with poison. Under what circumstances was such a mystery skill born? She shook her head slightly. In a concentrated moment, Lainey held up her hand, and a sacred seal slowly emerged in her palm, seemingly symbolizing the purest power of purification. Purification Holy Seal. Description. Lainey can shape a holy seal that possesses pure power of purification, cleansing concepts, effective against all negative states, dark forces, including impurities. At the same time, the Holy Seal has a strong sensitivity to dark forces, impurities, and other negative forces. At this moment, the Purification Holy Seal flickered drip drip drip, the flickering frequency very fast. After all, outside the Lotus Platform building, a massive frost giant dragon was spreading an evil aura. In the eyes of the Holy Seal, the undead dragon was undoubtedly evil. Sario. If it weren't for bringing along a newcomer, who would come to a place full of holy light like this? After fumbling around for a while, Lainey finally learned the basics of using the Purification Holy Seal. She turned off the detection of dark energy within it, and the Holy Seal stopped its incessant blinking. Once her evolution was complete, Lainey got up and left, not wanting to occupy the Ice Heart Lotus platform any longer than necessary. She returned to her everyday duties and living quarters at Tianyuan City's first hospital. Like any other day, Lainey made her rounds of the hospital, then took some green-handed nuns by the hand to teach them how to wield the power of holy light before she began her own training. She silently harnessed her own power of holy light. The elemental particles of light around her seemed like little elves, constantly dancing around her. After the evolution, both her abilities, Absolute Shining Barrier, and Walking in Holy Light, had improved quite noticeably. She stretched out her hand, her palm bathed in a milky holy light, within which a palm-sized holy seal became visible. When she held the holy seal, Lainey could clearly feel that both her sensitivity to light elemental particles and her command over them had risen substantially. Clearly, the holy seal could also amplify her own power. It was like an epic treasure, perfectly fit for her, able to improve alongside her own advancements. Inside the holy seal, there are still many powers waiting for me to discover. Suddenly, Lainey's expression became fixed, and in the next moment, it turned grave as she stared unblinkingly at the holy seal before her. After a while, the holy seal flickered slightly. The holy seal just flickered a moment ago. That wasn't an illusion, it's a warning from the seal. Lainey quickly checked and confirmed that what the holy seal detected was not dark energy but contamination. However, within the bounds of miracle territory, there should be no drifting red mist, and the hospital is located in Tianyuan City's old district, a more central area. How could there be contamination here? Lainey's expression grew more solemn. She was no longer an ignorant girl, and as the person in charge of the hospital's nun squadron, she was privy to many secrets. The presence of contamination equaled a major problem. It might be a wild goose chase, but it could not be ignored. She would rather it be a wild goose chase. Lainey used her mind seed to contact her lord directly, reporting the situation. Okay, I got it. I'll have Isloa and Lulu take charge. You assist them in locating the source of the contamination. Mu Yuan soon thought of the Faceless Ones, something he heard about in the Great War Zone. Could it be the Faceless Ones? That wasn't certain, as the monster overlord probing methods were not limited to just the Faceless Ones. If it was indeed the Faceless Ones, it would be troublesome. The sentries outside hadn't noticed anything, which was quite normal. Even a professional Rakshasa would only be able to find them in a short time if they knew for certain of the Faceless One's existence. No matter what, we must take this seriously, but we can't cause a big disturbance, at least not overtly, he said. Other than that, Tianyuan City should continue to operate as usual. He couldn't possibly lock down the entire city over this. Especially today, when Gemstone Grand Duke is officially visiting Tianyuan City as per their agreement, and as the Lord. Mu Yuan would personally welcome him. Mu Yuan entrusted the matter of the suspected danger to Lulu and others, believing they could handle it. Flap flap. A red-eyed black crow flapped its wings, landing. Its feathers elongated, and black feathers fluttered and transformed into the appearance of Sophia in the blink of an eye. I only have this one permanent incarnation left in the city. I've not detected anything unusual so far. Lulu Dao, I have found something. I contacted the public security team directly, and it turns out that 3 people have gone missing, the earliest one 4 days ago. The public security team treated it as a trivial matter and did not report it. That's my negligence. I will confess my fault to the Lord. The projection of Isloa appeared. If people are missing, then there's a 99% chance this is not accidental and could be the Faceless Ones the Lord spoke of. If it is the Faceless Ones. She paused. I have already activated all the inconspicuous detection methods and ordered the Mage Tower to hover. But if the enemy has perfect erosion and disguise abilities like the Faceless Ones, then even the Mage Tower will struggle to detect them. One-on-one, certainly possible. But to find an imposter among the tens of thousands of territory citizens of Tianyuan City, that was impossible. First of all, we need to narrow down the search area, she said. Lainey brought out the holy seal, upon which a dim light flickered, the frequency higher than at first. The 3 of them quickly got busy. Lainey organized the nuns and kept detecting with the holy seal. Isloa, based on the clues provided by Lainey, gradually ruled out one area after another. Lulu, from behind the scenes, deployed elite units of the Defense Legion to each checkpoint and summoned 10 fearless war commanders, just in case. Beyond the three of them, Tianyuan powerhouses like 17, Xieyi, Shilu also arrived in the main urban area, ready to take action at any moment. At roughly the same time, a carriage drawn by 2 silver Pegasi slowly descended and entered the urban district of Tianyuan City. The visitor was none other than Gemstone Grand Duke. Gemstone Grand Duke was no stranger to Tianyuan City. His legendary realm subordinates had traveled back and forth to Tianyuan City numerous times, but it was his first personal visit to the city. The land here was vast, with Tianyuan City being the only settlement within thousands of miles. Tianyuan City had carved out its own territory for survival beneath the claws of the monster overlord, relying solely on its own strength. Judging by the size of the city, Tianyuan City is still a young territory. Perhaps, it has only been established for a few short years? Gemstone Grand Duke inwardly gasped in shock and suddenly found himself reminiscing about the past. In his youth, he too had been an ambitious lord, full of pioneering spirit. The location he chose for establishing the Gemstone domain was also at the edge of civilized world, facing the wilderness head-on. Because of this, he had remarkable military achievements and rose rapidly through the ranks. But now, he only wished for stability. Presented with another chance for a promotion that required him to face a monster overlord, he feared he would refuse. In a place like Tianyuan City, where the lord possessed countless resource lands and division generals advanced swiftly, there could also be calamities from time to time. The slightest oversight could lead to total destruction. Advancement was quick, but the fall could be just as rapid. He was already a man of status and position, and to risk it all again, it wasn't that he dared not, but rather, it was not worth it. What is that over there? Gemstone Grand Duke suddenly gazed into the distance. His vision easily surpassed 2 city blocks, keenly spotting a group of Tianyuan City's elites who were gradually converging. Merely some scouts of the monster overlords, Mu Yuan said. He used the lord's view to look down from above, seeing more clearly. The patrol teams and the defense legions had sealed off the target district and were closing in circle by circle. Lulu and Isloa followed Laney, following the holy seal floating and twinkling in her hand, sweeping forward step by step. White light of purification showered down, falling on hundreds of territory citizens. They revealed no abnormalities, but their spirits became more invigorated, and the fatigue and hidden injuries within their bodies seemed to be wiped clean. People shouted Laney the Saintess's name, praising the Saintess, praising the Lord.
Laney's expression, however, grew more solemn. The flickering of the holy seal became more frequent, the rapid tick-tick-tick signaling a warning.
When she propelled the purification power and sprinkled it once more on a nearby unremarkable man, wisps of black smoke suddenly erupted from him. The black smoke wasn't obvious, but the holy seal quickly captured this strand of impurity. Such strong impurity. It had to be purified. A strand of holy light burst forth from the holy seal, and in an instant, the man's features and skin began to bulge and wriggle. Dense black smoke continuously billowed out, shooting upward into the sky. The surrounding territory citizens ran out in fright, tumbling and scrambling. In the hissing black smoke, a strange laugh, kekekeke, abruptly sounded. A being with no distinct face stood under the holy light, shrouded in the powers of red and black. To be able to dispel my disguise, your power, I will take it. The faceless ones excelled at erosion and disguise, their direct combat ability inferior to others of the same rank. If his identity had been revealed in the combat zone of the Tai-Zan Alliance, he would have fled tactically long ago. But this is just a small town, what did it matter if he was exposed? Their infiltrating and life-saving abilities as faceless ones were top-notch. He felt he could still fight. To create a grand disturbance and leave gallantly, that was the sort of feat the faceless ones ought to have. Illusory faces emerged around him, the might of the legendary realm rapidly spreading. Gemstone Grand Duke's expression tensed. This was the reason he did not want to take risks. A legendary realm infiltrator had already entered the city, and just a little bit of collateral damage could destroy several blocks. To strike it could mean killing 1,000 enemies while hurting oneself 300. What would Lord Tianyuan do? He looked towards Tianyuan. The young lord was simply watching quietly, his indifferent eyes treating it as a dead object, devoid of any ripples.